that could be a little bit of a factor as well. We'll touch on that coming up. Individual storylines, I mean, there are a few, nothing amazing at this point. ARM back on watch here this morning, 2 straight days straight to the upside. Big day yesterday on this chip story, their own chip story coming back into play once again. Also noticed this morning some of the defense names. Really nice day yesterday. We're starting to creep back to the upside on a few of those. Lockheed Martin, I mean, all of them kind of look like that. We'll touch on those coming up as well. But oil back in play here, back to the upside in a pretty big way. Brent more so than WTI once again, but back and forth continues.
Yeah, President Trump, half an hour, 45 minutes ago, whatever it was, taking a Truth Social, basically saying that they are saying one thing and doing another behind the scenes, saying this whole 15-point proposal that they were reviewing it, and he's saying basically in his negotiations with them at the moment, they're desperate to make a deal. So we'll have to see, what the real narrative is. Brendo, time will tell, of course. Lots to talk about today, guys. Meta and Google back in focus after that big verdict yesterday. Meta on the receiving end of a couple of different trials, one for an addiction, social media addiction, the other one for not protecting younger users. Uber with a tie-up today with Pony AI for possible autonomous driving. CrowdStrike with a deal with IBM, and SMCI being sued by shareholders. Who knew? Right? And
I feel like that's again?
Yeah.
Being sued again by shareholders? Yeah, SMCI downside. It's interesting. I was going to touch on that Meta. That's what Meta did yesterday on a 15-minute chart. Basically nothing. We were back and forth kind of chopping around all day long. And then the selling kicked in after the close yesterday. And then here we are this morning, significantly lower, back down to 585. I mean, we sat here, talked about this a little bit yesterday. Yeah. More details coming out, obviously, another case, as you mentioned, but the reaction seems to be a little bit more of follow through today.
Well, but there's so many pending trials that, could cascade, it could waterfall for many different companies that all are in the same space. We're talking about the Snapchats, the TikToks, the YouTubes. Well, YouTube's already implicated in one of them more, Brendo. So this could be, a tearing of the corporate veil, if you want to speak. They've been defending themselves using this Section 230 to say, if users post something, we're not really responsible. Now it's basically, no, you have the responsibility to go out and actively protect these people. A fundamental narrative change.
Yeah, so we'll see how these companies respond to this going forward. I mean, XLE going to be important here this morning. We're back to session highs for oil, and just hearing as well. Nice move higher yesterday, and then it kind of just chopped around for the midday and the afternoon. Any kind of headline that comes out of this development again, or lack thereof, maybe even going to move this.
Absolutely. I want to mention ARM though. Very interesting take with ARM yesterday. Obviously, they compete with Qualcomm, right? Yeah. And apparently they were holding some sort of, I don't know, it's like some sort of conference to basically launch this new product. A lot of people were invited, companies that they compete with, the NVIDIAs, other microchip makers, AMDs, Intel, etc. There was one notable name though, Brendo, that was not there, and it was Qualcomm. They're suing each other because basically Qualcomm's alleging that ARM, stole some of their technology for this low power, high output data center chip that doesn't work on the x86 system that Intel and AMD use. It's kind of their own proprietary method. But this should be really interesting here between the two, because there's a lot of headwinds for Qualcomm, not the least of which for Apple, but now they're actually getting it from somebody they compete with directly in this space. So ARM should be in focus.
Yeah, ARM had a decent day yesterday. Definitely worth watching. Here's what to expect coming up this morning as far as economic releases are concerned. As I mentioned, some employment data coming out around 8:30. We'll get initial jobless claims, continuing claims coming up as well. New York Fed bill purchase coming up at 9:20, just before the open. Only reason I mention that is because it has moved stocks when it comes out, again, way off what is expected at any point. So a few interesting notes this morning, and then again, more debt auctions throughout midday and then into the afternoon. This one, the 7-year, could be interesting. Some Fed speak as well to wrap things up, both at the close and then after the close. Long list of Fed speakers, guys, coming up today. Good morning.
Yeah, we got a full docket of fun news and market moves. Once again, we're sitting here. We said volatility wasn't going anywhere, and that's exactly the case. The yo-yo market just continues. So one day we're looking good, and the next day we're crashing. Not crashing, we're another % to the downside. But one thing that didn't get mentioned, not that this is good news, is crypto getting a bit of a hit. So we've lost 70,000. Bitcoin's lost 70,000, and you might say, okay, well, only down a couple points there. Taking it on the chin even more is Ethereum and ETH. Looking pretty bad with a gap down. Now down 5% from where we were at close. I get it, 24-hour market, but still moving further to the downside of the Bitcoin. So going to be looking for some continuation short after that turn yesterday. BM&R is going to be in play. That's breaking down, not looking very good. I'd say with regard to ARM, which was just being mentioned, it was more than a decent day for ARM. I mean, anytime you're up over 15%, that's pretty good. Although everything was giving it back in the end, and most things are going to be down this morning, down 1% or so. Big spread on it, so like every tick, it's like moving around here. But there's not a lot of strength. I mean, obviously the energy and oil names are all looking strong. VIX ticked up a little bit here, but there's not much in terms of like individual movers. Even that MGLO or MGRO.
I have no idea.
Whatever. That the crazy runner from yesterday hit like $55 in the aftermarket.
Which one?
Cut in half. The one from the afternoon.
Yeah, what was that? It wasn't
MGRO.
Oh, yeah, it was nothing to do with M. Yeah.
You Urban Grow.
Yeah.
This was $55 in the aftermarket.
Yep. Well, we said that there was no halt. There was no halt parameters or anything there in the aftermarket, so we didn't think it was going up. It's funny we had that GameStop versus Ethereum talk yesterday, and of course today I don't know if we put the death wish there on Ethereum. Of course, GameStop not doing anything. And then today I have IBIT written down.
Who knew?
Exactly. Who knew? I guess somebody. But there's Ethereum down 5% today, right there. As yesterday I asked, would you rather hold this or GameStop? But there it is, down another 5% here today for Ethereum as Bitcoin. Like I said, I thought during all this turbulence, that we did have an opportunity to get crypto back to the high side, and it doesn't look like that's happening at all. Shout out to Thanos, Danny, CompuCare team there in the chat, and everybody that's got it going one more time here today. I mean, thank you everybody for joining us at 8 a.m. You know what? Screw this. Let's just say hi to everybody who's here right now at 8 a.m. This is your 8 a.m. morning crew. We want to welcome Scott Redler is going to be coming from T3 Live. He's going to be coming very, very soon on our program. We'll hear what he's talking about today. Another guy like myself and Joseph that trades a little bit of the futures. We can talk to Scott about that. What's up, Jay Bronson? What's up, MF Dane Generous? Man, you're always here. We want to thank you for coming through. Midwest Cannabis, I just responded to you on X. Thank you, Midwest Cannabis. He's looking to trade some AMD today, he or she. New Loon is up here as well. Tarek is here. Roger Noonan is here as well. Ryan O'Day, Darwin, Trader Forever. Lots of traders just coming into the chat right now. We want to thank everybody for coming here. Options in deep. We'll hear some options talk from Joseph very, very soon. So we want to thank everybody. Yeah, we'll hopefully put some of that in our pockets today. But going to go be short IBIT for sure here, down 2.1%. Looking at 40, like if we can get anywhere up to 40. I just wrote down 39.75. As a short, and I was just trying to find out where this 200 period moving average might be at by the time we open up. I said let's short the 200 period moving average or VWAP. So we're gonna see what one plays right off the open there for IBIT. But yeah, man, just looking at oil, we talked a little bit about that off the open. Moving around, I mean, it doesn't look like the Strait of Hormuz will be open anytime soon. It doesn't look like that 15-point plan will be accepted anytime soon. So here we go again. I mean, you always knew yesterday with all those back and forth sort of rhetoric going about how, everything's all good, yet we're deploying, troops. Everything's all good, yet we can't really communicate with anybody, and we're not even sure who's talking to the right people here. I think there will be a resolution. I just think it takes a lot of time. Trying to figure out the whole oil and the whole energy play is really starting to bother, I guess, the U.S. government and especially Donald Trump there. He keeps talking about that. It's almost, what is it, $8 or $6 or $7 a gallon, I think, now in California, maybe even higher than that. And it's starting to affect, I think, people's pocketbooks there as, it's already stressful enough with this current economy, and now all of a sudden you're paying all that at the pump. So, every day, obviously, thankfully, driving around one of these and just charging downstairs as we speak. But yeah, energy prices, man, not great right now. And I think that that's going to create some inflation issues, right? Even when this war is over, I'm not sure it's ever going to be over, but even when the conflict is died down, I think there's a lot of damage been done to
Once
the
you've
consumer.
done so much damage, well, even the damage to infrastructure means that even when it's done, whenever that is, you're still going to have a longer term disruption, and that will mean higher prices. The other thing to keep in mind too is like you've got the oil markets in backwardation. So really, like the markets have still been pricing in that this is going to be short term, and so this is why we're getting all of these shocks. Like anything that kind of battles that notion that it is going to be short term is just constantly burning us more than you might think, because they're really oil prices. If you look at like the forward contracts, like 2, 3, 4 months out, 5 months out, 6 months out, there's still a nice declining slope. When that at some point is going to change if we see more of the same. There is a small cap running. I see M. Mason in the chat throwing out there slow motion foame in the chat, also mentioning this one as well. It's a fun name, Fitness Champs Holdings. Now, all I can see for FCHL here is that they priced an offering. So, yeah, they approved a 15-for-1 reverse split to regain compliance, and that was on the 18th. And yeah, like the $18 million offering of up to 6 million units at $3, with some warrants as well. So that was announced, I guess, like right last night, and it already went to 720 in the aftermarket. So it's actually, like, I know it's up 100% because this move was after the close. But if you look at it from where it was actually trading and doing volume, this technically is, in my opinion, like down 50%. Like I know it says up 100%, but this one's down 50%. So it is doing a little bit of a dead cat rally. Like if you're only looking at today, which I don't see why anybody would, it looks fantastic. Like it's making higher lows and looking pretty strong. But do keep in mind that this thing was cut in half from yesterday. Sometimes the pre and post market give you important price information, especially with the small cappers. I know Sharif knows that.
Looking at this, Neil, but what I was really noticing was the big move it made in the aftermarket yesterday and the downtrend that it's still on. So we opened up a little bit higher at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. high, Brendo, about $4.72. We're at $3.72 now, but there's a very key area of resistance where we're getting to here. As you can see, guys, look at this area low in the aftermarket yesterday, lower high, and then we hold this around 375 to 4 area. So I'd be looking for a clearing of that. It's above VWAP. Hopefully, it's above VWAP by the midday show, Brenda. Otherwise, not going to make it.
Well, we'll pass it on to Luis, and he can deal with it.
By the way, Luis, great contributor yesterday, giving us access to his intranet. You got to see the data points that he's able to populate. He's able to tell you, just say, for example, the last few years, how many times this has gapped up more than 25%. And then when it did, what were the odds of it closing red or green on the day? Fantastic. That, like Michael Moss has been doing a lot of this, a lot of TA, mixing it with quant. You got to love it.
I mean, it's one of those things if that's what you're going to trade and that's how you're going to trade, anything that can back up your thesis, and give you more confidence in that occurrence happening on a daily basis is great.
Great.
I think it's like 63% or something like that he was saying. That
finished red.
That just in general, as a small caps as a group, that end the day.
Which is why he goes short most of the time, because statistically it's there.
Uber not doing a heck of a lot this morning, didn't do much yesterday, but this Pony AI story, I mean, this is a continuation, I guess, of this arrangement. I feel like it was last year even. We were talking about this initially. It's just one deal after another, after another, after another. Uber obviously really putting all their chips into this autonomous plan.
We've been talking about this. They're kind of making themselves the marketplace for AV. We're not going to spend our own money. We're not going to throw the CapEx that everybody else is throwing at it. But you guys do it. Come over here. We've got the riders. We've got the users who certainly want it. I like that approach. Pony AI reported earnings, and as part of the earnings look, they told us much about their plans. They planning to expand a lot of their AV operations in Europe. Chinese company, of course, but operating outside of China. But a good deal here with Uber. Zagreb, Croatia is the next big expansion plan for them. Hey, you got to fight somewhere, Brendo.
Somebody threw a dart at a board or something.
guess,
That's where we're going. It's one of those stocks, though, like if you zoom out on Uber, it's one of those stocks that, I mean, we're not in a market, we're not in a tape right now that is singular catalyst friendly. So a company like Uber comes out with a great story, it's not going to move the needle at all until we get some broader resolution to everything else that's going on. But the reason I say this is it's one of those stocks, or looking like one of those stocks that could, as soon as we do get any kind of positive directional change with the overall situation, that could start going.
You just imagine how margin expanding this is for them. I hate to put it so crudely, but the drivers take up a lot of their money,
Most
right?
of it, yeah.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
And so then imagine removing that component and maybe not even owning the fleet. So you know you've got an AV that you purchased from whomever, Tesla, anybody else. You then, you part of Uber's AV network. Your car's out making money. They get a cut, and they don't have to pay a driver. So it could be quite interesting.
So instead of seeing the cars driving around with both the Uber and the Lyft sticker, that'll just be like empty cars driving around with all, like probably 3 or 4 by that
Well,
time.
there you go.
Yeah.
Have you seen in China? In China now, when the car is in AV mode, it flashes this blue light to let all the other cars around it know that it's operating in autonomous mode. That there's no
Stay the hell away from it.
Yeah, I guess that would be the message there. But interesting.
Yeah, back to decent levels here, guys, sport-wise, anyways, for Uber once again.
Yeah, I think, look, the whole sentiment thing, what are you going to do, right? Like, you just sort of have to line up if things start to look better, these are the things that I like. Because maybe you like the theme. It hasn't really mattered for Uber, and I'm not going to, the disappointment with this not breaking through that 50 period, when it looked like we were going to, but things changed in the last this week has certainly changed that, unfortunately, is what it is. But when you can always just zoom out. I think I'd be I'll be more concerned with this price, or with the stock at this price, these prices, if on the weekly chart, since this is a 2024 low, and you've been able to make a series of higher lows showing you a bit of a support line, and it's directly between the 50 and the 200, like neither moving average is useful on the weekly, except for maybe a target. If we lose this trend line on the weekly, then I'll get concerned on Uber. As long as it holds, if it manages to hold this through all the turmoil, I think you're fine, right here. And then a singular breakout is going to be good to go. But if we break down, then it's a wait for the 200 period down at 60. It doesn't feel like that's happening right now in Uber. It's managed to sort of, hold the line for a while, just to use a pun. But there is some strain on it here, specifically today, right at $72. This is not, I don't have a lot of, I'm defending this level this morning, given how weak things are. But if the first thing we do off the open is false break a support level and then close higher on a couple of 15-minute candles, and at 10 o'clock we're looking at a false break low, then yeah, continuation longs can be a thing here. Uber is a name that I like for some strength, and just not really feeling a lot of strength today.
I was looking at just another name here, Lyft. I mean, this name is right at a spot as well. You're right now looking like you want to break this bottom on Lyft. So, unlike Uber, it looks like it has some support, although this has been support since a month and a half ago, back to mid-February. Definitely gets the feel here of breaking lower on Lyft. I mean, you have a very dramatically sloped 50-period moving average. You've started to turn around on your 200 to get to the downside right now. Just no positive news here for Lyft. Uber has the Uber Eats. They have the Uber Freight. They have a bunch of different, that deal with NVIDIA. I don't see Lyft, lifting from here, to be honest with you. I mean, not even a break of 14. That's not even that great. This is now just sort of almost like the reverse. What do you call the opposite of the flag? You get down there, you're kind of trying to, this almost looks like a hockey
flag,
stick.
maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I guess bear flag, yeah. Right into there. So it looks like we're getting ready to break lower. And I would say that, it looks, $10, $50, $11 there for Lyft. probably something to look at. So I would buy Uber. I'm not buying anything except for indexes right now, but I would think that Lyft is probably something to keep an eye on, especially if it does start to break through that 14 level, play it down into $10. I think this is hit. I mean, if Uber gets hit on any kind of bad news, I would think Lyft probably gets hit even worse. So yeah, down to $13. I don't know, man. We wait for those big stories to sort of, ignite these things, and I just don't know if there's one ready here. I thought that news with NVIDIA being autonomous there and getting, as you guys were saying there, into all those Uber cars and just making any car basically autonomous, that would be amazing for Uber and really change the margins on that. So I'm excited for it. I mean, I'm still a shareholder of Uber and don't plan on selling anything. I was checking the account this morning. There's actually a benefit of being, so diversified, like 30 or 40 different names in my account. And at some point it's negative, like when you're watching the Mag 7 just rip up, for the last 10 years. But at some point it's nice to be diversified. And I think that right now that feels pretty good. So, all right, let's go back over there to Joe and figure out what he's talking about.
All right, guys, what's going on, everyone? Happy Thursday. Let's get right into the world of derivatives. We're going to take a look at a name, one of my favorite, but hasn't been performing well as of late, down over 50% off of its highs, guys. This is going to be at this $80 strike price, something that's extremely out of the money. You can see that worth the bid and the ask are essentially worth nothing. But I wanted to take a look at the open interest to see if, hey, where can we potentially climb to in the coming weeks? So what we got going on over here is 17,300 contracts at that $80 mark, and then volume around 9,110. But at the end of the day, this contract is extremely weak. And with everything that we got going on right now, I don't know if we'll have the ability to climb. I didn't see anything substantial on the put side either, so we'll have to take that into consideration. Robinhood, $80. I think we stay a little bit south of this for quite some time. We'll take a look at the options chain throughout the coming weeks and see if we see anything that says, hey, we are ready to start moving. And we have to wait for a definitive technical break as well, too. And same thing with Bitcoin. The crypto space, we're not performing relatively well. But then we've seen the trend line breaks in other names like the Netflixes and a couple other ones, all right? So your delta is literally sitting at a 4. So there's essentially a 96% chance that this thing is going to expire out of the money. Well, maybe with Wealth Simple now, because there's zero commissions, that's when you can get involved with some of the writings. Other than that, if you have your typical brokerage, then you're going to be paying fees. But 96% chance that you are not going to close above $80 or at $80 by this Friday, by tomorrow, guys. At the money, IV sitting around 72%. We're back. All right. Guys, now we're going to take a look at Meta. A lot going on over here. Open interest, the volume relatively light here and the open interest, but what we can see is a slight uptick in the at-the-money IV. Nothing crazy. We're still sitting around 36%, which isn't bad whatsoever considering it's almost a $600 name, but $595 expiring tomorrow. Open interest 1,380, volume 3,520. Now your bid and ask, you're sitting around $15. Not horrible, right? Just due to the fact that there's not that much volume. And there was a couple strike prices that had a little bit more size, but collectively between the volume and the open interest, 595 is going to be the most when you have them both combined. Now your delta sitting on that 50, right, considering it's an at-the-money contract, and then your gamma essentially relatively cool here around $2, which isn't bad whatsoever. But you can see, considering you're at the money, and we talk about delta at kind of that at-the-money median, essentially what you have here is that there's a 50% chance that this contract will expire in or out of the money, all right? And once again, at-the-money IV, 36%. And I talk about this quite often, is that you can use your delta metric as a gauge to where it will expire. And if you're just currently trading at where you're at, then it's like, okay, you have that 50-50 chance. And then the deeper you go down, you're going to see that increase in delta, and you can correlate that with the price action and say, hey, yeah, look at it. There is a higher probability that this is going to expire in the money. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make money. It's the exact same thing here with Hood. We'll take a step back. Considering $80, there's a 96% chance that you are not going to close above or at this price. And we will be back momentarily.
Thank you very much there, Joe. One of those names, man, Robinhood, Interesting day to give it the old initiation. Jeffries giving him the buy initiation, whatever. You don't know. You pick one day, and we get good news with oil futures and what's going on in Iran, and the next day you get bad news. So it's kind of a ho-hum there, and it'll be a positive story, the catalyst, quote unquote catalyst here, but that doesn't necessarily matter when Bitcoin and Ether are headed to the downside, when the financials are looking weak, when the market's down 1%. You add that all up, and Robinhood, even with that rating, is not going to be positive. That said, it does have a support line. We were talking about like Uber kind of having like a line of support at 72, which is threatening to break. We're a little further away on Robinhood. Like, it would actually take a bit of a move to get down in there on Hood, as you can see. Like, we're at 71.5. You've got 70 support on a closing basis and then a couple wicks underneath there. So there is at least a chance. Like, if we get down far enough, let's just say, where you get a bit of you could have a mean reversion type trade set up on a Robinhood, only if we get down there and break a bit of a trend. So it'll be on the radar. This is another one where I'd put it in. It's not in the category of Uber, where I feel like Uber was going down mostly because of what's happening in the market, and the second we start to level off a little bit, I think that should look good. Robinhood, you have to also consider like twofold, like what's going on in the financial sector in general, and then what's going on in crypto, because not every we've had a few bounce days where the market will reverse for us and Bitcoin and Ethereum aren't good. And I think on those types of days, Robinhood's not going to be some kind of a guarantee. So I'd be a little bit more hands-off on this for bounces, even though it's pretty much the same chart as Uber in a certain sense. I don't know if I like this one as much, and I say that as someone who, I bought this consolidation to get into Robinhood for the first time for myself. But I just don't like it for the day trade today. But I do like when we get a fresh coffee.
Yes, we got coffee, and we've got bananas today. Thank you. Randy, how was the drive in? Okay. Thank you, Randy, there. Yeah, for me, I looked at Robinhood yesterday, and I thought maybe the $50 or so area was a good spot to look, which it would suck because that's down another 20%. It's the same kind of thing as Lyft right now. It's like, once this is broken, man, you basically open up the floodgates, and you have guys like Neil just said, man, out of nowhere, Jeffries coming to try to save the stock. Here he comes to save the day. Jeffries is not Mighty Mouse, and I don't think that's going to work out, man. I don't trust crypto here. We talked about that yesterday. I don't like the financials. I like the financials, but I'm not really loving the situation here. Silver's down 5%, signaling global manufacturing worries as well. And just the financials continue to get hit, and I just don't really want to go after a fintech this year. I'm not super excited about the possible lack of interest rate cuts happening this year. I think Robinhood's thrown a lot of ideas at the market right now, which has been great. I like the gold card. I like all that kind of platinum access and everything that Robinhood represents. It's just, when you're throwing, everything at the stock and you're still not able to get higher. Obviously, we have a story with the market not helping anything out either. When you get big guys like JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, they're all not looking super healthy either. But at least over here, you're getting these kind of bumps, right? In Robinhood, you're just a matter of moments away from breaking those levels. This didn't even happen, by the way. Breaking those levels and seeing you later on Robinhood. But it could be. It's already been beat up half, right? It's cut in half. So I think to start a position, I do like Robinhood. Look, I've been buying SoFi. That might even look worse. All right, Brendan's got numbers here at 8:30, and we're getting ready to have Scott Redler coming on from T3 Live. So that'd be interesting to hear again another trader's take potentially on the futures and what he's looking at. And as I write down some levels that I'm looking at here as well. Back over to Brendan.
A note here on app as well, guys, trading lower this morning after concerns raised about a move direct push from Meta or APP. So app downside in a pretty big, APP downside in a pretty big way. Yeah, a couple seconds here. We'll get initial jobless claims for last week. 205 was the prior reading, forecast 209, so a little bit of an uptick expected once again, a couple weeks in a row for that. 1.86 million on the continuing side. 1.819, the actual reading comes through there on the continuing claims, 210 on the weekly claims, so a little bit higher than the forecast, even again prior to 205 So overall, not great as far as those are concerned. 4-week average there, 210.50 on the week over week. So jobless claims numbers not really helping things as far as the market narrative is concerned. You and I were just talking about this one as well. Mara with a bit of a pop there, selling $1 billion worth of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Maybe raising some cash.
Yeah, well, it feels that way because, I mean, I don't think a company would necessarily want to sell at these levels unless they needed cash. But here it is. Mara has agreed to purchase about $1 billion of its 0% convertible senior notes due in 2030 and 2031. They entered into private negotiated agreements to purchase these different sums of money. I just wanted to highlight here, they have sold 15,133 Bitcoin for about $1.1 billion. That was between the dates of March 4th and then yesterday, March 25th. So a couple of weeks there. The proceeds, Brendo, are going to fund the notes repurchase transactions, with the remainder available for general corporate purposes, something that we often talk about. So it looks like, the company may need some money here.
Yeah, I mean, that space obviously going to be challenging going forward. I mean, that stock, if you zoom out on it, has just been, I mean, the whole market's not helping, but it has just been a nightmare since the beginning of the year. All right, as promised, let's bring him in. Scott Redler's Chief Strategic Officer over at T3 Live. First time on the show. We're happy to have him. This guy's been around for a long, long time. He's been through all of the, I mean, pick a crisis, if you will, for the actual market. He's seen them all. We're happy to have you, Scott. Welcome, first of all. I mean, this market's, in one of those trends where every tweet, every headline, every word almost coming out of certain individuals going to make things swing around crazy. Let's start high level here. And as I mentioned, you're a guy that's been through this many, many times. Give us your thoughts as far as the overall situation, first off.
Well, I guess I'm older than most out there and still in this since 1998, which I do think because of my routine and my process. And, through every crisis, you always need a routine and a process to get through it. You need to know your time frame. You need to know what you're looking to get. You need to know what you can handle. And, anything could always happen. So I try and use a blueprint and experience for each one. Right. So this does seem very complicated. Obviously, a war in the Mideast that is fluid and headlines are thrashing the tape back and forth. There's a lot of other narratives out there besides that. So again, you kind of don't want to have an opinion. You want to have your levels. You want to be prepared. You want to see things on the daily chart, the weekly chart, the monthly chart. You need to know, what are you doing? Are you day trading for a living, where you need to be right every single month to get a paycheck, or quarterly? Some get paid quarterly. Or are you an investor? Are you sitting in stocks? Are you just someone who puts money in a 401k every single month? Or a 529 for your kid, or a 403b if your significant other doesn't have a 401k and is in private practice. So the question is, where are you? What are you doing? What's your outlook? And we all have different ones. So I think this show is catered more to the active trader who trades for a living, which is cool because I also do that as well. That's, as a chief strategic officer, I put together a note. I do a morning call. I do this thing called the 6:30 Club, where every morning I talk about the levels and the narratives, the keys to the day, and every day has been different. But the one thing I will say, if you go to the chart here, which I put the chart of the SPYs, the bottom line is, when you're below the 8 and 21-day moving average in the SPYs and the Qs, you, as an active trader, you don't want to be in a ton of risk because there's no momentum. If you break the 8 and 21-day, guess what? You can go to the 200-day. If you stay below the 200-day, like we've been for 4 or 5 sessions and can't reclaim it, even when we're so oversold, there could be lower lows. Like so far, we've come off about 8% off the highs. You can see that right here, which was Friday's low of 644. All we did is bounce back pretty much to resistance 1, which wasn't, very assertive. There wasn't a lot of power. There was a lot of gaps. The oscillator here was minus, 51, so we're kind of just neutral. So to me, if you look at the weekly chart, just to see the bigger picture, you will kind of see that, all we did so far is see the 644 level. This is when the 821-day rolled over there. And there's no reason why we couldn't see, 614, which would be about 12%, which still wouldn't be, last year in the first quarter, we were down 21% off the highs, and all we had was a tariff banter. Now we have the war, we have the AI apocalypse of taking over jobs, you have the private credit, so there's a lot going on here. So you want to make sure you're not just having an opinion on, hey, it's Microsoft, it can't go down anymore. Well, guess what? It's been down for 8 days in a row into new lows. Or, hey, it's Google, that doesn't look like a head and shoulders top. Like you look at something like Google, using patterns. Everyone, it's Google, it's the best in breed, but look at Google. Google had a head and shoulders top pattern. If you got out of it when it broke the 21-day at 337, it no longer was in a strong trend. Then you had a wedge, continued to break to the downside. And then right here, it developed the right shoulder, broke below the 294, 296. And then yesterday in the gap up, some guys like, what's going to happen here? Can you reshort the break, which it tested 296. If you did, you were very happy yesterday. You were shorting a stock that's weaker, that triggered lower, made some money there. And then now today you're getting paid. It's below 289. So question is, does it get to 272? And how does it trade along the way? So, you're getting names like this that are like, wow, does this mean that the market's in a lot of trouble? Or does it mean we're just rotating to the optical stocks? The space names have been stronger. Marvell looks good. Dell's been a monster. So you have the have and have-nots. What's above the 8-21-day? You could be long that. What's below? You need to be tactical. And overall, you need to have a macro plan on, how to put money to work during volatile times, because the correction phase in the market, however long it lasts, is what you build your average cost with down the road for the long term.
Scott, if you zoom out a little bit, I mean, living in a world, I didn't pull up the VIX yet this morning, but I mean, round 20, let's say, for volatility for the overall market here. Can you go back, and maybe think of a time where, as you were mentioning, you have some of the biggest names in the world, Microsoft, Google's, the Apples of the world, all down in the teens percentage or even more in some cases. But overall, the market's really, 8, 9, maybe we get to 10% off all-time highs at this point. Like it's different. It feels different from that sense.
Well, it's also because we're not used to, the last multiple years since the low in 2022. There was a time, remember 2021 to 2022, Facebook went to, below 100, Amazon, Google, they're all, were in those corrective phases, and the market was drawn out in a grind literally for that year. And that was a tough year. I feel like we've been in this type of grind lower since October. So it's March, but, a lot of these names have all been corrective phases since October. So it's October, November, December, January. We've been in this for 6 months now, and there was a lot of frustration. I know about 2-3 weeks ago, everyone's like, how could the S&P only be down 2-3%? Because they're doing distribution. They don't want it to, a trickle turn into a waterfall yet, because the big money has to distribute stocks, and how do they do that? By thrashing things around and giving you a false sense of security. So traders wanted, I wanted the S&P to go lower. I'm like, what? The market is so broken. There's so many names that aren't working. How could we be down 3%? So people are pressing the SPYs and the Qs and losing money there and making money buying stocks they think hit a low, and you're losing both ways. That's not a lot of fun. Is that fun?
If we zoom out though, and from a strategic point of view here, are you right now focusing more on the 2, 3, 4 day moves, or trying to take advantage of a couple of percent on a tweet kind of thing intraday?
I'm trying to do a little bit of it all. I'm trying to just be safe. I'm trying to guide my cash is a position. And I would need people to feel comfortable that, and some days are better setups than others. Like yesterday, if you're a good short, that was a good short setup. You gapped up, SPYs went to like 661, right below the high from Monday. You could have shorted in the first hour and made really good money as things kind of rolled over. On a down day like today, maybe there's some things you could buy versus levels. Like yesterday, the space names were pretty strong. So go to something like ASTS. I had the chart up right here. This was a decent candle yesterday. If you follow the rules, the ASTS is down, it's down only 280 something or other here. You should be able to buy a little bit to go from red to green. But if the SPYs that are down 6 go down 12 today, which could happen too, chances are you're not going to be able to buy ASTS down 3 and take advantage of the emotion of the indices on a stock that was strong yesterday. You could say the same thing for an AMD, right? AMD, you play by the rules. AMD had a strong candle yesterday, right? Strong candle, closed near the highs. If you're long AMD, you didn't do the wrong thing. but you have two conflicting views. The S&P is below the 8 and 21 days, so it's volatile. VIX is high. You can't have too much, but at least I gave you a reason to be in it by being strong all day versus a gap. So if your trade is I'm long versus 211, you could probably buy a little bit lower, but if all of a sudden it breaks the gap of 211, the trade changed and you got to get out. So what I tell my guys is, what is your framework of the trade? And if the trade changes, you have to use your stop.
All right.
Some people are super active and some people are more.
ASTS, we have AMD. What else is top of your mind here this morning as we head to the open?
Well, I want to see if the space names that had momentum and strength yesterday continue, because SpaceX is filing. So you have ASTS that kind of moves with Rocket Labs. So I'm watching those two together to see if there's any kind of dip to buy versus a 15-minute low. I'm going to look and see, does the momentum continue in LUNR, which is a lunar space stock that's doing pretty well. PL is doing pretty well, so that's one spot. Then I'm going to look at some of the memory names. The memory names were super strong until Micron reported, and they sold the strength. Micron's down 100 points since the highs. SanDisk is at the 21-day versus the indices below the 200-day. So maybe there's an opportunity in SanDisk. Also, Bank of America upgraded it. So I'm going to watch those versus key levels and see, can you buy anything versus a level to make money? And then, maybe I'll look at Microsoft for a cute oversold bounce. It's down 9 days in a row if it reclaims yesterday's low. And then I'm going to watch the SPYs. SPYs right now are below yesterday's low of 655. Right, so if you look here, 655, it's below. Here's 649. 649 is the low from, I think, what was that, Tuesday? So do we hold 649 and try and come off that low to keep this lower range intact, or do we break that and all of a sudden now we'll see how we handle Friday's low? So it's like it's really level by level, sector by sector. Some sectors are broken. Some you're looking for an oversold bounce. Some you're looking to see if they could stay strong. And then you're looking for changes. And you have to watch that subtle change, because if you miss that subtle change, all of a sudden you could be doing the wrong thing. And that fine line between losing a little turns into a lot, or making a little turns into, not making a lot. So that's our job, to watch those things, micro-wise.
If anybody wants...
Term,
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
So I would say long term, if you have a 401k, at your age, we have a lot of time until we retire, so just put your monthly flows in. Don't let the TV, get you out of it. You can't time your 401k. You put it in every month. You get an average cost. I also have a Blood on the Street account that, which is a cash account that I've had on the side, which is almost like a product, where I leg in when the oscillators are a certain amount. So again, if you go real quickly to the, to map it out, because whenever it's happening, sometimes you get more scared. So I put my cash account that's been in a cash account, my wife's Blood in the Street account, I put tier 1 to work here, which was 8% off highs. So I now that's involved, I space it out now. The next tier out of the 4 would be here, which would be 12% if it happens, which also is a nice area. So, 401k long term, do you have a Blood in the Street account, or do you trade for a living?
Anybody wants...
Trade for a living, you should be in a lot of cash, because it seems like, there's volatility and there's some predatory action, but there are things to do. And if you're long-term, make sure you stick to your plan. Don't let anyone tell you about all the risks of being in the stock market, because there's much more risk being out of the stock market.
100% agree. Anybody wants Scott's note, down below in the description is the link for that. We had a great conversation this time yesterday morning, Scott, about what you just mentioned, or one thing you just mentioned there. The SpaceX IPO, you buying the open?
I have this thing called the art of the first day of the IPO. I've traded through so many IPOs. I traded through the Facebook IPO. I traded LinkedIn. I traded every one of them. Sometimes, unfortunately, when you have 9 different private rounds and the valuation is through the trees, the first day it opens is the highest open for 6 months. So what I like to do is I take the opening print, wherever it opens, and then if it goes a little bit below it, I don't want it. If it hangs there, absorbs the supply from all the guys flipping and flipping and flipping, and then gets above that opening print, then you could buy with that low and then see, if the demand outstrips the supply. But sometimes it's a bloated pig, and the pigs of the private market have been making so much money in valuations, and they stuff it down the public's throat. You don't want to be that public getting it stuffed down your throat. So you want to make sure that you do it strategically and not just buy the open, because that could turn into the high. Like, remember coin? Remember when coin came out? The high of that day was the high for like 6 months. You know, Facebook also. I remember that came out, had a push, closed below the opening print, and went down, and it got sloppy, and people got crushed. So just because it's SpaceX doesn't mean it's buyable on day one. So you have to have a plan on how you want to do it. And usually, if you have the opening print and you can't get back above that opening print, that means everyone's just flipping it and selling it, and there's too much supply, and you have to wait and be patient. And we'll talk a lot more as we get closer to that.
Different markets, different times as well. Great insight. Scott Redler, Chief Strategic Officer over at T3 Live. Thanks for this.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate you.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Couldn't agree more. The SPY 12% level. Love that cash being a position. And then regardless if you're Google or not, you can still put in bearish patterns. I couldn't agree more. Thank you, Scott. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. And we're going to start with Qualcomm, Bernstein giving them the downgrade here, guys, and lowering its price target from $175 to $140. You're down almost 2% here. Fiserv also, Raymond James, downgrading them from outperform to market perform. You're down 1 1/3 this morning. And then we have Flutter Entertainment, substantial price cut here, guys, from $300 to $160 by UBS. And then we also have Nike dripping a little bit lower here, guys, down 0.5% going, and also price target being lowered from $72 to $65 by Telsey Advisory Group. Moving forward, let's take a look at some of the nods here. Airbnb getting one this morning. You're up 1 1/4. Truist giving them the raise, guys. Sell to a hold and a price target increase from $107 to $129. Now, Nucor as well getting the nod, guys. Price target increase from $184 to $190 and going from a neutral to a buy. Amazon getting its price target increased by Citibank, going from $265 to $285. And then we have Marathon Petroleum getting the nod. $210 to $270 is that price increase by Raymond James, guys. You're up a little bit less than 0.1%.
I love that. I love that new logo.
That's cool, but it looks like
that should be their new logo. That's awesome.
It's like dripping. I can't. Is it dripping?
It's
is
like
it
an arts
melting?
thing.
Is it like, did it slash somebody and like blood's coming off?
Yeah,
of it?
I think it's like a badass logo. I like that logo, man.
I'm curious where that came from.
Joe, man, you might be able to get into a different kind of a job there. I really like that one. I was. He took it off Google. Yeah, good job there. Okay. Yeah, look, I mean, awesome to have Scott on there. I mean, that's exactly, it's funny because Scott, man, you got me by 4 years. He talked about 1998. I'm a 2002 guy myself. But shout out to you, Scott. I mean, I was just saying to Brendan and to Neil, it's great to have, you know, a fellow trader on here that's looking at key levels and giving the goods that we had. So we want to say thank you to Scott for all of that. Not just a hype man, right? This guy giving you good levels. Check him out. T3 Live, another prop firm, right? We're trading prop, he's trading prop over there as well. And then he talked about different accounts, and I think that's important to figure out all of that stuff too, right? Is that, you know, it's easy to say, oh, you know, like Microsoft's going down, you know, let's buy this and hold this in our 401k. Well, that's an actual strategy. Like, you know, when a stock hits certain levels, he was talking about the S&P 500 being down 8%. Yeah. That was sort of tranche 1, and then he was mentioning that the next tranche was the 12% level there, and so on and so forth. So I just think regardless of what your plan is, and a shout out to Scott for his, you got to have one, because in these moments, it's like, what exactly are we doing here? I bought the S&P 500, I think it was a week and a half ago or so. So, you know, similar kind of ideas here on a move down. And then, yeah, obviously, you guys have sat here, and if you're watching the show, you've seen us trade IPOs as well. So I think that's exactly right, man. Take that opening print is what Scott was saying there as well, and trade off of that. And I think that that's an important thing to do. And we'll wait to see if SpaceX has that opportunity for us. And I think he's right, man. I mean, that's something that we never even thought about. All those rounds of buying there. Traders may want to exit out once that IPO hits, right? We'll have to see how many shares.
Exit strategy.
Yeah, how many shares are available to sell and what the lockup period looks like and so on and so forth for a lot of those traders. Because if SpaceX comes out at $105 or something, I'm making a price up, I have no idea. And then all of a sudden, you know, the opening print is like 150. Yeah, I was going to say 150, but 250. You know, does that signal traders to putting in more market on sell orders? Sure, you might get that first bump of $1 or $2. I mean, again, throwing out numbers, but what happens after that? You know, when people open up their accounts and you're an early investor of SpaceX at, let's just say, $1 billion valuation, that's not going to be true. But and then it comes out at 1.75 trillion. And then let alone that's the number that they're trying to raise. That it could come out at $5 trillion.
The valuation could be. There's a really decent.
The print could be 4 times expected.
At the open, it'll be by an order of magnitude, biggest IPO instantaneously. By an order of magnitude, it could be bigger than the entire space sector on the
yeah, there's nothing else in that sector.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, it's a bunch of small names. You just add them all up together, and then even take a portion of Amazon has been with. You could take it all, and it almost guarantee you it's going to end up large and dwarfing all that. That being said, it's like everything else. Scott said have different accounts. Remember, there's a difference between a day trade and buying that IPO and holding it. Because I'll tell you right now, look at Rivian. Okay, now this is a monthly chart on Rivian, so you can see everything. Rivian was a good day trade IPO. Rivian was a dumpster fire if you bought and held that on IPO day. You have to be able to separate these two things. Left brain, right brain, it's important. But there's something else Scott said that I think is just as important. Look at what he mentioned AMD. He mentioned Dell, right? Like Dell, fresh highs yesterday, been a rocket ship into a weak market. It's down a point because the market's down. It's up a little bit because SMCI is getting bad news, and that's a benefit to them. So this is a better kind of name. Like if you're looking for longs, there's going to be some things that are at key levels. I get it. Buying dips off of support levels. But there's also a few names that if we get down far enough, you find a support level on like a Dell, maybe like a 175 area, probably closer to 72. And you've got something which is you've got relative strength in an upward trend as opposed to trying to find where the bottom is on some things as we're trending down in here today. I can hear some keys going through.
Yeah, because I want to do this.
An idea what it might be, because I think that's a little more clear than what we had yesterday.
Yeah, I just want to do it now because we have more viewers watching now. We just had Scott on as well. We're talking about this. Are you buying the open print on SpaceX? Start your voting now. So if you hit number 1, right? I'm gonna get in the chat right here and do this myself. I'm a little bit ahead of it there. Neil said 1 already. Yeah, I said start. So there we go. So Neil and I, the first. What? Oh wow, a lot of no's hitting right now in the chat right there. So here we go, man. I know we did this yesterday, so that's fine. Yesterday, I think it wasn't it a yes yesterday? I can't.
No, it wasn't no.
It wasn't no, okay.
You've skewed it by, there's 3 exclamation points for not a chance.
Yeah, where?
Only 2.
Oh, yeah. Right. Can I fix that? I don't think I can. No, yeah. So not a chance with 3 and hell yeah with a 2. Hit that Stone Cold, he's not even there. I was gonna say hit that Stone Cold Steve Austin because that's a hell yeah thing. So here we go, man. We are very, very much excited about this. A lot of people saying rigged. I think you're right, man. I think it will be a little bit of a rigged open, to be honest with you. I do think it would be exciting. I was planning on taking shares, but I might not, actually. It might be one of those ones where if it halts, you can almost take the first halt as well.
Oh, honey-pea.
I just don't know if
I think it might be so liquid.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I don't know if that one holds. We have a lot of time to think about that one.
Well, who knows?
And then the other thing to consider before we go back, and we'll get back up to the desk and we'll get into the rundown and all that. Another thing to consider is don't forget all the other space names. Sometimes if the big name comes out with an IPO and it's the biggest one in the sector or it's a massive one in the sector, it can be a not just selling point for them, but you can have 2 factors going in. It could signal a top in that sector, or it could signal anyone that wants to buy SpaceX could be exiting some of their other positions. So you got to watch out for if you're a Rocket Lab holder, if you're a holder of ASTS, you might start to think about, okay, well, what's going to happen? Am I in the money? Do I trim? Have we made a temporary top? Are people going to sell this so they can buy SpaceX? There's a lot to consider over the next few days and weeks, but. Before we go back to the desk, it is also worth considering that we have not had any slowdown. Like the jobless claims, schmobless claims, didn't really do anything for the market. We're still in a very slow decline overnight into the ether here on the NASDAQ, both the NASDAQ and the ES, same thing. At least you haven't broken yesterday's low on the S&P yet. NASDAQ has. S&P hasn't quite broken yesterday's low, but we're still tracking down into it.
Before we go back, yeah, just one, no, it's fine.
Even worse now.
Yeah, it's 71.30. Wow. So, yeah, Scott sort of basically told us to watch out for the opening print there. So some people in the chat saying we just had Scott on, and he said no. I think he said that he was going to take the opening print, but pretty light, and then see how it traded around it. So, yeah, there it is, man. And I just want to remind everybody, whether or not you're on TikTok, whether or not you're on Rumble, whether or not you're here watching us on YouTube, wherever you're on Twitch, you can vote. So no matter where you are, your vote will count. You just got to put it out right there. So that's it. We'll change the poll up. Thank you, everybody, for joining on that one. And anytime Neil, myself, Sharif, anybody has an idea for a poll, we're going to get active with it, because I think it's kind of cool to have all you guys out here right now participating real time. I mean, I think that's an awesome thing. And I want to thank Fabian and everybody around here for doing that as well. Okay, we can throw a super chat up. We have 5 minutes until the rundown. We want to thank everybody. And if you ever have any super chats, please put them out, man. Andre will throw them up and let us know that they're there. All right, you're looking at a three criteria thesis. Okay, down sector, yes. I mean, this is exactly the kind of stuff that I do with writing the sticky note. A staple in the utility in the AI sector. Okay, so you're looking at the AI sector, I guess. Then you're looking at for a staple, so like an ARM or NVIDIA, I guess. A sector that will recover as liquidity returns to markets, and I keep getting led back to silver. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's funny that you write that. I only have two ideas on here so far, silver and IBIT. And for silver, we use SLV. As a trading. I can call up spot silver for you if you want to as well. Generally speaking, though, silver making a downside move. We can look at the US dollar right now and see if there's any strength in there. Silver going down would potentially mean strength in the US dollar. Again, the thing about silver, and I think you're right when you're talking about sectors, if we're going to talk about manufacturing and we're going to talk about the rebuild of, even the Middle East, or just how housing starts are going to try to kick up again. We know that, as far as AI and data center builds out and everything like that, that silver is something that is an industrial metal. So the the base case for silver, I think would be a long. But for me, I'm actually worried right now about global stability, right? What's going on with the economy of the world right now? We worry about inflation targets, and generally a move down in silver would mean that inflation fears are subsiding. But we just saw CPI come through, a PMI come through, and I think inflation may bubble up again at some point here. And I know that with the Fed coming through, that's going to be a key target for them. We just had Powell say that inflation was sort of, where it needs to be for right now. With all the spending happening right now with the war, I do wonder about inflation. And right now, silver getting hit to the downside. So I think if you like silver over there, yeah, you're getting close. We talked about the 200 period moving average. For me, I'm short silver right now, just based on stuff that Scott said, man. We broke lower, and it looks like right now, if we can get any bump ups, I want to go short. I had written this down, well before. This is the first two ideas I have, and I actually got to get on this account right now as well for the sticky note. So, what else do you guys have?
I want to acknowledge
high quality.
Vincent,
Perfect.
you, Vincent. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you for the kind comments. We definitely appreciate you, brother. You have to inflation and concerns about possibly recession have to be in there the longer this goes on, and that's one of those things that can weigh. I kind of like silver too. I mean, I own some physical silver myself, but that weighs probably a little bit more in that than it would on gold. So if you look in the same vein, like if you get the worry of a recession, then gold could be another place that you got to look. Just wanted to throw up. There's another name making some highs before we go back to the desk. Lunai. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Lunai Bioworks executed a $20 million transaction to acquire blood-brain barrier delivery technology and central nervous system Alzheimer's drug assets from Clemen Group. So, yeah, they've made a strategic acquisition, LNAI. It is battling to try to not be a penny stock. The float is only 20 million. It's going to do that multiple times over. I don't have any short information on it. When it's that small, sometimes you don't have short float, but that's a pretty tiny float. It's already close to doing a turning over its float once and still looking pretty strong. So another small capper that is running in case you're interested. Another one for Sharif to look at. Obviously, it's above VWAP when you're up 130% in 5 minutes. So that one looks like it's going to be a runner headed for the $1 mark, Sharif.
screen and it's at 80%. I look back at a screen, it's 133%. I love these, Brendo.
It's a casino every day.
All right, let's look at the SPY, guys. 656 3/4 is where we closed out on the SPY yesterday. We're down more than 0.4% right now, and we are barely holding on to $650. We're barely above it, Brendo, 650.40. So the first level we're going to say, let's see if we can hold that 50-point area. If we can't, we're looking at that area where we defended yesterday, 648.5. We had a couple of 4-hour candles close above that. If we catch a bid for whatever reason, we're looking at that 660 area as our, well, that's the resistance level 2. If we catch a bid, we're looking at yesterday's closing print as our first level of resistance, which is 656 3/4.
Wow, Dana White on CNBC right now. That's early for him, I feel. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list. I don't know why that didn't work, but there you go. The link is below in the description. Second link down below will get you to the watch list. All you need is the... oh, it is too.
It's Fetterman.
It looks shockingly...
It looks like him, yeah.
I don't know. My eyes are horrid.
He's the new Joe Manchin, Brendo. He kind of in between
left and
right. This Fetterman guy, yeah.
My eyes are horrid, apparently. I mean, we're 30 plus feet away from those TVs, okay. I have to say. But anyways, disregard my prior comment. I apologize. Let's talk about some memory stocks here. Google with a headline this morning, sending some of these to the downside, including SNDK with a nice gap here after getting absolutely flushed before the open yesterday. I mean, it did recover a little bit, but here we go again.
Google coming out with this algorithm yesterday. Supposedly, it's going to be able to use less memory, and so for data centers, of course. And so the memory stock sold off on that. Morgan Stanley coming out today defending their call here on Micron, specifically reiterating overweight rating and pushing back against the recent sell-off. The firm views the pullback as normal repricing of durability concerns. Memory is described as kind of the bottleneck in AI infrastructure. Demand is so strong that customers are reportedly prepaying for large volumes of memory. And AI share of semiconductor spending could reach well above 50% according to the report. Traditional peak cycles, we've seen this with memory before. There's a glut of inventory, then there's not enough of it. Morgan's saying those days are probably done if you believe that. They say that they argue that the cycle is not behaving like past memory cycles due to the structural AI demand. They didn't specifically address this, this algorithm that Google supposedly released yesterday, but they're basically reiterating the demand, and they're saying gross margins at 81%, probably not sustainable because, you know, there's going to be more inventory that comes on, but demand will be there.
This, I don't know why, but if anyone's ever watched the show Silicon Valley, it's
good.
The first thing I thought of when I read the story this morning was that show, because the whole premise behind that show is that these guys out of nowhere, I mean, it's not Google, obviously, but they come up with this compression algorithm that changes the memory game forever, essentially, but they spend the whole series trying to make it work. It reminded me of that.
I remember these memory programs as far back as 8 megabytes of RAM. Pentium 75,
for sure.
8 megabytes of RAM, 1 gigabyte hard drive, Brendo, and these programs have been around since then, so not new.
Let's see how it transpires. Yet another potential opportunity for Google, maybe.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But I mean, Scott went over the Google chart. It doesn't look all that good. And when you look at the memory names, they're starting to show some signs of breaking down. We covered in this yesterday, but Micron, it's right at this support level, like triple bottom support. Now, the easy thing would be to say, okay, well then, you know, break down 365, and then, you know, once it breaks short, you're good to go, all that kind of stuff. But when you think about what's happened to Micron, like, so you have our down day, you know, post earnings, and at the open, it's had a pretty distinct pattern, more or less every day. Some days bigger than others. Fail the low, and then recovery day, where once the 15-minute shows you a fail of the pre-market low, it then shoots to the upside, and you get an up day. Then the next day, it's a fail on the 15-minute at the high and drop. And then the next day, it's a fail on the 15-minute at the high and then a drop. In this chance, you actually can get in at 10 o'clock because it pops up to get you in. And then Micron again, fail the top at the open, which is also the prior day low, and then trend down. And then yesterday, fail the top and then trend down. So today, when it's at that low support, I think you can look at this and say, well, if the first thing it does is break that low, put in a 15-minute candle, reversal candle, something that might look like that or so, you might go for that reversal play. But it has to show it to you. I think in this particular case, Micron, it's almost like if it shows you the first 15-minute candle is a head fake almost every single day, then you wait until that first 15-minute candle tells you which direction it wants to fake. And if it doesn't, fair enough. But if it does, that can give you a bit of a direction. So I'd look for a reversal candle on that first 15 and then maybe look for a 9:45 to 10 o'clock direction for the memory names because it's at such a huge support level. I don't expect it to do something super clean here at 9:30.
It's like that story obviously sending the chip names, or sorry, the memory names lower, but it's also sending Google lower right here. So Google, it says 0, but I don't know if we just, that's why we just got a print up there. Okay, so you're down 1% today plus for Google, and it looks like they've lost the bid on this name now. 3 straight days to the downside. Just per that super chat, like weak sectors seem to be getting weaker right now. And I don't know, man, Mag 7 has been really crushed lately. So if you go over to the MAGS ETF and just to see I think when we first started talking about this, maybe it was $64 or something when I first brought this to everybody's attention. And not to brought it to your attention, but when we started talking about it, yeah, there it was. So, good memory, 64. I actually haven't looked at it since then. I remember we were talking about it potentially breaking this area. Maybe it was 63 right into there. And since then, man, we've been downside now, right? Now you're going to get that cross of the 50 period and the 200 period moving average. So, this is the MAG 7. Each stock divided by 7. You get 16%, 100 divided by 7 into this name, and then they distribute some dividends based on the ones that do. But yeah, broken, right? I mean, that's now 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 6 or 7 straight down days, and not great here. So I think the whole space needs a little bit of a shakeout before we even get going. And it's funny to say that because Microsoft and like we just showed you, Tesla, Google, all these names are really getting shaken themselves. Let alone Meta. Meta's down at $600. We don't have, Meta's near the low, near the bottom. But anyways, I just think that when you're looking at these names, I know Joe, all of us, on the show here, we like Google. And I think that it is something that gets bought on dips, but not the last couple of days. And I'm not sure it's going to happen today either, as the NASDAQ's starting down 1%. So I'll have the sticky note out in a couple of seconds. I just got to finish writing it, and then we'll put it out. But Google, a strong name for potential short. If you can't get going on good news, then what's going to happen if this market continues its turnover here? So yeah, looking short in anything memory related here today, I think is a good start. SMCI is an interesting one. We'll have that up in a couple minutes. That's been going up and down the last couple of days. But all right, let's go back. Okay, here we go. So here's a name that's been pretty strong, right? You want to talk about a name that's been going up on good news. It's going to be ARM. So let's go find out this story, and then we'll see if we can trade it today.
They seem to be few and far between, but absolutely 2 days in a row. Really, really nice move here for ARM. We're just about, actually, this did go green. Just back to positive territory here for ARM. 2 separate upgrades on this chip angle today.
A fabless chip designer has built their own fab. Not nearly as big, of course, as the Intels, but they gave a behind-the-scenes tour to one of these CNBC reporters. It's on YouTube. Very interesting take about their new chip that we released yesterday. You kind of felt like that they probably had knowledge of it because it was a really long video that was released on the same day. So they probably had knowledge of it from before. But in any event, today, Needham upgrading ARM to a buy with a $200 price target. They say, look, high-risk moves, including higher royalty rates and custom silicon, are now paying off for the company. They say they've become a credible AI play as demand for AI-focused CPUs accelerates in these data centers. The new processor, though, the one that we were talking about, AGI is the name. Can't be by accident, Brendo. Artificial General Intelligence. It's the first in-house data center chip developed with Meta. Meta is the big buyer, but there are others. The first people, though, the first hyperscaler they're going to get their hands on them is going to be Meta, but NVIDIA's on there. There's others as well.
All right, ARM guys struggling, I guess, right now, trying to get above this break-even point so far.
Oh, I mean, the stock did give you a pretty decent rally yesterday. How much more are we gonna ask for? Yeah, it's gonna be green. The thing is, it was already going pretty big going into this. I own shares of ARM. I love ARM, and it's been doing great. but it's multiple, like we were green for like 6, 7 days in a row through all of this turmoil on ARM. It was a rocket ship off the 50-period moving average. So it feels to me like I don't want to be trapped into this. It has to be long because it's relatively strong. Like I look at, like Dow made a fresh high and was going. AMD made like as Scott was mentioning, had just broken that 50-period and kind of a new breakout. This one has been ongoing for a week and a half. So maybe somebody had some inkling at this event that this was going to be announced. That seems pretty reasonable to me, given how strong it was relative to the market. And it's still threatening that you could have a bit of a side. There won't be a head and shoulders, but like a side shoulder kind of look here to the 158 to 160. I'd be very wary of this doing like a false break at the open and coming back in. Like I'd want to see this. If I like ARM today, it has to be because at the open, I don't think you'll see like this kind of a candle at the open. That's kind of crazy. But if you do something like show the bounces off of VWAP and then set up the trend, then you just join the trend. Fair enough. But at the open, I'd be a little bit skittish with this. I'm actually looking at a fade on one of our old favorites, which is Intel. Like the way that it respected 47 yesterday, like there was a short into 47 that bounced clean in the morning and then again in the afternoon, pretty clean off the 47 level. You're rejecting a big top in here. This one's just a little bit more clear. The direction I like, it's like fail that top, get the shorts somewhere in here, or just follow the trend, and you've got room for it to get down a buck and change. So this is a little bit more clear to me. I love ARM. I just feel like there could be a bit of a trap off the open.
Yeah, I was going to say sort of the same thing here. I mean, we gotta pay attention to what the broader markets are doing. But again, to look for something strong, and I only have shorts written down here today with IBIT, silver, the market, and SoFi. I put out the sticky notes now out. You guys can go check that out if you want. It's right here. Right now, I was just looking. I tweeted at Scott and said, Tom, thanks very much. IBIT, SLV, TQ, SoFi on here. You guys can go check it out. Maybe I'll put it at Trader TV Sean in the group chat over there. But looking for something strong today, I think is what you want to talk about. And right down into here, if there is a fade, like what I mean by looking for something strong is if you're looking for a long, this 156 has been pretty good. I was going to actually look at this 154 area, sort of where we gap and went yesterday. So obviously we pushed down off the open. We could see that yesterday, but then it was like, boom, as soon as that bell hit, we really took off, right? And then it looked like it wanted to stop and go around 153, 154, but it didn't stop, it went. So that's going to be a good spot right into here. If the market does bleed down today, which it's down 1% right now, I could see a fade, as we had mentioned there, sort of off the open. 156, first area that you'd look at, that's sort of where the support is, but then I would almost go down. And again, remember, we're just talking about day trades here, not to say let's hold this 154. I mean, if it continues to go down, then I think you got to exit your trade and even look to get back in somewhere around this 130, 140, because now we know, as you mentioned, that we know the fab is going, and we know that this is the idea that they have, and they want to, what was it, 3 or 4 times the chip business this year as opposed to last. So I do think that as long as ARM is being legit with this, we know SoftBank always kicking the tires here as well. I don't even know how much SoftBank owns in ARM, but I like that 154 area. So if this happens to fall $5, which believe me it can, I would pick up ARM down there. So I'm looking at 154 to 155 area for a bid on ARM, and I might even just sit there. Like this could float. Like it drifts down 50 cents. The next thing you know, a little bit of a flush, and you do wind up getting that 155. I know it seems far away now, but very possible. We were just at 156 an hour ago, or less than half hour ago. So ARM kicking it right here, upside with 913 here. Pretty interesting, few stories there. And now we'll get back to, obviously, the world with these defense stocks and some oil. Okay, good.
Nicole, Vada, good morning, my brothers from another mother. Do you think Mara will retest its morning high when the market opens? Or will it depend on Bitcoin? Yeah, Mara's selling Bitcoin, signaling that they needed to raise cash. That's one of those, I mean, it's good, pay off debt or buy your own debt. Like, it's not necessarily all bad news, but a couple of things. One, it went right into resistance. And again, as Sharif pointed out, it can be a signal of some weakness that you're doing that in the first place. Like, look at the top here at 9.25 or so, and look at all of the rejections of that level. Breakout above, immediately fail, and then start failing, and then continue failing. And then that's exactly where we drop off. I don't like there's two things I don't like about that. One, it shows you that sellers are in control at that 50 period and anything above the $9 level. Two, hate to say it, but this is still a company that's going to be somewhat dependent on Bitcoin, which is under 70,000. If we don't break back above 70,000, then why do we like this to get back to the upside? Like, unless Bitcoin does this reversal, which is fine. Like, Bitcoin did a great reversal yesterday. Like, it was trying to go up with the market and did a reversal down. Maybe it'll break that trend and go back up. But until that's proven, I can't like Mara either. It's sold at the top on positive news and is already trending down into a weak crypto market, unfortunately. Because I still, I liked IBIT long at the open yesterday because it was trending up from the pre-market, but when it broke trend, it flushed. And then it broke trend and it flushed. So as it glides higher, I'm just sort of thinking the same thing. Go out to your key levels. You've got the 40 here, and you've got this, which was been trading off this level and the 40 level for basically 2 days now. And it's 39.75-ish, that 70,000 mark. It's not exactly on IBIT. And then even if you press through and fail 40, I'm still thinking pop and fade. So that's hard to like Mara in that circumstance.
I do want to say a big shout out. Thank you, Bravely, there on TikTok, and a shout out to everybody watching us right now on TikTok. Here it is right here. Hit the like, hit everything going on there. We'll let that chat load up right here. But thank you to everybody that's on TikTok. They want to know about NVIDIA, AMD. Bravely sent us all these messages right here. There's one from RTX, NVIDIA, Meta, Tesla. Look, we'll talk about RTX quickly, and then we got to go back to the desk. We got some coverage here. This is a defense stock, so this is Raytheon. This is going to be right on topic right here, so we'll cover this real quickly for you guys over there on TikTok. Look, I thought this stock would have really mooned here with everything going on. This is RTX Corporation. Wait a minute, RTX is Raytheon, isn't it? Why is it saying RTX? Do I have this wrong right here on?
RTX is right.
Is this? Yeah, okay. Is Raytheon RTX?
Yes.
Yes, okay. My signal says RTX Corporation. That's why I was thinking to myself, maybe it wasn't. But anyways, Raytheon Technologies. Okay, yeah, makes sense. Just wanted to make sure we weren't talking outside out of the corner of our face there. All right, so 191. You guys want to talk about this? I don't know. Whenever there's things happening opposite of what you think should be happening, then you get a little worried about it, right? So this name is nowhere near its 200 period moving average. And as we talked about many stocks drifting lower these days, RTX is not, unable to do that. It's not away from that. So I think now that you're underneath the 50 period moving average, it's a great little call up here because these wicks have been bought up at 191. So I think if you want to take a shot on Raytheon right here, these last couple of dips down have all been bought and closed higher off those wicks. So yeah, you might have found something right here with Raytheon. Break of 191, I'd give it to 190. Then I think you get out 194 long. Yeah, why not swing trade this thing? 194 with a 190 base sounds good to me, especially if we do get more escalations in this space. So thank you everybody, and thanks everybody from TikTok, and keep hitting that like and keep pushing the screen, right? I don't know, that's what we're told. Keep telling him to tap the screen there on TikTok, and
Tappy.
I guess maybe on mobile is where a lot of TikTok people are watching it. So thank you everybody for doing that. Thanks Bravely for keeping TikTok moderated over there. All right, back to the desk, and I guess there's some more defense names, maybe Palantir or something like that. Let's go find out what the boys want to talk about.
I was just looking up that RTX name situation, and I guess some trading platforms catching up a little bit late. Apparently, I didn't know this either, but RTX Corporation, the official name for the company since 2023. Who knew? But yeah, the defense story, the same here once again this morning. All of these looking about the same. NOC may be lagging a little bit, but huge day yesterday for Lockheed Martin as well.
Yeah, good names for them, guys. And yes, make sure to be clicking there. That's the TikTok stream. We're live on TikTok now. Make sure to hit the like button as many times as your heart so desires. But yes, Brendo, that 15-point plan by President Trump yesterday did move some of these defense names. They rose slightly even after Pakistan delivered that U.S.-backed peace plan to Iran and offered to mediate. But the U.S. is shifting focus here more towards low-cost, autonomous, AI-enabled battle systems. Neil has one up on his screen, AVAV. Some of them are not They're not actually publicly traded, for example, Anduril. But major contractors like Lockheed, like Honeywell, they're all expanding their missile production, with the industry expected to see double-digit growth through 2028. A lot of people are saying that they're really setting up here for what could be a prolonged Cold War with China, right? They're kind of not looking past Iran. Obviously, that is affecting the market at the moment. But what they're saying is the next phase of war they have to be ready for, and they may not be as ready as they want. So
I was just reading another tweet on, I forget the name of the startup, but it's another like Anduril type defense startup that just raised a whole bunch of money. Oh, there it is. Shield AI, defense startup Shield AI, raising $2 billion at a valuation of $12.7 billion. That was a day ago.
they're on the CNBC Disruptor 50 list, and they have this big-looking drone that kind of looks like the B-2 stealth aircraft. Yeah, if you can throw that on. Brendo, what this one does is it basically goes into the air, can detect swarms of drones, okay? Say there's 20, 30 coming, it detects all of them, it prioritizes which ones are a threat that need to be taken out now. But the thing is, it's autonomous.
Right.
It makes its own decisions, targeting decisions, firing decisions. So that's raised the concern, of course, of some industry observers. We've seen this whole thing with Claude and Anthropic between the US government, but this is the typical case where human intervention would be too slow. It would need to be an autonomous system like this.
I can't wait to have giant flying robots making their own decisions, flying around in the sky, doing whatever the hell they want. Man. It's so crazy. Yep. I don't know, guys. Any thoughts here on defense names today?
So like, there's like, anyways, I was just telling this story. I saw a guy that was, it was just some random like corporate dude, whatever. He posted a thing on X where he was using Claude for whatever.
Yeah.
And overnight, in the middle of the night, it made a change to the code, correcting an error. It was something that should have been done. And so he's like, oh, well, why did you do this? And he asked Claude why it did it. And it's like, I don't know, and I don't remember doing it, was the response. And explaining it, yes, it was a necessary change.
And that's where you are, like, where's the accountability?
It's like, okay, but it was definitely done on your computer. Blah, blah, blah. It's just a weird thing. And I think there's going to be some apprehension, obviously, because we've all watched way too many science fiction movies, is the other side of the equation. Look, I'm going to show you a name that was my pick for the year, and the reason I liked it before, obviously, is gone now, and from a technical standpoint, because at the beginning of the year, it broke this downtrend, but it's in another one. That's AVAV. So downtrend, it broke last time, right at the beginning of the year. I guess we didn't make our picks until it was like, whatever. It's one of those, like, I bought it
Jan
here.
12th, I'll never forget.
Like, I buy it here because it breaks the trend, and then we announce our picks January 12th when it's already gone up. But what's more important is that it's in another one of these downtrends where I'm just waiting for the break. It could flat bottom break here and continue lower, and then we just keep tracking the trend. But once that trend breaks and shows you that higher low setup, I think this one can be one that works. There's really not a defense name that's on the radar today. Like, there was like loosely I was looking at Palantir. Didn't necessarily love the levels on it because like 155 seemed like the key place to work off of, like this 155, 156 area on Palantir. And I feel like if we're strong enough to get there, I don't know how much I'm gonna like it. So I kind of backed away from looking at defense names for the day trade in here today. We've already talked about like the names I like here. Intel, you mentioned the same name that I like, which is not even on the list. We can't say that we like 16.5 long on SoFi.
Oh, no, not for defense.
Not for defense.
I was going to say, okay.
Just a name that is not. This has held so many times, just for a trade. This has held so many times since the Muddy Waters thing that when it broke, it was always going to be a short underneath. But defense, I'm waiting for AVAV to break trend. When you're at war and defense names are trending down, then you have to understand it could be a bit of a sell the news kind of thing because they'd already had their runs, the drones, some of the drone plays and autonomous plays. So, let them wind it out a little bit and, you have some kind of indicator. If the support level holds, that's great. If it doesn't, then I just track the trend even further until we get that clean break. Guilty until proven innocent.
MF Dane DeGeneres there liking the SoFi short as well. And I just posted up on the sticky note, there it is, SoFi short 1670, Q short 44 area, silver short, IBIT short, risk off kind of a day for me there. We can, I'll put that in the chat if you guys want to go have a quick look at the sticky note. Yesterday we nailed IBIT to the penny and didn't trade it because we were at the gym. Okay, so there it is. But I was going to say as a defense stock, I mean, a name that, gets overlooked and has definitely been, thrown away right now is Boeing. I mean, this name has been absolutely crushed. This was $260 not even that long ago. You're talking about the beginning of February here. And now you're just the end of March, and this name is all the way down to 197. Like, you're down now, that's 20%. From top to bottom, isn't it? 260, yeah, 255. I mean, depending on exactly what this bottom is going to look like right there. 21% almost right there, top to bottom. And so it's been bear market territory for a name that has increased its forward look on sales for production. They've also got more orders coming through now as well. They have deals with NASA. They do have defense deals. And they do have, if we do get, again, a resurgence in, we've seen Delta and American Airlines, and a lot of airlines talk positively about, flow and traffic and, demand. I think Boeing can... So stupid. I was gonna say I think Boeing can get going, but like I have to halt myself because those things don't. That's not. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's fine. I was just gonna say, like, I don't know if it's a buy down here, but definitely a name to look at as we get into some of those lows. And I remember when I bought it at $200, it did go down into 180, popped up. I didn't do anything about it, and I don't plan on doing that. But I think this is getting to another area here where you may want to buy a little bit of Boeing down there, like a little bit of a broader chart here on the day. Oh, shoot, it's already 25. Okay, we got to go. I just want to look quickly at a weekly chart for Boeing just so we get a little bit of more of an idea here. There's your 200 period right now for Boeing on the weekly chart. So, definitely a buy zone. But, hey, man, it's been a lot better days for BA. And a lot worse days. So this is a very volatile name, but you can see this now, 2 straight down months and at the 200 period. I don't mind it. All right, 4 minutes left right now. Let's go talk about SMCI and Meta and then get this show started.
SMCI giving back pretty much everything from yesterday already this morning, trying to hold on to 23.20, rightfully so. Class action lawsuit here from shareholders after bad things were done by certain executives selling NVIDIA chips into China.
It was not a good look. It's still not a good look, Brendo. The plaintiffs here are claiming the company misled investors by concealing the reliance that they had on the China link sales. The allegations include, of course, overstated growth prospects and weak export control compliance disclosures. They're seeking damages for investors between April 2024 and March of this year, 2026. The legal action follows a major U.S. indictment tied to illegal AI hardware exports to China. As you mentioned, 3 individuals, including a Supermicro co-founder, were charged, allegedly facilitating about $2.5 billion in shipments, including NVIDIA's latest chips. Supermicro themselves was not named as a defendant in the criminal indictment. However, the civil lawsuit directly targets corporate disclosure, so they're being sued here as a company.
A little bit of a bounce here so far this morning, guys, but the effort just not there.
Thank you, Randy, with a refill already. Thank you.
The opening refill.
Randy, put this here for advertising.
Unfortunately,
there we go. Trader TV Live.
SoFi is going to have to deal with the Jack Bauer level today. It's that simple. 24, everybody. That was the gap. That was the gap down.
SMCI.
High. SMCI.
I say you said SoFi. I was like, oh my God, 24 what?
That's my bad.
Right.
SoFi's not getting $24.
No.
Not yet.
Eventually.
Yeah, $24. That was the gap top
6 months.
on day one. That's where it failed to break through yesterday. So, it gave its effort. It did the round and bottom, all of those good things. You can't fill in the gap if you can't break through first resistance. And if you don't break through first resistance on a negative story, then I think it's a pop and fade. Intel's probably a little bit closer to the levels that I like for this morning, so it'll make the list. But this is another one. If it trends up into this level again, I think you look for the fade. And remember, don't forget, even in the midst of bad news, this ended up being good for Dell. So Dell had made some fresh breakout highs. If this pulls back into some of those prior highs, at least you'd be working with some strength here instead of trying to catch some falling knives in weaker names. So, if we get some market strength, try not to forget that what's bad for SMCI has been great and fantastic for Dell the last week.
Yeah, right now, just looking at this market on open and balance, not much going on there. Meta's going to the downside. We're going to get that story in a second. Just real quick to get you guys excited here. Time to vote. This is a crazy question. Will the S&P 500 be green or red end of day? We're starting the day down almost 1%. So vote now. Get that going immediately and let us know. And I'll talk about this in just a minute. And no matter what platform you're on, vote right now, green or red. I think it's easy to say red, but I do think that we could get get back to green. Let's see what everybody's thinking. All right, Brendan has walked away. We will not be doing Meta talk about right there, but there it goes. Yeah, Meta making a downside play right here. Just for those of you that were waiting on Meta, broke through that $600 level and looks like it wants to get worse and worse and worse right here off the open. Down 2% for Meta to start with. So I can't remember the exact story we were supposed to talk about today for Meta, but it is downside. They had that, last
lawsuit.
That's what I was going to say. The lawsuit I was going to say yesterday about trying to protect kids. The government, trust me, the government knows way more about your kids than you do. So get ready for that. Thank you for the lawmakers. We are the law. All right, there it is, man. We are now.
By Beta Pro, by Globex. Shout out to them.
Yeah, shout out.
And that market is now open.
Market is open. Looking to short IBIT immediately. If there's a little bit of a bump up, we talked about the 200 period, that's 39.50. We'll see if IBIT can come in. We do want to short some silver here early as well. On a little bit of a bump, that's getting pretty close right now for SLV. We can see what that does. I'm not super excited right off the bump to short the 200 period, so let's just wait to see where it goes. I mean, the market is doing complete opposite of that. It is
shorting into
it is very excited to short this market right there early as the NASDAQ just ticks down, closing through that 1% right now.
Well, SoFi has already hit $16. So,
okay, well.
So if it does, yeah.
That's not working.
No, seriously, I just canceled the short in front of the prior low because if it's a false break at the low and then comes higher, you got to be careful shorting into that because you could easily see one of those false breakdowns. Some chip names actually moving off of the bat here. AMD up $4. Check that. AMD up $5 from the open almost.
What?
As it just went green.
Okay.
Oh, right. What's happening over here with Micron? No, Micron to the downside, wicking the low. So the memory names to the downside, AMD to the upside. Maybe that'll drag Intel up to the 47 level. No, it will not, Neil. So it looks like just AMD, from what I can see, blasting off at the open. I'm not really seeing anything that went crazy or ham. NVIDIA down. How many times do we have to tell this story? Where NVIDIA looks bad and AMD looks good.
Wow,
if you look at their valuations, you think that's not the way it should be. Because I don't think that's the way it should be based on valuation, but it doesn't matter. Yesterday you had Marvell strong, so in addition to AMD, let's see how that's doing. That would make sense to me, but that's gonna also be strong. So yeah, Marvell and AMD, just like yesterday. These were the two that showed strength along with Intel and ARM, and we're seeing the same thing off the open despite NASDAQ immediately down.
Yeah, I mean, the Marvell story just keeps on pumping higher. We talked about how much we like that stock, and it's paying off for us right now. Just still waiting to get involved, man. I mean, silver came pretty close, 62.20 there. That was a name to look at for sure. So we can have a look there. Bitcoin's not doing a whole heck of a lot as we're just waiting for something to happen. I mean, the market opened up today, but to relatively no action in some of the spaces that I'm looking. I mean, the NASDAQ goes up and down, hitting into some of the pre-market lows, so that could be thought of as a trade at some point there for the NQs coming in if there's anything. I mean, I'm looking at my sheet right now and I'm not seeing anything coming in. Meta, we could look at that. So NVIDIA, nice push down there off the open. Maybe getting ready to short that name as well. Sorry, NVIDIA, did I say Meta? Meta did have a move. Okay, Meta continue flush, down 2.7% right now, getting nastier by the day is Meta. I'm going to assume that Microsoft is also heading lower. I don't know why I would assume that, but just because the market. No, actually. So Microsoft does have a bump up, but heading lower now. Maybe Microsoft does have a bid underneath it. Let's wait to see. Palantir, you want to talk about a bid underneath it? Not right now. Palantir down to 150. Wow, this name really crushed. We talk about how aggressive Palantir can be, especially when it starts moving. And today it did exactly that, down $3 from 153 open down into 150, looking like it wants to push lower. Unfortunately, like none of my levels are coming in right now. If anything, we could have shorted, I guess, the TQs there, or the NASDAQ anyways, at the 50-period moving average of 24,120. I don't know, man. I'm not super excited about that. I mean, oh gosh.
Here comes oil.
Yeah, there goes Palantir to the downside pretty aggressively. They're now breaking through that 150 marker all the way down. That could have just been a psychological push through 150 and then a washout down to 149.60, but nice move there for Palantir, if anybody caught that little flush. Now it's starting to catch a bid, but seems like it's short-lived. Wow, everything. I don't know if anything's going up, man. I don't know.
Well,
I saw AMD.
I was hoping, well, AMD and Marvell were the only ones I saw that were moving.
ARM is going.
ARM. You're starting to get going here on oils. Like USO was not moving at all. Now it's starting to get going and head back into the upside. When the second that happened, I went over to, well, forget about Intel because that's going to be gone. I went over to IBIT. If we're not going to get a shot to get anywhere near prior key levels. Like if we're not going to test 70,000 for a short on Bitcoin and IBIT, that's somewhere in this range between 39.7 and 39.8.
I might try the
I'll just try to play it off of maybe even VWAP, but somewhere inside of the range. Like take the consolidation short, which it is right now, and play into that. Because if energy is going to go up, I don't want to miss the move. And I feel like we've already, I say we, but I've already missed it in Intel. Could have had a chance at that one. So we're going to go into IBIT. Intel already hit $46 even.
Sharif is too funny, man. No, that's just a position alarm. That's all. No alarms.
It is
no
very
nothing.
distinct.
Yeah, well, some people said that it sounds like every time we, unfortunately, we had that comment of that. It was like some people are hearing that with their sort of bombs being dropped and whatnot. Maybe we shouldn't say that, but anyways, yeah, that's not the thing. Okay, so here we go. What I'm doing right now is just going to go short the market. I mean, we had liked the market short. I said that maybe we would short it against that 50-period moving average. So when we have an idea, man, I got to try to stick with it, or else, what else do we have if we don't trade the ideas that we have? So I'm going to do that. We said preparation is key. There it is, man. We get to 91, so we'll hit some bangs right there early. Just a quick little 10-cent scalp out right there of 20%. That's it. We'll see if we can hold for a bigger move. We don't have our full position. I was really hoping to get this up to VWAP, which is 43.12s. I'm actually at 43.13s right now. So right there at VWAP. And then I'm just going to use the high as our breaking spot, maybe the 200 period. If we just shoot up there immediately, we don't want to get stopped out like instant. But right now, 43, basically, what did I write down? 26. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to actually extend that. 43.31s is going to be the stop right now. I just want to make sure I put it in the right space. And then the other thing we had there written down today was silver short. That's only down 5% right now. It has made a move back. Oh, because it has made a move back up, yeah. So it's still a big move down, as what Neil was saying there. But I do think that another short possible for silver. Just looking and trying to be patient and waiting for that price. I wrote down 63.50. Obviously, I would take 63 if we could get that there, some of those dark pool areas. But yeah, right now, one position. Okay, well, Neil's short. I had IBIT short written down too. And I guess
the levels aren't going to hit.
That's what I was going to say, like getting in. That's why the TQs, this is not necessarily the level that we love or I loved, but we're in it anyways. It's 10 cents for now, hopefully getting a little darker days in the NASDAQ for this trade. But who knows, man? We're bouncing off pre-market lows or sort of open lows right now. Here comes a nice move higher. Adara's, so Iran has officially responded. So let's go over to Adara. Iran has responded to the proposal. Let's go hear what Adara has on this one, because this is an easy way to get out of this trade.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, I don't have anything more than you do, Sean. That's what I wanted to tell you guys, though. Iran has responded to the U.S. proposal that's being reported by Tasnim news agency sources. I am not seeing what said response was. So I saw like a link to some Telegram post. Telegram post is not in English. And again, super unclear, but either way, we are seeing reports that this 15-point proposal from the U.S. has been responded to by Iran. That's not the only story I want to mention, though. AAPL, and this is down quite sharply today, and it looks like it has to do with worries about competition from Meta. META, Midwest, I guess this agency saying that they think Meta could be competing here with AppLove and could be a bad look for APP. Back to you.
Well, that might have given an opportunity to pop into some resistance here. So I got the reload at that pre-market high. It's not, okay, fine, 24-hour market. I'll call it the 918 high because it's not really the pre-market high. We have Hertz Scrambler. Thank you for the super chat. GLND and VCX. Sorry, GLND halted. Yep, that's right. I just checked my scanner as well. VCX and BTGO. Take note. Go. That's.
Take note. Marvell hit $100. Okay.
Blue Ocean alphabetically is going to be right there. You want to see BT. You want to see BTGO. That's a mover. The Halt Fest is going to be possible on that other name, that UGRO for sure. What's going on?
These guys are excited. These guys are excited about Marvell over here. Yeah. So someone said Marvell broke a hunch, and it did do that. So there it is, man. Spin the money for Marvell.
BitGo, by the way, I would not touch that with a 10-foot pole. BitGo has traded 24,000 shares in the first 8 minutes.
BitGo down?
Well, I mean, it's literally not liquid. There's nothing you could do. You punched into this. You are the market. On what anybody that takes a trade in BitGo, I'd be careful with that one. And forget about that last halt one. I think it should be opening up in about 4 minutes. It just halted. That was at GLND. The only thing I'm going to be is IBIT. We'll continue to fade off that pre-market high. I see nothing going on except downside. All of my charts.
It's so far.
Okay, come to me, please.
Like Intel just tanked again. We missed a shot. I wanted to pop and fade in Intel. I got to look at VWAP now. This is trending down heavily, Adara.
Keep an eye here on USO. This is going to be in watch here after, again, we did have Iran laying out their terms here in their response to the U.S. Now, basically what they said here is the same thing they said yesterday. They are having some conditions here, which include an end to these hostilities, guarantees that the conflict will not resume. They want reparations, they want a ceasefire, and they want control over the Strait of Hormuz. Doesn't seem like there's anything markedly new or different with this response compared to the last response. Now, apparently also Iran responded last night. Now, this is going to be interesting because in less than half an hour now, about 20 minutes, we're going to get this cabinet meeting with President Trump. So we could get some kind of response from Trump live. Be very careful and very aware. I mean, if you're trading anything, but I think especially with oil. Back to you.
Okay, now, Andre, you can hit that money thing for real life. Because there it is, man. I mean, the TQs does make that move down. We do get a 75 print right there on that trade. So that's so far so good on that one as we wait to see how low we can go. But, I mean, again, it just seems like it's news on this response there by Iran. So just waiting to see what the market actually does to that. So we will empty out some of our clip down there as we do break the pre-market lows right there for the TQQs. So for me, again, I know we talk about this as the futures. It is a derived product. It's triple levered against the NASDAQ. So you'll see as a chart, it'll match it exactly, but just give a little bit different pricing, obviously, than trading a physical contract, whether or not you're looking at the minis or the futures contract themselves. This is what the futures actually look like, just to give you an idea of why I don't trade them. I have M is the current contract. So, you're just going to see it's what is it, 1250 a tick. So, and you can also, moves much differently and looks differently than the physical stock at which the TQQ looks like. And so right there, just trading that as opposed to the futures. But you can see this is pretty violent right now as we just were at 88s. Now you're back up to ones. So just looking different to me than the TQ. So I just stick over here. But either way, that's what I've been trading today, and it is a short right now for me. So that's what we're looking at. Marvell, man, I mean, that's what we were hitting the money sign for as well. This is a big one in my own personal account. Again, we talked about that with Scott earlier. This is like, in those 401ks. I do have some in the tax-free savings account, obviously. But there goes Marvell up 1.5%. I can't wait to see when the market's green what the stock is going to do. And there it goes, man, just breaking out. And we said that yesterday. And we had AMD busting through yesterday, 220. And I sort of thought that Marvell made a more important play. And that was finally getting over this 95 marker. So we closed higher than that yesterday. And now we're starting to break upside there. So Marvell continues to be the one there as it's working out quite nicely to the upside. But it could run into, again, resistance at 100. I mean, those are key levels. The highest I think we got before was 103. All right, I don't know what you're doing with, you'll discuss what you're doing with IBIT, but
just bounced off the
futures,
lows.
same thing.
We're still in the same range. So for now, I guess it'll be a range-bound low. You're basically going in between pre-market highs and the low of the day. It just bounced again, so I took another leg out. I just saw Figma make a big move, and I saw people in the chat mentioning about this. Figma up 3.5%. Hey, what is dead may never die. Is this it? Is this the bottom that finally? It's a double bottom here on the daily on Figma at $20. So I don't know. Like maybe it is. Look, I'm not going to pretend to be a gigantic fan of the stock, but I haven't seen a news story on it. We'll double check, and I know Adara will be on it. She's looking as well to see why you're
not loving Figma.
Move. Well, I mean, to each their own. I don't have to like every single stock in the market. I'm just kind of keeping real, but it is very strong so far here today. Worth watching out here because I'm watching USO, just kind of keeping a look. This is heading back underneath VWAP. So if we end up just trending down here, that could give us a bit of a bump. So I want to keep an eye on some of these shorts.
Almost got
Oh,
there.
and by the way, SoFi. Before we go back to Adara, SoFi is breaking higher. So it did a bottoming tail candle and breaking higher. So it could press back into these prior resistance levels here from yesterday. Adara?
I'm not seeing anything here on Figma, guys. I did look into it, and it's interesting too because I'm just looking at some of these other software plays. Looks like some of them are bouncing. It's funny because this Morgan Stanley note, we know that they were kind of bullish here in SanDisk and Micron after this turbo quant, but their overall note, they actually said with some of these software plays, there could be some margin issues with this turbo quant and some of the memory implications. But yeah, software right now handling this pretty well here. Also, apparently an intelligence source stating that Iran's response I guess mentioned that the terrorism and crimes must be ended. So again, just a lot of kind of posturing here reportedly happening with Iran in response to the U.S. offer. Back to you.
Yeah, it's like, thank you in the chat for mentioning it. It's like, I was looking for something specific in Figma, and then I looked over. It's like Adobe's up, CRM's up, Microsoft's up, IGV is up. So all the software names are going up. But it's still, what I would say is it's not a concern for the market if it wants to go up, because in a general sense, you like that to happen. But here comes USO not cratering, but trying to bust through some of those lows. If we end up, where's my? If we end up holding this trend down, and it's not even, that's not even a good wedge. If we end up holding that trend down, then to me, reevaluate where the shorts are going to be, because once you break out that pre-market high, you held the low. I think it was Luca used to say it. If you hold the low, there's only one place to go. Or if you can't break the low, there's only one place to go, if I'm quoting it correctly. And that means get out. Get out at the pre-market high. The original idea was supposed to be about the 70,000 mark on Bitcoin, which we could be heading into at this.
Wow, the market.
So that's where I'm going to wait for. But it seems like we got led by oil down and IGV up.
Okay, I'm going to get into some other positions.
So the second we saw that happen, that was a big shift. One name that stays weak, I always look back and say, when we're bouncing, if there's something that I like short that still looks bad, then it can be the one. Intel still looks like trash, despite the fact the market just broke VWAP. It didn't even get to VWAP. So at least this thesis, while we're reversing, looks like it can still be a short.
Yeah, we same kind of way there. I mean, it broke the pre-market high there, so we got out. We talked about that. We averaged into it. We wound up having a big position, but at the end of the day, it wasn't a huge hit because our average price was, I think, 17s or something. As we talked about that, we got out of our initial shorts there, and then we just started again at VWAP. When VWAP didn't start until 7 or 8s there, and then this was a bigger fill for me at 19, and then we got punched out at 31s on that break of your 200 period moving average. Because there was a wick higher there, I do understand that this is going to be something that I'm going to need to look at right now, and I was wondering if we do fade off of that now. It's that news there from Iran. I mean, it could be a game changer, if there is some acceptance of those terms in there. So I'm going to give it just a couple more minutes to wait to see what exactly this market wants to do, figure itself out. But that's normally a spot where you could get back in on a high wick like that. Just we didn't have a crazy amount of volume pushing us to that high there, but looks like it would have worked out. And we were short, basically, like I said, right here, 43.17, 43.18. We'll wait to see if we get one more pop up and then maybe re-engage in that short one more time. But for right now, just fading out. Again, we did get that positive news, hopefully, regarding this agreement, but I guess it's no agreement yet. Possible discussions happening. Let's go over to Adara and see if there's any more to this story.
Yeah, there's more comments here being reported by Tasnim from Iran, or the Iranian side of negotiations. They said that they're waiting to see America's response. They also said that it's clear that the U.S. claims of negotiation are a third deception project. So they're basically saying very clear that U.S. is not being truthful about the state of negotiations between the countries. Iran also saying that the war, or ending the war rather, must include all fronts. That includes resistance factions. So again, just some more restatements of what Iran would like to see here to end the conflict between the countries.
It's high school, back and forth. When was the last time the first thing we heard about the Iran conflict in the morning ended up being meaningful? I don't know. I feel like we're going to get something, we're going to get more back and forth. I care more about what the next thing we hear. Maybe like we get a truth, make sure you keep your ear to the ground. Adara is going to be all over it. So I will sort of stay the course. Like anything that fits your original thesis, fair, but if it's changed, then I want to back away. Oh, SoFi, I hate you. Okay, so like obviously I show Intel's still trending down underneath VWAP, but SoFi goes right into 16.5, which is that prior support, does the wick shimmy. I thought maybe I'd get picked up on that down candle, but obviously didn't get it on the way down. We wait for it to get to that 16.5 zone. It's putting in a topping tail candle. If it can do the same thing in here again, I'll try to short and give it to the high of the day. I haven't actually been in SoFi today, but I have taken a couple of shots and not gotten filled on it. The other thing worth mentioning is if you're tracking the first, from what I saw, the first thing that moved up, the IGV has gone green. You still have these software names going higher. That can be a good litmus. If they're like the tip of the spear for the market's struggling, then kind of makes some sense that if they make a turn, things get pretty nasty.
Yeah, we just looking out here, we got back in to the TQs there. I said if it was going to rip back higher, then we would try the short again. So we're back in it. Right now, we did take a fill right there at 25s or so. I think it was 27s actually. Yeah, 27. So now we'll wait for a little bit lower. I'm bidding in the teens. See if we get something around there. That would be VWAP. So that bottom wick there is 15. That's actually where we're sitting. So we'll see if we can get a play off of that level right there. So that's something that I'm looking to do. Right now, we'll see if that winds up firing off as well. Let's go check out some names that we know can blast. Tesla. So what a great name that's been for the longs. If you've been able to catch a long, Tesla's been a good one. And today, yeah, no different, man. Right off the open, does have a move back in, finds that bottom again at the pre-market lows, and then takes off to the upside, now dancing around pre-market highs. Will we take those levels out? Seems like it. I mean, this seems pretty strong. I mean, the NASDAQ is now holding above VWAP. I'm still short that, the market, and we've already talked about where I'm going to be getting out. That's at that recent high. A stock that somebody around here talks about, and that's Oracle. You're going to see Oracle right now with a move higher for some reason. It did tick down lower. I actually thought I was going to look at Oracle and say lower. Is the IGV, we're going to go to Adair in 1 second. I just want to see what's going on with the IGV. Yeah, because it was upside. So Microsoft, probably Palantir. We know Palantir is a big part of the IGV as well. We talked about that yesterday. So here's Palantir bouncing off that 150, man, that psychological break. Oh, wow, okay, 149.50. We definitely missed that one. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on this Fundrise Investment Fund, VCX, or Fundrise Innovation. Basically, they're a way that you can trade some of these private companies. A lot of people are seeing that this is a way you can publicly trade VC. Anyways, they're trading lower here, just opened from a halt after Citron announced that they are short VCX, saying that their assets are worth $19, but the stock was, at the time this came out, trading over 400 right now. Guys, $260 stock. Before we go back to Sean and Neil, I also want to mention more comments coming out of Iran. We do have Tasnim reporting that Iran saying that sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz will, quote, remain its right. Back to you.
That's crazy. We talked about for some of these, like you get the first halt.
Yeah.
And finding an algo that can maybe, well, not an algo, finding a dark pool is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Finding a dark pool that can get you filled when it's at the halt band, the value of that is you catch the first move there. You don't even have to hold it for the low. You hold it for the reopen, and that's like $30 and 10% move for VCX. But that's a different style of trading because anyways, it's just anecdotally, what I have found is it's been exceedingly difficult when you get to the halt band to get filled before the halt. You used to be able to throw a bunch of orders out and get some liquidity, but it is what it is. That's going to be nasty. Saying it's worth 19, that Destiny ETF is worth, to me, half what its book is, and that's something that is well known, but that's extreme to say it's worth 5% of its current value. Is insane. All right, so we got our topping tail reversal, and SoFi is trying to push higher. The market's trying to go. Every time I see the market press higher, I'm like, okay, Intel's gonna pop. It's not.
No.
Intel is getting smoked. Micron is still a lot like Micron's bouncing off its lows. At least Micron's bouncing off the lows a little bit here. Something uniquely bad about Intel.
I still think short, but it's not printing. I don't know. Yeah, there's something unique about everything this morning. I mean, Palantir has a huge move down. Okay, Bitcoin's pushing. So again, like just small hits, man. I mean, we've learned our lesson about taking big shares and holding on to them. This breaks 50 again. So we went short. This was actually a flat trade because we're able to get some out down there for much bigger win than this was a loss, but oh man, here comes the push again. All right, you know what? I'm going to do that strategy again where we go a little bit less shares now in hopes that we can hold on to it for a little bit longer. So I still do like the short until I really do hear something. And I'm not trying to be like, this is not revenge trading. I'm not even down. Like, this is just, I really do think that this short right here is going to be fine. And I'm going to give it one more try. This is sort of where we were in the pre-market here. So we'll see if the market wants to give us it one more time. And right now it looks like it's going to hand it to me one more time. We're going to go short right there at the top because always getting blown out at these top levels, you know, not something that I want to continue to do. So 43.71 or so is where we're going to chop out of this one. That will be that high that we had talked about. If it hits it, there's the TQs finally hitting the 50-period moving average as well. So happy to be short here and give it one last shot. If it doesn't, if it breaks back above here, then maybe we are in for a decent day. The NASDAQ started down pretty bad right there, and it's now kicking old school upside. So we'll see what winds up happening right now. 43.71, my final sort of line in the sand, I believe, anyways, for the TQQs. We're short now at 50.
It's worth keeping an eye on oil right now. I think, you know, anything that's following the market, like we're still trending down on USO. So I don't have a third point to have an obvious trend line, but clearly, you know, it's easy to see. If we fill in the entirety of the gap, that's crazy in a bigger move, but the pre-market support was at about 115.50. So we're getting to that point where you could potentially have a bounce. I keep checking like the names that I'm watching here. Like SoFi did the topping tail, doesn't break the high. Still has this little thing going on, which is kind of weird. I thought it had broken this trend line when I got in, but technically it didn't. So it's a small rule break, but if it holds underneath trend and loses VWAP, I think this is an add and play it back into 60. It's not making fresh highs when the market's making fresh highs, which is good. And then back on over to what had been one of the weaker names I'm watching. Still trend down on Intel. I feel like if the market turns around down, this is already down, so that's slim pickings. It can't seem to get to VWAP, so I'm going to nibble in shy of VWAP and maybe give it to a prior bar entry. But it's the only thing I can see that's clearly trending down.
Oh, Intel? Did AMD retrace backwards?
Well, actually, I mean, it did, but it's holding the line very well on AMD. Like, okay. AMD bounced right off the pre-market lows and is giving a decent consolidation. And the difference, maybe it's a distinction without a difference, but Intel just continued to make fresh lows. So if I short the pops there, at least, I feel that has a better chance to break and get to the low of the day. Still keeping an eye on Bitcoin. We're not at 70,000 yet. We're at 69.7. Okay. This feels trappish. It's like if this gets to 70,000 and then just reverses and everyone's trapped in the long there. If the NASDAQ just kind of pulls into like overnight consolidation levels, right? Like this is like yesterday's lows we basically can't even break through at this point. Then you could have a little bit of an early trap, like a bit of a chop fest. We've seen chop fests at the open where you press higher, dump, and then you just slowly go into a downtrend before. So I'm not overreacting. I'd rather just be patient.
Let me ask this question one more time here because the market right now is retraced almost half. So get into the chat right now. This is still a live poll. Get in there right now and let me know, let us all know what you are thinking about the market here today. Do you think we're going to wind up green or red? Hit your ones or twos right now, and we'll check back in just a couple minutes. 10 o'clock. I don't know if we have any numbers coming out or not, but that's
no
good.
Numbers, but Trump is going to start his cabinet meeting.
That's the same. This is the same poll as before. So you can see here it's been open for 1,800 seconds. But yeah, hit the one or the two, and now we're okay. People still thinking red. All right, all right. I'm still red as well, but there's a stock voting game. We will check that back. You guys can hit ones or twos no matter what the platform you're on. Do it now. All right, man, we have a couple hundreds of shares of the TQs, not thousands, but we just took a piece out there at 44. We'll see if it makes a move down in. I do have another bit at 41s here, just trying to make back a little bit, like we said, taking our own advice yesterday when we asked, oh man, it just bounced off me at 41, come on. There, okay. Yeah, let's go. We're almost green on this already, just with this little bit of a move here, as we're not going huge. At the end of the day, we talked about maybe potentially until you get that sort of kill shot level, which I don't know if we're there yet, we need to trade a little lighter. And like I said, take a little bit less shares for me. And I already talked about this 10 minutes ago, what my plan was. Take a little bit so that we could take a lot or you know, what we wanted to near the top. and that way we can hold on and not have to worry too much about this sort of downside push, and we would have something on board if this winds up happening. I'm bidding 31s. I don't know why we didn't get filled. Oh, I'm bidding 30s there. So we'll wait to see if we can get a 30 fill. Right now, you know, again, trading less, looking for a little bit bigger move. So one more fill for me down there would be key. And then, okay, there it is, 32s. Yeah, there's our 30s. Let's go. So now we're starting to print a little bit here and get excited back in the market as there we go back to the downside. So, you know, from red to green real quick there on the TQQs, and finally good. So I don't know what level SoFi's at, but it's good that you got that price because I know we wanted to look at SoFi shorts.
Well, it's actually, SoFi is just breaking trend right now. It's Intel, again, for whatever reason, it's like one of the weakest names out here. You know what? We'll talk this about. I still feel like this was in long term, this could be headed back down to the low 40s. But we're breaking the low. I think we can fill the gap. Going to continue to short the pops. When the market turns, the name that was already weak, a heck of a lot easier to work into. SoFi just broke trend, got under VWAP.
Don't got clawbot going on over here.
But it's the only thing that we're on. And USO, coincidence, is it a coincidence? USO put its first 3-minute green candle in.
Boom.
Just as we were bouncing off the low. So going to continue to watch this. If it completely reverses trend, we're toast. Well, sorry, the market's toast, I think. But that hasn't happened yet. Like, you're still kind of channeling down on USO. So you want to take your profit. But if this trend reverses, bye-bye
be careful.
market.
There's a lot of headlines.
Yeah, we just had another. So USO just shot back down. So another reason to take profit, Adara.
I mean, y'all, just happening now while I'm here. We don't have any numbers. President Trump is going to be speaking at his cabinet meeting. It's supposed to be at 10 a.m. We know it could be on time or not, so I'll keep you posted. But the latest news here does concern oil. And again, it's just more comments here coming from the leaders of Iran with regards to the proposal of the U.S. It's really nothing new. But now I guess a senior Iranian official reportedly told Reuters that Iran has reviewed the U.S. proposal that was conveyed to Iran via Pakistan, and they said that it's one-sided and unfair. So we kind of already knew this. Like, it's really nothing we didn't know, but I am seeing a lot of headlines, just the same headlines over and over being repeated. Furthermore, the senior Iranian official telling Reuters that diplomacy is, quote, not stopped, and that if realism prevails in Washington, a path forward might still be found. So they're saying we could be open to negotiation at some point, but right now, not liking the proposal that was brought forward, or at least conveyed to them by Pakistan through the U.S. Let's take a look here at SMCI. This name did gap down, though, right now, sort of trying to recover here, as we have news that there's going to be a securities fraud lawsuit here against the company after this NVIDIA China chip sales allegation. Last but not least, META and Focus, a couple different headlines here. For one, we know yesterday Meta and Google were both implicated here, and they're going to be forced to pay some fines or damages, rather, in this lawsuit, basically saying that both companies led to mental health harms with regards to social media. So those companies going to be on watch here. But another Meta-related headline involves AppLovin. APP gapped down very sharply after we had Midwest, I guess, a firm here saying that they think AppLovin could be facing some competition from META. Back to you.
So, yeah, thanks, Adara. I love that little transition over there. Who's got that over there? Fabian. What's up, Fabian? Yeah, just to let you guys know, man, I mean, we went right into VWAP. We were celebrating when that was happening, so we do clear out a good part of our position. When you get the high of the day back into VWAP, especially when you're so headline-driven, man, you got to get out. And then we panicked on the way up. We did punch a little bit there at 20s, and then we punched a little bit more, or we got filled a little bit at 45s there as well. And I'm bidding again, you know, low 40s, mid-30s, you know, just to see if we can empty out. Just too many headlines right now coming in. And as Adair mentioned, it's like the headlines sound good, then they sound bad, then they sound good. Like, I don't, yeah, and then to Adair just saying it here, and you might have heard, like, they're just all the same thing back and forth. So, you know, it's not the greatest time, I mean, to look right now to trade the futures. I mean, let's be perfectly honest. It's just a back and forth and really choppy.
Even look at oil.
Up here, I'm assuming oil is probably the same. Or oil's actually a little more cleaned down.
Remember when we were just saying oil had put in that first green candle? Then there was that last piece of news from Adara. Look at the next candle on the 3-minute. It's effectively like a $1.20 candle. And this happened, I got a good end of one yesterday on this. But I think after 10 o'clock on 15-minute candles may be the way to look at this. But we are still trending down, unfortunately. The software names, I shouldn't say our software names, because not everyone owns
the software names, yeah. Well, I own almost all those stupid names.
Well, I was pulling up, what? Dare hit enter 3 times. CrowdStrike is still at the highs, up 2%. And you look at that, we talked about Adobe, IGV in general, they're all still looking very strong. So that can be important. I'm going to stick with like
SanDisk down 7%.
you're getting like SanDisk and
just to talk
Micron are getting
about something,
smoked.
yeah.
I feel like Intel's catching part of it, and maybe they're catching a stray. But it was a little bit late to catch this trend, so we are short off some of the lows. It's very steep, but if we break this bar, I'll go out with a break-even exit because we're shorting at the low of the day. But for now, it's trending down, and let's go to Adara. More headlines, and happening now, I think.
What do you want to do, Andre?
No,
Okay, let's go to Adair, then come back to me.
my bad.
I kind of baked in happening now in that latest throw because there was news and it was around the same time and I just kind of wanted to cover everything. So again, Meta is going to be on watch with a couple headlines there. USO, of course, an evolving situation, and SMCI. That was the happening now update I gave a couple minutes ago. Let's talk about Redwire, though. RDW on watch after James Altucher issues a potential takeover note saying that this could be a buyout play and it could, quote, 50 times your money. So RDW with that buyout note. Also, keep an eye on oil, hearing that sirens are now sounding in northern Israel. Back to you.
Sirens again. All right, guys, markets have been extremely active lately. For traders, this kind of environment creates opportunity. Big moves means more setups and more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, of course, as that's what we're trying to do, you want to be with Trade the Pool. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more fear of moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please go ahead and visit tradethepool.com and scan that QR code right there to grab your 10% off. You always got to get that discount, man. We'll take that right there. So make sure you do scan that. And thank you. We will have, I believe, Steve Tileman on. You were mentioning maybe later on today. So that should be good there. Analyst. I'm just going to click on his name to make sure he's still with Trade the Pool. Yes, Steve Tileman, analyst from Trade the Pool with Neil and I today at 2:45.
It's got to be hard having the name Steve after the Minecraft movie.
Yeah. I mean, or just in general. But shout out to Steve right there. Yeah, the Minecraft movie. That was a fun one. We saw that one in theaters, of course. Chicken Jockey, what up? Yeah, so there's the move down on the TQs. And like we said, getting lighter and lighter. I have half the position on still, so all good. And I told you where I was bidding, man. Low 40s, high 30s. So we actually wind up getting both of those right there as we make a move right back to the upside again. I'll take one more short, like at the highs of 65, and then stop out at 70 if we break that level. You know, we are red so far today on the NASDAQ, but very, very small and willing and obviously holding on to see if we can get a bigger move down. Although I feel like the move is up right now. I don't know. I'm not really getting the feel of complete risk off day. I mean, if anything, the market has really retraced higher and is now basing here off of VWAP and looking to take out some of these levels. So I'll go short just because I do think we are far away from any real positivity. But who am I to hold through if the market disagrees and wants to go higher? So I'm going to be stopping out of this trade if and when we break that high, which seems evident right now. So I'll take, there you go, I'll take a little bit here at that extreme top. And then if we come back in, like we are now moments away, obviously, from grabbing that stop out. So if it does come in, you guys know what we're doing. We're short at 60. Like I could take a 10-cent hit here. So, almost regardless of the share size. So we'll see what winds up happening. We do have a decent position on. We're short at 60, giving it 10 cents. So if it does come into the low 50s, we will take out about 15% and start to try to play with house money, as I'm not sure the house knows what it wants to do. There we go. There's our 53s. Let's go, man. Hit the sirens again as we get a little bit out there. And it's not... I appreciate the love streak, but we're not really doing too much here. All we did was short that little pop, waiting to see if there is more of a dramatic move down, and obviously just scalping out of this position. And different days require different strategies. And right now, it's I don't know. It's looking pretty long to me, actually. I don't know. I don't know.
Funny you say that.
That's what it's looking like.
Well,
whether or not it hits, who knows?
Obviously, different stocks are going to make different moves, but like look at
I'm gonna
USO.
put another bid out here.
USO is making another curl.
Is it?
So it
Okay,
just did a
that's
bottoming tail candle, it's doing another bit of a curl. If this trend breaks,
that.
you know what happens. Well, I shouldn't say you know what happens. We have an idea of what can happen. So we were late to the Intel short. We're going to short pops as long as that downtrends. SoFi is doing the same thing, which is good, because it's holding. It didn't really, so I was kind of in before it broke the trend line, but now it's kind of confirming. You lose VWAP, I think that heads to the low. And now all of a sudden IBIT double topped. So that gets spicy again. We already took a hit on IBIT early, and then you get this double top in here. That's looking like another confirmation for a bit of a fade. So if we can get the USO breaking out, then that's the shift that I think you want to look for. And I know there's a lot of names I see people asking about, DraftKings and that halt stock.
Okay, the market's tanking.
Oh, we just halt.
I mean, I don't know if it's tanking or not, but we just got our fills there.
Yep, here we go.
So there it is, man. Let's go. There it is. This is exactly like, if I could just rewind and like, you know, like just be a little more confident in what I was saying. I was confident in what I was saying, but like putting on maximum risk there. This was 10 cents worth of risk. I hope you guys notice what I was talking about right there. It's now 3-1. On this move down. So we will take some more bids out. We just talked about where we were sitting on those bids. So now it's 30 cents in the money. And when I took this short, I said, okay, we're now short at 60. We're getting stopped out at 70 break. So there it is, man. Good trade there on the TQQs as it makes that move down. Now we just wait. My next bid's in the teens at 17. So I was going to actually wait for VWAP. Let's put it to 21 and see if that winds up filling. But there it is. So far, so good. Actually, I would just go a little bit higher. Let's go to like 23. So far, so good here on this initial move for the futures. And I just think it's going to be back and forth right now. And you were just talking about oil there. I don't really know what the right answer is, but we'll go short and try to hold out for VWAP now. And then hopefully it crushes that. We'll have half left and then downside. As I made a mental note of trading, I think it's Sharif talked about this with his app that he was building there, his little widget there, about going R to R and making sure that, you know, if you're going to have, 1,000 shares or something, if it goes in the money for you, you can get out of 500 for your risk. So if you're risking 10 cents, if you get out of 500 shares for 10 cents, or whatever your shares is, 5 shares, doesn't matter, you get out for half of your position, then you're obviously rolling with house money moving forward. So if you do get that big move down, you're there and you can make that cash. Or if it chops around and you get stopped out, at least, you're not stopped out of the full load. And, sometimes we lose like right into here when this, oops, where's my, there it is. When it just runs VWAP and then runs the 200 period on you, like I got to get out. So this is one where you take the L. That's why, right now we'll be flat on it, but waiting to see if we can get positive on the TQs because of this real hit right there. Everything else has been very, very controlled, but we need to get a VWAP take in order to make some sort of cash here. So all the way to the downside, 43.23s is where we're sitting. Maybe we could throw our hands up in the air, but we won't wave them like we just don't care because we do care.
Taught my daughter hip hop hooray at the dinner table last night.
Oh, good. Yeah. That's nice. She's going back and forth.
It's a very important lesson. I think I try to get the important lessons done at a young age. We almost had a riot at our school in junior high about hip hop hooray. But just back to the market for a quick little second. So, SoFi, again, it probably broke trend here, but I would add the same price anyway, so it ends up not mattering. But technically, I did short this before it broke trend. So we're looking for that low of the day print. The next time it comes in, we'll short the pops on that. Intel's still. And we got the pop. It hasn't really broken another fresh low, but it's still trending down pretty decently. USO refuses to do anything. I feel like we're just, I don't know. I'm not going long this, but it feels like every time it wants to go, it's like it's just shaking you up enough. Like if you've been trying to grab the longs for a reversal here, it's just not happening, and we're still trending down. So I think taking profit makes sense as long as this trends. There just doesn't seem to be a break in this trend down on oil yet, which is giving some strength into the market. JKL, thank you for the super chat again. Your trading plan for today, OBJ. Oh, what is OBJ? Jump into SLV, get on plane to the beach. Okay, just don't land the plane on the beach.
That's exactly
right?
what. Well, it depends what beach.
Yeah. No, you're not landing a plane on any beach.
Private beach, I mean.
Oh, in the water.
Yeah, you need to have a tarmac, I guess.
Yeah, I figured that one out.
I asked him which way is he thinking about for silver.
Well, it's stair-stepping upside right now, but it's trying, this is like USO, it's trying to break this trend. It's just not doing it.
He likes the long.
He likes long, yeah, it's been stair-stepping up. Off the open, higher low, it's trying a higher low right now. So the trend is your friend till the end when it bends. We always say that.
I mean, that's
Very much true.
Yeah, very much true. And that's exactly why I talk the way I do about, make your money and run. And I think that is, the ideal play for all traders, is to try to make your play, be comfortable with it, set your stops, set your ins, set your outs, and enjoy life. So shout out to you there on the beach very, very soon. Congratulations. And I hope silver works out for you. Because right now, I still actually... I don't necessarily, I said today was going to be a risk-off day anyways, so definitely, I just took a bid there at 39. It only went down to 30s, the futures there, like it bounced again off VWAP clean. Unfortunately, my VWAP for TQs didn't fill yet, so there you go. So sometimes there are little differences. But yeah, SLV, you might be right on that one for sure. I mean, you do have support at the 200 and at VWAP right now. So silver's actually looking pretty strong as a rebound play right here for the market. So I wouldn't hate on that. We were down over 6% at one point there on silver, now up down 4%, but retraced now a 1.5%. So that's going to be a good one. Just to give you guys a little bit of an update there. So we didn't get into VWAP here for the TQs like we did, I'm seeing anyways, for the futures. So that was a missed opportunity. We waited there. I told you at 23s, did not get that. And then now I put a bid here at 30 to try to grab that. We did get a little bit of a dip buy there at 37. So that was a decent out for me there. But just waiting to see what the next sort of, where the next shoot is to drop. And right now, I don't know. So we're going to sit in that trade and then talk about some more things, right? I mean, that's what we're here to do about, is to give you guys some more trade ideas. All right, so you're already in SoFi. I was going to look at that next.
Oh, the other one, very, very quickly.
Yeah, go.
There's two things happening that I want to mention. One, I see this, USO pressing right back into the low. I joined the trend late, but that's still, it doesn't matter if I join it late. It's the under VWAP trend that I'm working with. So when it breaks back up, I got to get out. So Intel will turn into a flat trade. Some point, I still think we're teetering on a reversal in USO. I'm trying to be patient with it. SoFi is just sort of continuing its slow grind after breaking its trend, still looking for that low of the day. But what was even better was SMCI. So this is a fail. SMCI, if this wick is real, I wasn't watching this at the open. If it really shot to exactly $24 and did a reversal in the same minute, that's crazy. But more importantly, that also gave a trend break. Remember, SMCI was battling with the post scandal, whatever, smuggling scandal top at 24, so it rejected that. It's trend down. I think this is a short the pop situation because SMCI has the benefit of potentially being crap even if the market goes up. So I like that outlook a little bit more, and it's already showing you weakness here at SMCI. So I think, I don't think that initial candle was any good, but you certainly could have had that trend break. It's very similar setup to SoFi.
All right, we got short again. I don't know, I just shorted 60s again, our average price 60. We had this trade before. We actually had a better price before. It just ran to the upside. Again, like we're 10 cents away from getting stopped out again on this trade. So to me, this is just strong. And I said we give it another shot until it finally breaks that, and then we'll stop doing it. And then maybe we'll look to see about buying weakness or just give up on this short because we're getting filled and we're making money. It's fine, but it's not what we want. I mean, obviously we want to make more money, but that's not the case right now. It's resisting. I'm not looking at this as a PL trade. That doesn't matter to me right now because we're not actually putting on good risk, but we're not giving it much room. So I don't expect this one to be a home run or anything. It's just we're not breaking back down below VWAP. So we do have to rethink this short, and that's what I'm doing right now. So we just got a bid out there at 55, honestly, for 5 cents. I'm bidding again at 50s. Hopefully we can get a dip down there and then go. I mean, you know what? I'm just getting nervous. I'm actually going to take. All right, well, now maybe we can get 50s. There it is. Yes, good thing we didn't change it. All right, another 1-to-1 Sharif guy. There it goes as we take another 1-to-1 out for a little bit. We could still get run, but that seems to be the playbook right now, and I'm not happy doing it, but, we're happy putting some money in our pocket for now. Let's see how low it can go, but I'll take another bid there. Getting nervous. I'm not sure if this is going to break up or down. Just a quick check on USO, just to see. Hopefully we got a negative correlation there. USO going down, market going higher. What else is new right there?
It's got a ton of support right now on the bid, though, at 115.5.
Okay, well, I don't like that.
Like, it goes right in. It's actually an uncanny how much pressure it goes right into this overnight level, and then it just gets bought right back up. It's just a 50-cent range over and over again. Whatever direction this breaks, is going to set the course for the next half an hour, I think, on oil. It's just not doing a break. So I'd rather sit in something. Like, I'm looking for reentry in IBIT off that double top. It hasn't given the high again. So there's really nothing really to work off of if it doesn't break VWAP or doesn't press back into the high. I want distinct levels, or I want something to hold on to that trend, which is obvious. That's why I'm looking at SMCI. But we just got a couple of super chats, and we can throw them up there anytime there, Andre.
Beauty.
I can do it too. Adventure Dog, LA. Whoever called BBY in the chat, thank you. So nice to trade independent stocks with volume. They trade so clean. Caught it both long and short. That is the thing about something that is not going to follow the market if you can find it. I mean, sometimes maybe it will. When it's got its own thing, insane. BBY. So shout out to the chat, which is undefeated. That's the best part. And for anyone that is, you're listening right now, or watching right now, and you were not in the chat, hit the subscribe button now. How about nowish? Jump in there, ask questions, participate. We got polls. We have a great community, and they're always sharing ideas, just like we are trying to do as well. So big shout out to the chat. Thank you for the super chat there, Adventure Dog LA. Let's go to Adara for the small cap recap.
Let's kick off the small cap coverage with a name we all know pretty well here, Firefly Neuroscience, AIFF, confirming a public-private partnership with the Pentagon. This is a name that, of course, has rallied in the past, friend of the show, and they also here have about 11.5 million share float, 13% of which is sold short. EEIQ, Epic Quest Education Group. EEIQ, no news on this one, though they did have a recent reverse split, 1-for-16 reverse split as of February 17th that went through. Nearly $15 million market cap, float of just 860,000 shares, so sub-million share float, 7% short float. NAV, and last but not least here, guys, you've got, I think, around a 10% short float here, more or less, for this name. This is a slightly larger market cap, about almost $3 billion market cap. They did have earnings, revenue growth of about 30%. Year over year for NAVN. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. I mean, I'm just waiting for this market to eventually go short here. I mean, we've been shorting all of these tops all morning long, right into there, and we'll put it up on Twitter, but finally starting to go down, and there it is again. There's your nether 2-to-1. I mean, I don't know, as a trader, you know, this is what we're trying to do, is put the risk to reward, that's what we talk about when we talk about R2R, in your favor. So we're out of half right now, as we had discussed, as this breaks back down below, and we actually were able to get much better than 1-to-1, as we just talked about. We got some at 40s there, and then that one was at 47, so not much better, but close enough. And I'm actually just gonna put out one more fill right here at 43s, just, I don't know why, randomly. And if we can grab that, then fine, and then we'll wait for lower, right? I am bidding still where we are down here. That's the 50-period moving average, so I do have a bid down at 33, and then I have a bid at 23 still, and then we'll see if we can fall back in. So just a little bit of a fill, hopefully coming in on the name, and we just put a 43 there. Hopefully we can grab that, and then I said, and then a 35, and then we'll get lower as we go. So there we go. We get the 43. There it goes. Yeah, same, good point there, Backbone video. SQQ, I want to say shout out to everybody watching on TikTok, everybody watching everywhere. You know, trading SQQ, same kind of way. So what you'd be doing is going long down there at the bottom if you're thinking of, you know, maybe the market going the other way. So I just choose the TQQs just because we don't pay borrowing costs over here on this name, and I'd just rather be short if the market's going down than long, you know, the inverse product. So for me, buying power, risk, and shorting is not a problem, so that's why I choose TQQ. It's funny that the SQs is actually more expensive, so if you do have a lesser account, maybe TQs or something else.
Or some brokers.
Yeah, SPYX.
It's important to say, at real trading, we don't have to pay to short. Some brokers you probably do.
Right there, Backbone said it was short sale restricted for him. So
yeah, that's the thing. Like sometimes it is restricted,
yep.
and that's fine. Just at real trading we have the advantage, and I like to shout it out because it's worth saying. At real trading, 99 point whatever % of the market is free borrows for us, being a large day trading prop desk. But with the same thing, I don't know how many times it's going to happen, but again, USO tries to break out. Market goes to VWAP, USO goes to the top of the range and comes back in. So we just hit the pre-market lows on SoFi. So I'm going to look for the reload, another topping tail candle that reverses. Hopefully I get a better price this time. But we did empty out of most of it. And we'll look for the curl here in USO and SoFi. But right now you're heading back into the upside. I want to continue with that trend if we can. My goodness, those memory names, they're trying to go as well, but this has still been trend down. That's Micron. Micron's coming into VWAP and looking a little bit weak. And then the other name, before we get to Apple, I see you there, Danny, that's popping back up. Could be a chance to get into SoFi finally. So missed opportunity when SoFi was breaking trend. SMCI was as well, and it was better. But if this gets into VWAP and gives me a chance to short lower highs, I will. I haven't heard anything with regards to Apple. So you guys tell me if there's any news, because Apple's going absolutely ham.
Is it?
And I haven't seen or heard anything. It's up, well, it's up 1%. It's how it's gotten there. The clean bounce off 251. Like, look, Apple's chart on the daily, this is starting to look pretty good.
Yeah, I'm loving that.
This is really good.
We talked about that
Apple
yesterday off that 250.
And
level.
the 15-minute chart looks extremely good. Like, everything about this is seemingly round about. Oh, we did break this local high.
Come on, Apple.
We've broken the local high at 255. Oh, you know what? No, we haven't. This is the top. Always let the chart fully fill out. I knew there was another top in here. 256.75. Just go all the way back to the 13th, so like a couple of Fridays ago. And you got a bit of a resistance level, then another gap up here on Apple. But good job so far with Apple. Adara, any news?
No, I couldn't find anything. It's worth noting social media attention on this is like GME levels when that was really hot, like you're getting multiple tags a minute. Also, just be aware, seeing this headline, I think this could be an older headline being resurfaced, but I'll mention it regardless here. Neither stock moving too much on this, but Global Foundries reportedly filing patent infringement suits here against Tower Semiconductor at the ITC and in Texas federal court. Back to you.
Yeah, no news there about Apple, but it's definitely hurting my TQ position, that's for sure, because as one of the largest holds in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, of course, is Apple. But we just took out some more fills right there at 51, so taking that, and now I'm going to actually cancel my 35 and wait for VWAP. I just took too many shares out there, so now we have 40% left, and fine with that. I wanted to do better than 1-to-1, so you know what? I'm going to convince myself and just put a bid. I'm just going to go low, put a bid there at 44s. Maybe we'll get another trade happening there. Okay, let's check back in on that silver trade as we were talking about that one. So yeah, still ticking higher. Good job there. I do hope that you did go to the beach and put on your silver long and see what's going on right over there. So congratulations for that. I did also want to go over Sector Watch just real quickly here, just to have a quick look to see what is moving around other than the names, of course, that we're trading. I mean, I'm still short the market. Neil's still short SoFi over there. All right, so Broadcom, NVIDIA, Google. There's Meta. Meta getting absolutely killed again, man. I was saying that I don't think valuation for Meta is overly important at this level. There's, you know, a lot of lawsuits and whatnot flying through for Meta, and they did not come out favorably for them yesterday. Google, there's Apple. We'll wait for that story. I think it's just a better Siri on the way, and everybody knows it, and I think that will, once that's finally released, you'll see Apple Moon. That's the reason why I bought it at 205. And it's been working out well since then. And I still think that we wait for a major rollout and a major announcement. I just did update the iOS yesterday. There was a new one. I think it was active, something about playlists and things like that. Yeah, this is what I was going to show you guys. Lam Research down 7, AMAT down 5, not good. GV, I mean, GV is so hot anyways. It's a nice move there. I don't know what's Lumentum Holdings there. Yeah, LIT is not lit today. It's actually a little light on what's doing, down 5.5% right there for LITE there today. And then just going back in here, like a name that's really broken, in my opinion, Eli Lilly, like down to 907, not a good one. One of my picks for this year, down 16% since we made that one. Not going well, man. Eli Lilly down 1% when everything else is kicking okay. Was there...
Novo Nordisk got down to...
Yeah.
We
talked about it, maybe a flip up in that.
GLP, like these lows are no GLP lows for Novo.
Right.
Like this double bottom in here, like that's before everything blew up. Like it's insane how far that came back in. For Lilly to be where it is and Novo to be at those lows is a miracle, as far as I'm concerned.
Miracle drug. Yeah, was there news or anything about Eli Lilly there? Okay, good. Yeah, because it's kind of strange that the market, the biopharmas and whatnot over there were all green, and we did have As Adara says, Miss Lily on the red side of things right there. Shout out to Adara, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Adara. All right, so there it is, man. Yeah, spin it one more time for your boy over here. As there it goes, man. We did get that 2-to-1 again over there on the TQQs. So this is the benefit of trading something that's a little more active, obviously, as we look for something to do. The market's been pretty choppy. I now just wait for a break. So whatever, man. I mean, I can't just keep on getting out of everything or else it's just going to be a flat day, which it is right now. It's a completely flat day for me. I've only traded the TQs and looking for other names to get involved with. I do think that Apple's worth it. I did want to look at Google. They released, you know, what's been
highs right today.
No, I don't want to buy. No, I don't want to get involved in any of these today. Google not doing anything either. Come on, man. It looks like Meta downside, Apple upside. Those were the names that we've missed here today as far as bigger moves. And then Palantir did have that base at 149.50, which was just stupid for me not to have looked there because we were on that when it was breaking 150. I should have just kept it up, man. No wonder why Obi wants 12 screens.
Some of these chip names are getting moked.
Yeah, AMD started off so hot.
AMD opened up going $5. It's now absolutely trending lower. Just finally got a pop in SMCI to be able to get short that one. So some of these chip names that are under VWAP, I want to short the pops where you can. As we're going to go back to Adara at the desk. She's got more for us.
Yeah, I do have an update here with Apple. So this came out around 9 a.m. So there's kind of a story here with AAPL. It's not massive, though, and I would say it's probably bigger for the other companies that are involved. But I guess they announced this morning at 9 that they're going to be spending $400 million through 2030 on new programs with Bosch, Cirrus, TDK, and Qnity Electronics to manufacture some essential materials and components in U.S. So obviously, the story here is that, okay, we now have Apple relying on the U.S. more and less so in China. I think that's a good look there for AAPL. But other than that, that's the only headline I'm seeing on this.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see it. I mean, again, a good headline, but the move seems to be a little extended. But okay, man, there it is. So we're cruising. Oh, that's Palantir. Sorry, TQs. We're bidding 30s. Can we get it? Can we get it? No, still can't get it. But we're waiting. Okay, I'm just going to punch some out there at 34s. Oh, we get 33.5 there on the punch. It just made a move down, so we'll take that. I saw it bouncing. I was waiting for 23s there. I put a bid at 30, didn't get filled. Now we're filled. Yeah, Nat Gas out here at 10:30. Did you hear what that number was there for Nat Gas?
I couldn't really catch it.
Negative 54 million versus negative, 54 billion versus negative 49 billion expected.
Okay, so there you go. Thanks.
There was a spike up in Boyle. It retraced it almost immediately. So immediate retracement. Boyle broke the high and then came back underneath. So it's looking like a kind of a nothing burger here. But yeah, that could be nasty. Ooh, UGRO just halted again.
Oh, that's what I wanted to talk about before. Oh, my bad, guys.
Oh, up. Okay, I actually wrongfully assumed that any halt was going to be to the downside. You're halted at the highs on UGRO. It's halted at 30.46. The tap is flat, at least for now, the tap. The theoretical auction price, for those that are just tuning in, if you've never heard us say that before, it's indicating an open flat, but this might be turning around. Maybe the squeeze isn't done with this. I kind of felt with these, a lot of times, like the first day is sometimes the best that you're going to get. If it gaps down after day one, then for a couple of days it kind of languishes. So SMCI under VWAP, if we break VWAP by a few shekels, I'll get out of that one. And you're still not seeing any real move. I know we saw Boyle. Boyle only made that move because of the Nat Gas. They actually had the number come out. But you're still very slowly and slightly trending down here on USO. It refuses to stop making these higher lows. If this breaks the trend, like that's the point where any short I'm in, I want to be adding to it if I can, and even just taking this trend line break. But it's not doing it on USO. There was one trend break. There's a couple of big ones into VWAP where it got wicked up yesterday. Where if you got one of these like into VWAP and bouncing, it was huge, but that was on an uptrend. So it just kind of held the trend all day long, and there were like really quick snap reversals that you could scalp in. I had one of them, and then that was my best trade, but it's not breaking this trend here downside. It does mean we're probably going to be in a bit of a choppy range until we break this consolidation here on oil. I feel like that's still going to lead the market no matter what. Who's getting smacked?
Meta, yeah. It sure is, man.
That is a problem.
Yeah, Meta's been a problem for a minute there. What we can throw back to Adara for the Meta story, but we did talk about it yesterday. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they basically, in the span of 24 hours, had 2 verdicts against them. One of them, the first one, came out on Tuesday night. That was related. It was a slightly different trial here than the second one. The second one was related to social media and the impacts on mental health. And then the first one, slightly more general. The first one, damages, like I said, over 300 million. Second one, damages for Google and YouTube, or sorry, Meta and YouTube combined, it was going to be 3 million each, punitive and compensatory. So 6 million in damages total. Meta's going to be paying 4.2 million, so 70% of that, Google, or YouTube rather, which of course owned by Google, to pay the remaining 1.8 million.
How many people would have to actually, how big of a class action, with those numbers, how big of a class action before you dent into the cash?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big problem with all that is the fact that it's you're talking about what's next.
Yeah, it has to be what's
the
next.
money that they're.
Because it's not about this.
No, it has nothing to do with anything right now for that. But yeah, Meta downside. Oh, by the way, we just got our TQs finally. Remember, we bid 43.30. We just got those right down there. But yeah, look at Meta. When will it stop? Yeah, just to your guys' opinions there, down 4%, which is big, man. That's hundreds of billions right there on the market. Not hundreds of billions, but 100 billion or so on their market cap of, what was it, 3.5 trillion? I'm not sure what it is anymore. Maybe it's lower than that now. But 570, yeah, for Meta. Like, I remember when traders were thinking 600 for Meta was the top. The bottom for Meta. It looks like right now that would be a dream to get that back up to 600. And I think it does happen, right?
I think the numbers that matter for Meta, when you're in a downward trend, I don't think the price levels matter so much as you start thinking about like individual valuation numbers. Like I'm thinking 16. So if it goes from 19 to 16 PE, then I'll be like, okay, well, fine. Who's going to not like it at a 16 PE? That'll be a different story, because when you're downward trending, the support levels aren't going to make that much of a difference. Like Google, if Google gets down to 21, I think that's going to be a good spot to look. 21, and then if it gets another, I don't know, probably wouldn't wait for $5 lower. It's interesting because we were talking this morning, it was more of a discussion if you got to these retracement levels. I believe Scott was saying it was like 10% down and 20% down. I usually look at once a quarter if it's in a downward trend, and I try not to pick price, or I look at when it gets to good historical price to earnings. Because it's like you're just picking something when you like a company, but it's broken. You're just picking a spot that you're trying to get it. And it's almost like you can't go wrong as long as you're patient with your entries. But hoping for support to hold in a downtrend, it's like, what are you shooting for? Like what? Like why? Like let it get to the next quarter, and if they beat and we're down at $500, then this sucker's going to be a 16 PE. That's a buy to me because of that. I don't know when it's going to go. Like I actually bought this. It was at spring training last year, and I didn't even have the low because it was March somewhere, probably here off the 200 period moving average. It ended up being good, but it was bad for a while because obviously I knew the tariffs were going to come. Nobody knew that, but it just is what it is. Like you pick your spot. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Quick update: SMCI still kind of oscillating between VWAP and the low of the day. We'll reload at VWAP. We'll take some out at the bottom. Stop me if I've told you this before, but I think we have to continue to watch this. There's USO. It just broke the low. So this long consolidation, it just broke the low. If it's another wick bottom and we retrace back in, then shorts are probably pretty good. But if we continue to trend down and this is going to make some lower lows, then maybe we're going to see the market come back up. But we just now on the 3-minute here on USO broke the bottom. None of these wicks have held though. We broke the top of the range and that wick didn't hold. So maybe breaking the bottom is not going to hold either here.
We're still waiting for our trade to pan out. Now it's 25 cents, but right now let's go back over and have a quick little look. This is pretty cool. I don't know what happened to this BTC symbol there, but that's pretty cool. I like that one. All right, Micron. We could look at this.
Evaporating.
Yeah, it's evaporating. Yeah, like everybody's accounts. EEIQ also, maybe a name to look at, up 165% today. We haven't even looked at that. UGRO has halted back and forth. Now only down 12%. It was down 25% at one point. development. So I definitely think there's a look required there for UGRO, Urban Grow, there with the cricket talk yesterday and down today. I let cricket talk for a while. FCHL, that could be another name. I think we looked at that a little bit earlier as well. Maybe we can again. Microsoft's part of that sort of IGV move, but although now green on the day, despite the NASDAQ being down 1% right now and going lower. Let's go, NASDAQ, man. We are now officially green on our TQQ trade. So there it is, man. We put the day into Greensville, and we can get you guys voting in a minute if you're green or red. There's battle as well with USO. Watching out for that. Yeah, there it goes to the downside. So we finally get it, everybody. Hey, everybody. There it is right there. We get our 23 fill. So that's an oh my God, that's a bang, and that's an Ozan right there. As it goes, man, I really enjoy trading the market, and you can see right there only one thing for me today, that is the TQQs. And I mean, we noted it on here. We didn't get involved with IBIT. IBIT, although right now is approaching that 70,000, that would be something for me to talk about. Yeah, I don't. I was waiting for 39 3/4. That's not in play yet, so we have to sort of sit on that. Yo, what's up, Ozan? You heard your name because of the cow right there. We'll have to find out what's for. I just got a message from the wife there. It said, pick up some of those sausages again from Farm Boy, Joe. You know what I responded with?
Yeah.
Maybe even steak right there as we hit those Farm Boy. What's that? The whole chickens. Okay. Marissa likes roasting. I do like the whole chicken idea. Sometimes we roast our own chicken, but yeah, not a bad move there. The whole chickens. Whole chickens at Costco, like done, are like $8 or something. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, okay, yeah, you can get them all different flavors. I know what you're talking about over there. So shout out to Farm Boy. They're kind of like, what's that place that Amazon bought? Whole Foods, but not really. They're not as like health-based. They're more unique.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not quite, but it's probably as close as you can get here.
Yeah, other than little individual ones. The Farm Boys are in like, they're in a lot of condos. So they're in like the bottom floors of condos. That's the one, all the ones that I know about anyways. We have a new townhome development of about like 120 towns being built near my house. And there's a big building there. And I'm hoping a Farm Boy moves.
This might be it this time.
There. Oh, USO moving up? Okay, get down, futures.
So it did do that bottoming tail wick, and now it's trying to press the highs. We're not following through yet. This busts through VWAP, and it's game over, man. Just like Bill Paxton said in Aliens 2, which is just Aliens, not Aliens 2, Neil. So SMCI, I think we break through this low. If we finally get going in oil, we'll break through the low. But I'm still reloading if we get to VWAP. SoFi hasn't really changed much. Reloaded at the volume weighted average price, looking for it to get to the lows. It's barely moving. And then Bitcoin, look, we might not get to 70,000, but we can easily break this trend, which is fine by me. Yesterday, Bitcoin was in a very slight upward trend at the open. When it broke the trend and lost VWAP, it was a huge drop. Like, that was the move. It losing the uptrend and breaking VWAP was the big one. And we also have the president speaking right now.
Yeah, what the hell?
He's speaking at a cabinet meeting. I don't know what he said, but we just made another fresh high.
Yeah, so here we go. Iran is begging to make a deal, is what he says. Begging him to make a deal right there. So that sounds like a lot of BS, but I don't know. You know, we're not here to judge what people's opinions are of this news story. I'm just here to trade them. So when President Trump came out there, I did punch out a little bit, just 10% again. We'll put another bid down here. There it is. Yeah, let's go, man. We did not punch out. We also did not reload. Here we go, right back into VWAP right now. The market is moving, Adara. There we go. Nice little move to the downside right now.
He's just saying they're crushing drone stockpiles. He's saying he's not the one who wants to make a deal. It's Iran. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we heard that. Nice move down. Hey, man, this was a 10-cent worth of risk right there. And now we are in the money, 40 cents, and we've been scalping it out. So unfortunately, only 25% left, but really happy. As we said, man, I'm going to get that chart going. I think despite it being a little choppy today, I feel like there's been some good opportunities. But yeah, the scalping right here just doesn't stop, man. We only have 20% left right now on this TQs, and it's just dancing right here. They really want to make a deal, believe it or not, Adara.
They're begging.
President Trump repeated about like 4 or 5 times straight, more or less in the same words, that Iran is begging to make a deal. He's not the one who wants the deal. It's really all Iran, and he said that they're great negotiators, It's not the first time he said this either. So let's talk here about the sector board. There is a lot of weakness. Producer manufacturing quite red here. Tech services, interestingly enough, pretty split. Google and Meta both, of course, hit with that ruling yesterday in the trial with mental health and these media platforms. They're both trading lower. Palantir also lower. And App Lovin hit about 10%. Oh, President Trump just saying he's not sure he's willing to make a deal. That just came out. So there's not sure that they're willing to make a deal. Not Iran. I just wanted to interrupt the update with that. Rest of tech services pretty green. Electronic tech, much like tech services, pretty split, though I would say a lot weaker than tech services as you get kind of a lot of chip weakness, AMD, NVIDIA, Intel, Micron, all to the downside. Producer manufacturing, as I mentioned, red. Energy minerals, quite strong. Utilities, a lot of strength here, but CEG, which is, of course, an AI kind of tide play with data centers, they're down 5%. Yeah, not too much to say here with sectors. I am really distracted by this oil news as Trump says he doesn't know if he's willing to work with a deal with Iran, and they should have made a deal 4 weeks ago. Back to you.
Well, whatever it is, it's working now because we're actually starting that flush. By the way, obviously, that move down corresponded with finally USO breaking out a little bit. It's above VWAP. That's pretty much what matters now is you held that consolidation for 1 hour at the open. USO consolidated in a range. It finally breaks up, and that means we're headed lower. So the gap fill, we basically gap filled on SMCI, so I have a tight stop trail in because we filled the gap, and then we'll look for the low of the day down 22.6. Bitcoin is about to break trend as well. Got to watch out for SoFi because SoFi could double bottom here. And if it double bottoms, I might jump out at the low of the day. But the trail's on there. And yeah, you got to watch out for USO. You knew it was going to lead the market somewhat, and everything is getting kicked in the junk. Worth mentioning, I'm looking over at like memory chip names. Micron not doing a thing over there. It's like one day one chip name is moving the most, another day it's another. Like AMD is getting absolutely woodshedded after being the strongest name out there. This was the second best chip name. Well, third best chip name because ARM and Marvell were probably more than AMD. But AMD is the one taking it on the chin the most. It felt like it was going to be the memory names today that'd be weak, but it wasn't. It ended up being, AMD, which had positive news yesterday. So weird.
Yeah, SNDK still down 8%, of course. Here goes the TQs, man. I mean, just to not to beat a dead horse or anything, but this is now down to $43, and we talked about what we thought about this name, waiting for that low, and it looks like right now the low is in. So we're pretty happy, obviously, with this trade there for the TQs. I mean, whether or not it goes lower now, we'll try to hold on to the rest, down to 15% now on our friend, the TQQs. So that's a good one there. Okay, we'll wait. That's what's going on there. Looking at Oracle just to see if there's anything else going on. Oracle does break VWAP, so we do get that right into here. We get that alert coming through there, breaking through VWAP just a couple minutes ago. So that alert hits on my scanner, and there goes Oracle. Still up on, well, not still up on the day. Sorry, still up from its opening play there today, but definitely downside now for Oracle. Maybe a bit, I think, 144.50. If that comes in, that's the 200 period moving average. So, I mean, as Trump keeps on talking, we are going to, obviously have to address some of the things that he's been saying. So, disappointed in NATO. There's different things happening. $43 right there for that bottom coming in again there. We'll see if it does wind up filling. We did take another out. I don't have any bids now until 95s. So if that comes in, that'll be good. We're waiting for that kind of a break to show up right now. But other than that, the names that you guys want to talk about, what about Urban Go? That had halted a couple times here off the open. Not even off the open, I guess. The first halt seems to have been like right around here, 10 o'clock there. Yeah, thank you very much. Lunch 911. We had that yesterday. I think, was it you that caught Tesla yesterday as well? Good move there. Wow, there goes the TQs, man. In what was, Sharif, this was only a 10-cent risk right there. Talked about it three times right there on that same risk. And right now, man, it's Print City right now for that trade. As you can see, it's starting to go to the downside. We actually missed our 95. We were bidding 95s there. Hopefully we'll be able to get that pretty soon. All right, there it is. There's our 95. Oh my, 6-1 right there. This is the benefit, again, of trading some more active names, but it doesn't really matter what you're looking at right now. Hopefully you're short. The market is bleeding to the downside as Trump continues to talk. Adara, what you got on this?
Yeah, I was going to say here, it's interesting, cabinet meeting, usually President Trump speaks for quite a while, then he passes it over to other members. Once he's done his opening commentary, I will keep you posted. But he's continuing to say that the reason for this conflict in Iran was because Iran would have otherwise used their nuclear weapons on Israel and other U.S. allies within the region, including the U.S. itself. So this is still happening here. He's also basically saying that they do not need the help of other nations to settle this situation. Again, once he finishes his comments and passes it on to other cabinet members, I will keep you posted. He just reiterated that 4 to 6 week time frame for the conflict to take place. A little bit of a spike back in the market, ever so slightly.
Thank you there, Adara. For me, it's ring register time. SMCI filled the entirety of the gap. Yesterday's breakout price, it came all the way back into it from VWAP. If it gets to VWAP, understand that this would be, it has to break an all-day trend to get to VWAP. Like if you do that, getting to VWAP might not be the re-entry here. A pop and then a retest of the trend line or a consolidation and a break lower would be the way to jump back into the short. I was concerned with SoFi also double bottoming here. SoFi double bottomed. This has at least a line in the sand. You know what? I shouldn't have that offer still in there. I don't need that anymore. So we had VWAP for the breakdown, but it's still somewhat range bound, about 1%, down 2%, and it's got like a 1% range in here. So if we bounce to the high, it's almost like let it get to that high of 16.5 and try the 40s instead of the 30s. Or if we do continue this downtrend, just kind of work with this with tight stops. So, thankfully, finally, we actually got that move in USO, which easily brought everything back down. And then the new thing, because the other name we like is Bitcoin, there's that trend break. And this is a red name today, and it's the consolidation under VWAP that I think is next. If it does the same thing yesterday, it was heading up, held under VWAP, broke the trend, and then it was a short all the way into that 40. That was the look. I'm thinking same thing here on Bitcoin, as it's finally confirmed it's showing some signs of weakness. Adara?
I will start with some more headlines here from President Trump. He said that he's not even sure there are mines in the Strait of Hormuz, but then immediately afterwards said only people with, quote, evil intentions would be dropping mines, and that they apparently have these mine droppers. So kind of conflicted here on whether or not there are mines. The main point he said, though, about Hormuz, though, was that, quote, we'll see if we can make the right deal and open the Strait of Hormuz. Let's talk about this U.S. dollar right now trying to get lifted, but interesting still, these lower highs are actually in a pretty direct downtrend, starting from that high we made on Friday, March 13th, just roughly 2 weeks ago from tomorrow. So let's see if we're able to break now a higher high. That would have to be that 100.1 level that we made this Monday. I also want to mention here, in terms of the U.S. dollar, more economic data going to be on focus tomorrow at 10 a.m. Michigan consumer sentiment, 54 is the forecast, 55.5 was the prior. So it looks like the final Michigan consumer sentiment print for March, we are expecting to be a little bit lower than the one before. Now, for inflation expectations, 5-year inflation estimate, forecast 3.5%, prior 3.2%, 1 year 3.9%, forecast prior 3.4%. So the implication here is consumers are a little bit less optimistic about the market, and they do see inflation as sharply higher than they did prior. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adira, for that one. Yeah, with all this Trump talk here, we've already talked about it. Iran must make a deal. There's no more mine droppers, all these kind of things there. You saw what oil did on this move just recently. Nice move higher, up 3.7%. But Trump just talking about there has to be a deal somewhere, and I'm assuming that they'll get to one at some point. But there goes U.S. oil. Sorry, there goes. Oh, we can talk about USO. We haven't looked at USO in a minute. We always are trading. USO is what we look at. OIH, the oil holders, is what I meant. This is why. I didn't even realize the price. $411 right there as we keep on going higher. The other ETF that you may want to look at in the space, XLE. There's Gush, and you talked about Boyle for the nat gas
and Brent. You can look
at BNO, things like that. So XLE. Look at the way this looks, man. I've been. Here, you know what? I'm going to look at a different chart there because we did have the distribution there for XLE. Okay, so right into here, that wasn't a huge drop down, as that's why I'm showing you this. So there goes the XLE, man. We actually ignited our position further at this 50 break right there. As I remember, we talked about, I mean, for me anyways, was just sitting there. I was like, we saw oil we saw gold, we saw silver make absolutely rocket moves once they broke like multi-year highs. And there it is right there, $50 all the way to 60. So it's a nice little, it's not huge, right? It's only 20% move, but not bad there for XLE as you get not too much risk associated with that, as it's a whole bunch of them in one right there. But yeah, UGRO is one that's been halting up there. There it is. I just saw someone say it's halted again. Let me have a quick look at US. So these are some of those levels that we left you guys with yesterday, right? UGRO at close yesterday was just a halt fest into the close all day. And then that's after hours. But these were the levels that we sort of could not beat with after 3 p.m. So watch out now. Yesterday when we halted, we actually wicked up into $40. So right now, the fact that this is halted right there at the same levels it was yesterday, there's your $40 high. So if you did have something going on UGRO, watch out for 40. Right now, the tap is held where it is. So far, so good. Adara, maybe it's bad news about the market because here we go to the downside. Okay, 70 cents now in the money on this TQ short. What's up, Adara?
It's actually quite amusing here, Sean, because President Trump, right as he said before this happened, the S&P 500 was at 7,000 and the Dow was at 50,000. Both the S&P 500 and the Dow like immediately dropped on that. So kind of interesting notes, and it was like right as he said it too. Other than that, he said with Iran, we will keep doing what we're doing, quote, blowing them away until they make a deal. So lots of strong words coming from President Trump. Again, I'm not going to give like every headline here because a lot of it's kind of the same thing. I'm going to stick to giving you guys the headlines that are actually moving and related to the market because we're, of course, going to be focusing on stocks. But just be aware, I'm going to be sitting here. I'm not moving. I'm going to be listening to this whole thing. So anything that does happen that moves the market, like President Trump's comments on the Dow and the SPY, I'll let you know.
This guy is so trash.
I mean, I just took another bid. Yeah, this could be $1 soon, man. We're waiting at 72s right now. Remember what our stop was 10 cents on this trade. So it definitely allows you to level up, use more shares. And we talked about what we were doing. So far, so good on that one. But we always got to figure out what's for lunch. We'll do this real quick, man, because we do have obviously some things moving around. Greek flag. So always we get some good reaction to Greek food around here. Never moussaka though.
Remember last time it was Greek flag and it wasn't Greek salad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. It wasn't Greek salad, but it was. I'm not even sure what it was.
It doesn't make any sense.
Last time. Okay. Well, I was gonna guess this today. It's pretty typical of what happens when we get the Greek flag around here. And it just says grilled Greek chicken. So some sort of a flavor of Greek profile happening right there. Grilled veggies, we like that. Roasted potatoes. And Neil, you can sleep easy. It is Greek salad there tonight. Get it, Neil, for sure. But there it is right there. It is $1 club now as the member has entered the building right there on the futures with the TQQs, man. Look, this trade, guys, if you're trading on the NASDAQ, this trade right now is 24,200. This is 200 handles right there. So the 200 handle club, Adara, what you got for us over there?
Yeah, if you noticed, there was like a brief spike if you were looking at tape there in some names of the market a couple of minutes ago. That's because President Trump said that he thought the market would go down more than it did. So I guess President Trump is optimistic, relatively speaking, about how the markets reacted to the conflict. As I mentioned earlier, you really started to get this sharp drop in some of these names, particularly the Dow, after President Trump said, well, before the conflict, the Dow was at $50,000.
Yeah, and we just spiked off the lows there. So the only new position for me was getting in under VWAP on IBIT. I'm not seeing a reason to not reload it at VWAP, except for what we're going to continue to watch here is what kind of started all of this. It was this reversal off the lows, like that bottoming tail wick, and then the biggest volume spike in US. So obviously, thank you to the president. And that's where you got the shorts continuing. That's where we're getting a little bit of a bounce here because we're running into a resistance level. So if we keep doing this thing where we topping tail candle and bottoming tail candle reverse over and over again, the futures just seem to want to be following as well. By the way, SMCI, that's bouncing off 22, it got 6.5% down. Could be a mean reverse long, but you know what? I don't want any part of it. I will not be taking a trend break long on SMCI, even if it's good. I just feel like that stock's a bit of a turd. Let's go back to Adara.
Yeah, as we mentioned here, President Trump said that he thought stocks would go down more, but he also said he thought that oil would go up more, and he said, well, it could still happen. Trump was right about everything. So President Trump teasing that oil prices could still continue to go higher. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, world-renowned economist, president of Venezuela, president of the United States.
Yes.
Soon to be he probably already is author, emperor potentially.
Well, wait till Cuba.
New head of Iran over there as well. Master of the Strait of Hormuz. This guy, I mean, I don't know, man, but we definitely like the confidence that President Trump has when he speaks.
As long as you're master of your own domain. Then
yeah, I mean, that's true, man. As long as he is doing that. Okay, so yeah, just watching out. There's only 2 minutes left until we'll go to the midday show. So. Yeah, what's up, Adara, again?
Trump finishes remarks. It's now going to be J.D. Vance. At the end, they'll take questions. I'll keep you guys posted on the questions. Now, it is worth noting sometimes Trump will kind of offer a couple comments in between when his secretaries talk, but very rarely. These cabinet meetings, again, they'll go on for usually a couple hours. He said he'd take questions this time, which he notably did not take questions last time. So that's significant.
Believe it or not, I found something that might be an interesting long. We'll see if the market can hold up a little bit here. And it's a weird name because it wouldn't usually say this. Rivian looks interesting right now. Rivian bounced again, and I don't know how many times it has to do this, but it comes right back into that 200-period moving average, bounces in front, and is back above VWAP, pulls back into VWAP once, pulls back into VWAP twice. If we can hold above the volume-weighted average price, this looks like good for a potential like reversal trend break and then back into the high. Just like a scalp idea to get back into the high of the day. Like, show me some stocks that are above the volume-weighted average price. I think there's one here in RIVN that could be a little bit of a curl. What's Tesla doing? Probably not good. Tesla, that's a reversal candle potential. Oh, it's that wick. Sorry about the wick on Tesla. I got to zoom in. There you go. Bottoming tail reversal candle on Tesla also doesn't hurt. Yeah, so I kind of like the look of this Rivian. It's breaking that trend now. If it can close this 3-minute above that 1550 mark, then this back into the high of the day off VWAP is going to make a little bit of sense. What's that you're looking at?
This is called Ocean Pal. So here's a name that's starting to rip up a little bit, SVRN right there. I mean, it might be one of those names, again, we just talked about the mines being dropped or whatever. We did have some talk about some of those ocean mine names a couple weeks ago when this first started to be a thing. So I don't know, SVRN, if those of you that are interested in a small cap name underneath $1 right here, but just 28 cents, yeah, SVRN right there. Ocean Pal right now. Look, with J.D. Vance talking right now, I don't, J.D. Vance finished already?
He was really, really brief. He just said the U.S.'s options in Iran, and then he did it over to Marco Rubio. One thing he did say, though, is that the U.S. has every tool at its disposal to ensure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. So, yeah, J.D. Vance basically repeated a lot of the points President Trump made.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we will continue to look at that. Just before I go, because we got to go over to the midday show here. So my stop was 43.70. We're going to change that now. I mean, I'm not going to let this run all the way back up. We only have 10% left now, so it's not a big deal. I'm just going to wait for VWAP, man, 43.20. So we can just put that bid in right now, 43.21. If it hits, we're out of that one. And I will see you guys at 2 p.m.
Yes, sir. We'll be back. And we gave you guys an extra yesterday. We gave you guys an extra 6 or 7 seconds. Maybe it was 8. I'm not sure. It's about 40 right now. So
it pissed someone off.
We're feeling very generous, Joe. So we'll be back at 2 o'clock, like Sean said. Enjoy the professor himself and Joey Options.
All right, go get it, boys.
Peace. Greek salad.
Greek salad? What? Boom, boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Opsh. I'm Sharif. And let's go, chat. Let's go. We got Hangry Wife, Bryanston. Shout out to my man, Bryanston. We got, who else? P. Nuru, Danny Patel, Damien. We got Bailey Buttons, and I seen it all. Shout out to Mr. Leahy and Super No. Yes, Ronaldo. Come on, let's go. Some new names. Brandon Nick, JC Money, Ryan Phillips, Rest Assured Worship. Good morning, right back at you. Poor Robin Hood. We also got Taylor. We got Mike PD right Trip Q, Austin. Shout out to my man Austin. Stock Market Bull 427. A day trading. Here I am, you bastard. Shout out to Luis. I love it. I know he's coming in hot right from the get-go.
That is hot.
Man. Shout out. You know where that's from too. Tint. Tintin Snowy. Okay, Tintin, like the
Even
Adventures of Tintin. Rivian Millionaire. Joey, help, I'm losing money, he says, man. Coffee Black and Angry Rob. Shout out to my man, Angry Rob. Who else? We got Big Fishing Every Day. Sarah McCarthy. Golden Toilet Brush. We got Jody Used Items and Rusty Shackle. Shout out to HP Motor Cars and Smoked. Not smoked, but Zamoked. Yes, I am watching EEIQ. Just before we go to your boy Joey Opsh, this one is up bigly, and I really do mean bigly. It's off the highs, 1270 high. It was really rocketing up. It came back in. It did a bit of a VWAP dance with around $7. It did breach $7. VWAP is at around 740, 745. Here comes 9, okay? We're getting a bit of a breakout now. We're going to talk about this one because it's in focus, but it's well off the highs. There's some others as well, Joey. But just let's say hello to everybody first. Good morning, brother.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you to Sean and Neil once again for obviously being early. That's what we want. I mean, I think it's really important, the tardiness and everything along those lines. So we'll be sure to be a little bit early, too. We can end the stream 5 minutes.
Oh, that's crazy.
At 1:55. Punctuality is key in the workplace, and they are punctual individuals. All right, guys, enough is enough. Let's get right into things. That's the word I was looking for. I'm dangerous, punctual, and it took me a while. And I was planning on saying that for a while. All right, aside from that, guys, let's see what we got going on. T-triple-Qs, guys. Just testing out some hotkeys over here. We get this pre-market. We're involved in the pre-market. Boom, we get this move. It comes down, so what? Big deal, right? But this is the move that we're talking about right now. Boom, 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 all the way to the top side. And it's just think about it. I'm going long, Katina Man's going short. So you can make money going long and short. It doesn't matter. You want to be patient. You want to wait for those levels to come into play. And that's what both of us did here, essentially. So a nice long off of here on the TQs up here, and then we get stopped out about 20%. Remaining. Moving forward, props up to that one. Is he still here? Bang. Yeah, there he goes, Katina Man. Nice work. Now, it's been absolutely scalp city here on NVDL for the boy. Long here, boom, we take a little bit off, comes back, stopped out, break even, no problem. We're going counter trend here, so we have to be prepared to get out at the break even. We try it one more time, take some more off, break even, cool. Well, guess what they say? Third time, Joey? Third time is always a charm, all right? And I don't know, I don't have 3 kids, but to people who do, or is the third child the favorite, or is it the middle child? I don't know. It's the third.
Katina Man's coming in hot.
Third.
Okay,
so the third time is the charm. Shout out to the superstar. Yeah. Shout out to the superstar Gia. But guys, third time worked really well for us here. We're gonna wait for 72.80s before we take anything else off. I don't have much left. I think a little bit less than 20% on this one, but 72.16 is our entry. And what do we have on the radar here today? That is going to be the triple Qs, as always, in the corner of our eye, NVDA, Tesla, and Google. See, the thing is, though, I have no issue scalping this thing here and there. Considering, look what we got going on the daily. Relatively weak, right? Bang, there it goes. We take a little bit more off there. We didn't get exactly what we wanted to, but we're not going to complain about it whatsoever. So a nice little uptick there in NVDA, Tesla, and goggles we had on our radar. Bitcoin was ripping at one point, but I just didn't want to get involved with it. I just still think it's relatively weak. There will come a time when it is strong again, and we will be prepared to take advantage of that. Right now, we're going to focus on what we got in the large cap names. Aside from that, guys, what we got going on in the options chain, relatively cool activity, right? We'll pop over before we send it over to my guy, Sharif. He's going to give you the rundown on the tickers that he was looking at. I know Luis is in the chat. Dude, all the way up to $52 or something along those lines. I was trying to long it at 14 or whatever maybe, but a big time squeeze. So a nice move on Grow, or whatever you would like to call it, moving forward. NVDA's options chance go over to tomorrow's expiration cycle. That is going to be March 27th. Now 180 is where we're going to start to see some size increase. We didn't see that earlier in the week, right? So I think that we can classify that as a ceiling. And what was our high of the day here today and throughout the week? 176 on today and 176 yesterday. 181.27 was yesterday's high. and then now we're trading south of that. Those contracts are worth $16 respectively on the ask and $15 on the bid. So if you're looking to write, that is where you will get a fill on the bid, brother.
Well said, Joey. I got to shout out our TikTok viewers. Amar, Mobster 33, JC 90, 922. We got Cheer Me Up TX. How about Kendrick Farrow 46? Thank you all for watching, man. We appreciate you guys, really do. Jose Garcia, Coffee Badger. We got Ann, Talent, C Costa, Katina Man's in the house. X on Explorer, we got IKEA. Shout out to IKEA and Frog. Shout out to all our TikTok viewers. We're doing it freaking live on all the social media or all the streaming sites now. So wherever you guys want to digest us, we are there. We do have a bunch to talk about. We're going to get to that super chat, I promise you, in a second. But for now, we got to go to Adara.
Yeah, headlines on the screen here as well, but basically we just had Steve Witkoff, who is an envoy here for Trump's administration. He said that Iran's basically been rebuffing the U.S.'s attempts to talk, though he also added that they have presented that 15-point action list to Iran, which they believe is the basis of a framework for a peace deal. Back to you.
15-point plan. All right.
Before you get down to business over there, we're getting a lot more requests for Luis to come in here. So
I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised at all.
Surprised at all.
But I mean, the people ask, so maybe we can organize something where he comes in one more time.
I don't want to be presumptuous and make an appointment on his behalf. If he wants to come on, he's obviously more than welcome to come on.
It's up to him, and I believe that those moves can be made, and we can definitely get something that works out. So we'll inquire about that.
Talk to Brendan, he wrote. Okay, we're going to confirm it with the exec produce, baby.
And we're
going to make sure Brendan
a week or something
gets the check mark. Yeah, absolutely. Luis, obviously, we'd love to have you on every single day because these small caps are moving every single day. And a lot of people want to hear what you have to say. Let's talk a little bit about ASNS because I haven't taken a look. Pardon me?
Want him on now?
One, if possible, yeah. Well, no, one, because we are trade now. Yeah, ASNS. Thanks, Katina, man. I appreciate you doing that, though. I appreciate you. ASNS, guys. I don't like this. Sorry, Rusty or Rustum. It had a good day, not yesterday, but the day before. It had that big move at around 9 o'clock. It was a Christmas tree retracement, though. As you can see, let's just go back to what day was that? Tuesday. A big move up, and then it sells all the way back down. In fact, it goes negative on the day. Yesterday, it really didn't do much. It was consolidative. It stayed below 43 pennies, I think, for the majority of the day. Today, it is less actionable, I want to say, today than it was yesterday. The volume is also significantly less. Sorry, guys, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, I do apologize. Forgot to throw on the ticker ASNS, the ticker I'm talking about here. It displeases me, at least for an intraday trade. It wouldn't be something that I would get into today. If you're asking for the daily, let's take a quick look at the daily. Yeah, so this is very much, characteristic of these small cap gapper stocks that have down into the right price action with outlying days. You can see those outlying days vis-a-vis the wicks. They typically, as Luis showed us yesterday, they typically close red. Like, look at this monster day back from the 31st of December of 24. I mean, you were trading at the low there at $11.77 and you got to 24. You ended up closing red. So that is normal for these small cap gappers. Nothing unusual there. It's below $1. It's trading below the 50 EMA on the daily. I hate to put it this way, I don't have anything good to say about ASNS from a technical sense. There may be a fantastic trade from a fundamental sense that I have no idea about, but I'm not really qualified to comment on that, so I'm going to forego that. Let's go on to what I have over here. I got to tell you guys, right from the get-go, it is a light day today in the world of small cap gappers. There's not much moving, okay? And what is moving is failing. What does that mean? That means that you need to trade according to the market conditions that absolutely should factor in to the size that you take, the stops that you place, as well as your expectations for profits. They need to be less lofty in a market like this, okay? So that's what we're seeing now. Now, It's not all, you know, doom and gloom. There is this one, EEIQ. This one really started getting going right at 4 a.m., pardon me. The breakout was on right from the get-go, and it didn't do a whole lot of volume initially, but then we started getting about, you know, 500,000, 250,000 shares per 5-minute candle. And this was really early on. I'm like talking about 4 a.m. Then, you know, 9:35 hits, the open. And we start rocketing up because we were basically selling off for the entire pre-market. 9:30 hits, we make that basically high of day, whether you're looking at pre-market high or regular market hours high, it's $12.70. Bit of a Christmas tree retracement, right? We pop up, we pop down, lo and behold though, we seem to be defending that white line. That white line will always be the volume weighted average price on my black charts. And here we are again. We're breaking the downtrend, so we can draw that trend line very clearly. Breaking the downtrend, we have a period of consolidation where we're not selling off anymore. So we know for a fact that buyers and sellers are in equilibrium at that point, but that is changing because now here we are making that stair step up, higher lows, higher highs, trying to breach the area high, which I will submit to you is the 11 o'clock area, 11 o'clock high. 912 is the high, and there it goes into 9.25. Here we go. We're holding the 10. We're breaking through 9. We could be at $10 quick as you freaking like, and we're at 950 now. The squeeze is on, guys. All right, so it's EEIQ. We need to keep an eye out on here, okay? Especially if we get above $10, this could be a big mover. So EEIQ is the one that I want to focus on. I want to see kind of what to expect here by watching the level 2 and the 5-second chart. We want to spot areas of support as well as resistance, right? And I would submit to you on the breakout, they're equally as important because if I want to get in somewhere, and sometimes, you know, we're too far away from prior bar low, I can't put my stop at prior bar low and have proper risk management. I need to see where the buyers are stepping in on the level 2. So there could be local areas of support that we're looking for here, Joey. So EEIQ, definitely in focus for me, up 250%.
Bang, that's what we want to hear. Bitcoin putting in a new low of the day down to 39.15. Not too good of a look for the ish coin there, man. But aside from that, guys, NVDL. What's up, Fabian? See, Neil said the other day that I'm the only guy that wears a toque inside. Fabian has always got his toque on. You gotta stay cool, man. Stay warm, I should say. But aside from that, guys, we take a little bit. What was that, Katina Man?
I love Katina Man, bro. He's so funny.
Yeah. So there it is, man. I'm excited for today's lunch, man. We'll get some grading on that one. Aside from that, guys, let's get right back into these markets and see what we got going on. NVDL off to the races, guys. We take a little bit more off. Nice move up there. I did take off 50% at that, and then we just slowly piece out 55555, and then we can continue to. He said, "Wow, Neil, never don't judge people or whatever. I don't know." All right, anyways, all right, guys, let's continue to move forward and take a look at what we got going on in our scanner, and then we can plug some things into the options chain and see what the derivatives market is telling us here today. If we're going to continue to climb these volatility spikes. Love them or hate them. Sometimes they're a good time, right? And sometimes they're an absolute horrible time. So today, we're fortunate enough to have them working in our favor, and that's what we want to continue to see. Now, as for Robinhood, to the downside, this thing has been getting absolutely slacked. We said we don't think that we're going to go above 180. Well, we're 10 points away from that, and it's not good luck. So that's over 10% right there. K-Web, how are you doing? How you doing over there? Isn't that what Joey from Friends says all the time?
How you doing?
Yeah, how are you doing? All right, shout out Joey. But anyway, that's the show. Another show, I will correlate that with Seinfeld. Never really liked it. I don't want to go down that one. That road trip. I got to go over Enphase here first before I catch any heat in the chat. What are some of the airlines up to today? A lot of chop going on. Make sure you position yourself relatively well. Ooh, this is a big volume print on Bitcoin. There might be a potential long here, guys. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the coin just in case we get somewhat of a bounce moving forward. Let's take a look at the options chain. I'm not looking at the chat now because they're probably mad at me about what I said about Friends and Seinfeld. Now, $41 supply zone, but where's that first kind of level that we're going to be looking at? That's going to be $40, and then 40.50. You can see the congestion within here, so that can say, hey, unless we have an aggressive buyer, they might have some difficulties, the participants involved with it, absorbing all of that. A little bit more off here on NVDL, and we're only sitting on about 7.5%. My eyes are on Bitcoin. Why? Because we have this massive volume candle about to kick in. USO, that was a dark pool print to the individual who was asking me. Cool was asking me about that. But let's head over to IBIT and see what we got going on. Is it correlating? Is the volume and price analysis? That's exactly what we want to see. There might be a good opportunity for a potential long here on BTC via IBIT.
All right, man, cool. Getting long here, EEIQ, looking for the hold of 9. In at 929, currently showing me 30s. There's a seller, I want to say high 20s, low 30s. It's undecided right now. It's consolidative. If I had to choose, I'm seeing marginally lower highs. I'm also seeing a defend of 9. Current bar low on the 5 is 905. Shout out to the area code if you're from Toronto, you know. By the way, yeah, you have that number too. I was like, who's calling me from Newmarket, bro? And
that would be me, my boy.
No, I didn't know, bro. I didn't know. Right? Like, I was like, what is this
How long
guy?
have you had your phone number?
2014. I've had it.
That's not even that long,
a really long dated one from before that, but I had to get rid of it for
other.
Yeah. All right.
Tell us without telling us, my boy.
All right, continuing to watch EEIQ in at 29. It doesn't look like it's going to break out. It's still in this consolidative range. I don't know how to square this circle right now. It is very consolidative on the 5-second chart. I'm looking for a hold of 9. I've put my stop, I think, strategically. Oh, right there it goes. So we're out. So 0 for 2 already on this one. This one's losing trend. Let's see if it breaks prior bar low. I don't want to give it to prior bar quite yet. If it comes in a little bit lower, then I could get in, but we're 0 for 2 already on EEIQ. If it makes a lower high, sorry, a lower low, excuse me. So if it breaches the bar, the 1110 bar, the low of which is 831, this could be a short, because then that would be that pattern that we were talking about where it makes an attempt to reclaim, you know, the high of the day, or at least try, but then it ends up making a lower high, and then we end up breaching prior area low. So now I'm on alert for that. If it changes its tune and it gets back, you know, and starts wanting to take out 9.5, especially 9.5, 960, I'll get back in as a long. But I'm going to look at it both ways here. I don't think this one is going to be probably easy to borrow for a lot of people. I'm seeing it on my platform here. There's no shorts available, but obviously with the firm, with our prop floor here, there definitely is. So I'll make that decision as I need to. I don't need to do it right away. So continuing to watch here, EEIQ, can't seem to get a read on this one. While I'm waiting for that one to kind of develop, I want to tell you about this one as well. BZAI is making a move. It's not the aggressive mover that EEIQ is, but it's pretty close to the high of the day. In fact, it's about 3 pennies offset high, and it's got a good looking chart pattern, but you got to remember, this one kind of gave back the entire move that it made in the aftermarket on Tuesday, gives it back on Wednesday, and here we are right back into that consolidative range that basically spanned the aftermarket on Tuesday and the pre-market on Wednesday, and we're right there, kind of right in the middle of that consolidative range at $1.60. BZAI is the one I'm talking about, or for my American friends, BZAI. It's up 26 2/3%, give or take. So that's what I'm kind of keeping an eye out on there. You guys are mentioning some other ones. I'm just trying to keep my eye on EEIQ for a sec, just because it is holding up above prior bar, and I need to kind of execute on this one. So Joe, I'm going to send it to you.
Absolutely.
While I set up on this.
Well, we have a $2 super chat right now from our boy Greg Trail. $2.
Am I long?
Don't like pie or Seinfeld, bruh. I don't like. I just never had it, man. Waiting for Katina Man to bring me some peach pie. Honestly, I told you guys the story a long time ago. It's just that my friend, I'd always go over to his house, and he'd have the DVD set of Seinfeld, and then like fall asleep. But it's the transition music. I would just hear it for hours, and it just drove me nuts. And I'm like, I don't like this. Anyways, aside from that, guys, a nice little pop here, but this candle didn't close how I wanted it to on the 5-minute with IBIT. 1 minute is phenomenal. Now let's see if we can form a base. It may take a little bit of time for it to turn around, and if we can form this consolidative base and have that floor without any further wicks to the downside, then maybe we can find something. But this could also mean, hey, we're just dumping shares right now, and we don't really want to get involved. 5-minute and higher time frame telling us that this could just be a breath, not necessarily a complete reversal. But there goes NVDA, a nice recovery. We had these trend lines drawn in it earlier. And now let's see if we can go back and retest it. We're almost there now, but we'll be a little bit more patient. And there it goes, 92. We'll take that one. So I don't have very many shares left, to be honest with you. So we'll piece a little bit more out, and then we'll leave some for potentially a test of the volume weighted average price. All right, so bang, there it is on NVDA. Oh, I should have held the full size. No, Anil, I don't, unfortunately, brother. Sorry. I just don't find it funny. I just don't think it's a funny show whatsoever. I like dry humor. To all my friends out in England and the UK, people just do nothing, absolutely hilarious. Dry humor, hilarious. But when you're trying to be funny, I just don't necessarily like it. Data Robinson, Joseph, own it. He loves the market. And dude, I don't know. Yeah, Milo is, I never loved anything like this. He's just like a little life form, man. He didn't ask me to be his parent or anything along those lines. So, yeah, that is my guy and definitely one of my best friends for sure. Love going out and playing with him. He's crazy now, these days. We got to take him to the vet and get him neutered there because he's just like, he's jumping at the door. He wants to fight all the time now. I'm like, bro, don't forget, you're only 10 pounds here now, you know what I mean? But aside from that, here it is, NVDL, a nice little uptick. Once again, we tried this on multiple attempts, got out when exactly we were supposed to, and then that gave us the opportunity to really start to hammer it down here and then go for a little bit of a ride on this trend. So that was a good one. And the same thing with TQs. At this point, we put in some bottoming signals. We broke through that support level, and then we started to turn around, and the momentum slightly upticked. And then that's when I was like, all right, before I play the volume-weighted average price break, let's get involved. And to be honest with you, I was waiting for a pullback into VWAP and something close to my prior entry for me to just absolutely hammer the shares, but I never got that. And these volatility spikes, I wasn't willing to kind of punch, and they were relatively quick too, so it wasn't as easy, and I wasn't too quick on the trigger to really, really get involved. So that's what I got going on. Eyes are still on Bitcoin. We are slowly starting to form that base, so maybe we'll put on a little something to see if we can get a move higher in BTC.
All right, still holding here, EEIQ. It's doing the dance at around 9, but it is putting in lower highs. So it is trouble here. It's putting in lower highs on the 5-second chart. That's what I'm keeping my eye on, the top screen. Area low is the prior bar, obviously, which is 860. We're putting in some higher lows, but we're also putting in lower highs. If I had to really choose, I think that the lower highs are a lot more, there's a lot more emphasis on the lower highs than the higher lows. Here it comes down into 875, gets bought up quite aggressively at the $0.75. It hasn't breached prior bar high, but it also hasn't breached prior bar low. There it is back into 9. If it doesn't clear, I want to say 906, this could be trouble because that's a prior area high. Now it clears it. Let's see if it can kind of continue into 9.25. There's a seller at 7, and down we go again on the bid anyway, at least below 9. So it is not putting in those higher highs aggressively back up into 910. There's 27. Let's see if we can continue. That flashed and didn't hang out for any prolonged period of time. We have a new 5-minute bar that opened. We'll get to that when we get back from Madeira.
Yeah, President Trump going after Jerome Powell. He's been doing so for like the last 3 minutes, and I held off because it wasn't super significant, but he said enough things now that I think it's worth mentioning. Basically, President Trump saying that, implying that Powell should be sued for what he's done to the Federal Reserve building and how he's taking a beautiful building, and where will Kevin Warsh sit? Because there are no walls. So he's very concerned about the placement of probably incoming, or at least very much nominated Fed chair here, Kevin Warsh. Again, just lots of comments here from Mr. Too Late, as Trump calls him and called him again today. Jerome Powell, back to you.
Big seller at 30. Big seller at 30. We can't shake the seller at 30. 28, 29, doesn't matter, but 30 doesn't print. There it is, into 40. We're holding shares here, guys. Let's go. Let's see if we can get a little bit more positive on it now. Let's de-risk a little bit over here. Let's continue to watch. Big move up here, Joey. We're holding shares.
Yes,
Boom. And more freaking boom. All right, there we go. Let's print that a little bit more. Let's see what we can get here. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. Can we get continuation? Their answer is no. Back down into 43. We've got 97s. What a move back down, though. Jeez Louise. No continuation. Anything below 9 ends the trade for me. There's 9. We're going to stop out there. Dang, man. Could have had a little bit more at the top. Should have been using my hotkeys. Continue to watch. What an ugly topping tail candle. Prior bar low, 875. Current bar low, 894 on the dot. Let's see if we can get in a little bit more. Let's look for a defend of 9. So that actually bounced off 9 pretty well and is moving right back up. Sending it back to you, bro.
Absolutely good stuff. Mr. Gray, it's so funny. Your buddy sells his van to multiple people, and he's like, yeah, the first person to get here gets the van. But it's funny, so we can go over
I
to
love
Japan.
that one. That's a Seinfeld episode, too.
So what, he just sells it to multiple people, and then the first individual who actually shows up to get it gets it?
Oh, no. Sorry.
No.
There was like the van story.
Bro,
though,
there's this guy from, anyways, this character, he's absolutely hilarious. He's a manager of this radio station, and he lives in his van and stuff, and then for him to travel somewhere else, he has to sell the van, and he sells it to multiple people, and then he's like, yeah, the first people to show up get the van, but he's leaving with all the money. It's absolutely hilarious. Aside from that, guys, nice curl over in Bitcoin, only giving you a couple of pennies, but we're still not north of this signal right here. So a retest, a little bit more of a base, then I think we can engage to the long side for a pullback. I'm not saying we're going to completely recover here on the day, but at the end of it, who knows? Anything can happen at any given moment, and especially throughout the session. Another scam. That's crazy, Tony. That's crazy, man. Trust me, I'm a straight shooter. You would do the exact same. But aside from that, guys, let's take a look. We'll head over to our watch list and see what the larger participants and some other names are up to here today. NVDA, we've gone over on multiple occasions. Apple, relatively strong. Nice inverted hammer candle right at the highs, though. Breaks through that low, and then it gives you another point or so south of that support level. So keep an eye out on that one. Moving forward, Amazon. Amazon was pretty strong here today. I don't know if this is actually the genuine volume weighted average price, but I don't think it is. For some reason, it miscalculates a little bit, so maybe we'll go back here and see what we got going on or go to a different time frame. But bouncing off of that level, and let's see, if you fail to construct a new high, maybe you'll get a little bit of a curl over and then a breach of that support system and a continuation to the downside. A lot of things can happen. You just kind of got to figure out a bunch of scenarios in your head and try to execute on them. Meta was getting slacked, as Sharif was telling me here this morning, opening up
it is
around
5
582.
2/3.
Yeah.
We were talking about this at 4 1/4. Does this thing stop selling?
I don't know. Let's see what.
I'm so happy I got the hell out of there, man. What a disaster. This thing was at 750,
26%.
like right after the earnings report.
26% off of its previous pivot high over here. There goes Bitcoin still climbing higher. So yeah, we're gonna have to look for another opportunity here. But other than that, if we want to classify it, I only have one L on the day, and that's gonna be on NVDL, and I took a little bit off anyway, so it's small potatoes. And then after that, we go 3 for 3 on Scalp City here on the TQQs, and then the actual big winner here for us was going to be this one here, and then we get stopped out 20% break even on the TQQs. Katina Man short all the way through this and continuously holding on to that. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. SMR down to $11. Oh my Lanta. Yeah, that's not a good look whatsoever in New Scale Power. CrowdStrike down at 391 daily. It didn't hold that trend that we were talking about it being breached not too long ago. And then sure enough, you get that pullback. Can we slowly start to recover? I hope so. How's Netflix been doing? Sharif and I were talking about this one. Big time gap up. I mean, you're looking at 25% or so from the lows all the way to this pivot here at $100, and then sure enough, boom, you start to slide in a little bit here. But maybe you get some of this gap fill. I think that's going to be the narrative, and then hopefully we can continue to the northeast with that trend on Netflix.
All right, man. I think Luis would say that EEIQ is price non-compliant. Isn't that the term you used yesterday? Not compliant with price or something like that. This thing is all over the freaking map, man. It's not finding a very clear area. I mean, aside from $9, which it doesn't really hold on a strict basis, it's all over the map. There is a kind of a trend of higher lows here. Kind of hard to know when the prior area low is going to get breached because it's been breached multiple times. So I'm not really sure how to work my way in. It is holding the 10 EMA, so I can kind of look at the 10 EMA as my backstop. But we are a little bit extended. So 10 EMA on the 5 right now is showing, I want to say, high mid 80s. And here comes 950 again. We rejected prior area at 957. So current area high is not 957, it is 954. So we definitely have selling around that $0.50 area that we can't shake. That's multiple times now. Even the area where I got long and printed up here, it got to 970. Now it's been putting in higher lows since that time. So that could be a good thing, obviously, because it's that 950 to 970 range that's resistance. Let's see if I can work in with smaller share size over here. And here it goes into 960, but watch for a retracement. There's 970, 980, so the breakout's on. Let's see if it drops back in. If it drops back in, I'll pick it up. We're going to Adair.
Yeah, we're going to do crypto right now. I also just want to mention President Trump just said, quote, we have a moron at the Fed. He is still talking about Fed Chair Powell. He has been doing so like for the last 10 minutes and also Sharpie pens. So this is still happening here at President Trump's cabinet meeting. And again, I said usually how this works is the cabinet members will talk a lot more. He has spoken at length throughout this entire meeting, even when his cabinet members get a couple minutes to speak. So I'm just letting you know, like, this is a very Trump-heavy cabinet meeting. Be careful. Though, again, oil has not been mentioned in, like, many moons. Let's talk here about BTC, though. Bitcoin is pulling back here quite sharply on this daily chart. We're talking about that, or Sharif mentioned a couple days ago, that 68,000 to 72,000 range on BTC. Very much still trading within it, currently around 69K. So we're at now Tuesday's lows. But it's worth noting, if you look at this daily chart, going back to that drop we had now, it's crazy, like 2 months ago, February 6th, all the way down to just below 60K. We've had higher lows since then on the daily chart. If we break below that level on Monday, that 67,000 halves, that will be a new low here, at least on a relative basis, a lower low here on Bitcoin. So let's see what happens there. President Trump also saying, quote, who wouldn't be lowering interest rates right now? And quote, Kevin Warsh told me the Fed ripped down a beautiful building. Here's Ethereum, though, on the daily. We spoke about those lower lows. ETH basically coming into them. 2022 is that Monday low right now, 2063. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much for that, Adair. Yeah, I want to hear a little bit more about the Sharpie talk because even Ramin's like he's been going on about it for quite some time. Guys, I agree with you there, Jay Lee, in some ways. I wouldn't be surprised. It's not just going to end. It's going to take a while regardless, and the chances of it coming to a complete halt are, in my opinion anyways, relatively slim. But the better the things cool down, then obviously at the pumps as well. We're hearing in California, it's just getting absolutely ridiculous, 210. 493, that's probably an uptick as well, so hopefully I don't have to go to the pump anytime soon. Aside from that, guys, let's continuously move forward and see what we got going in the market. If there's anything that you want to go over, put it in the chat. Make sure you guys don't forget to vote either. Put those tickers that you want to talk about. We can go over a couple of names here now because we're just sitting in some positions waiting for some more pullbacks for opportunities to add. But again, like my first couple entries on NVDA, we have to be prepared to get out relatively quick if they're not going to work in our favor, just like that. Adara.
Yeah, we do have Scott Bessent making some comments here on Iran. He's basically saying that Iran is upset here about a choke point that, quote, does not exist. Unclear what he's referring to. I mean, the choke point that we've been referring to a lot has been the Strait of Hormuz. So if we get more details on that comment, I'll let you know. But the other thing he said was that Iran is underestimating Americans' ability to hold through volatility in exchange for bringing down Iran. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But again, Bessent saying, and here's the exact quote here, quote, we will overcome what Iran thinks is a choke point. I'm guessing he's referring to the Strait of Hormuz here. Also, Israeli military saying one of their divisions has been deployed to southern Lebanon. Just more conflict, unfortunately, here in the Middle East. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, let's go over and see what the IWM's up to here. I see a couple of people mentioning that, and we don't often look at it. So we'll see what the Rust 2000 is up to. Yeah, I mean, it could be I mean, it's so tough to tell, but if we're going to go through and look at the SPY and the NASDAQ, I would have to say that you might see a little bit more of a pullback. If you think about it from where we're currently trading at to where the previous pivot was, 7%, 11% at the lows. It was getting slack for quite some time, but at the end of the day, that's not bad whatsoever. And it's the same thing with the SPY. I like what our guest had to say this morning. It's like we're not down a substantial amount, 6%, and we have some of the other larger names that are down significantly more. Microsoft is down 30%. You have Apple off of the highs as well, too. You have NVDA still off of the highs. So, I mean, there could be some more room for us to slowly slide. And I think that's going to be the narrative. As we start to form a support level, it's just a matter of time. I thought we would continue northeast, but that doesn't seem to be the case, right? So 172, I think it's one negative catalyst away from a potential break, but I do believe that this name can climb substantially after it's done absorbing enough liquidity.
Not a good trade. All right, moving on. Let's, AIFF is moving. Let's keep an eye out on that. Into 7, I believe, 2.25. Not a bad look there. Up close to 250 is the area high, 253, I think it is. VWAP at around 220. Lots of support at around there. Here comes 240. I would say probably a lot of wicks between 240 and 250. And here it comes breaking into the high, 248, give or take. Not a bad look, not a bad look. So AIFF could be one to keep an eye on. Also mentioned BZAI, this one right into the high of the day at 161. Good look on that one. That looks like a bull flag continuation. What's his name? Bovin saying FATN is making a move. Let's have a look at FATN. I'm going to take off UGRO. I'm not sure why it's loading it up there. Fat N, yeah, making a move back into the high as well, right around 250. I'd like for that to clear 250 first before I get involved, but we'll keep an eye out on those, and we're going to go up to Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here. Be it Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, making some comments on oil. Treasury Secretary Bessent, sorry, not the oil, the U.S. dollar. Treasury Secretary Bessent saying that the dollar is appreciated and capital is flowing in. That's because the dollar is now a safe haven during the conflict. So basically Bessent saying that U.S. dollar has benefited from this conflict here in the Middle East. Back to you.
Yeah, interesting. All right, continuing to watch AIFF. That one looks like it's making a move right into 250 again. So let's load up AIFF. Into 249. You're seeing selling at around 249 over here. I think if we can clear 250 quite decisively, this could be a nice breakout. It's got a lot of respect at the volume weighted average price. Where it held up for the most part. There were a couple of wicks below VWAP, but, you know, I would say the majority of the prints closed above VWAP. And here we are again, though. I don't think we've really decisively taken out 250 at any point. Just wicked into it. So I'd like to see what kind of selling we get at these levels, 48, 49. They're selling at all of them right now. It's up 47%, so it'll be on a lot of people's radars. A lot of volume as well is taking place, about 62.3 million shares. And here we are into 49, haven't quite made it up into 50, at least on this 5-minute candle. So I'll be watching this one for a good move up. But Bovin brought us FATN. FATN looking good as well. Put this one on. This is on the NQ. There's 250. Good look, Bovin. This could squeeze into 273. Quick as you like. Keep your eye on that. LNAI, I didn't chart today, Gavin, because it really kind of sold off from the open onwards, essentially. Yeah, okay, it's making a move back. When I was looking at this, when we were starting the chart, it was around down here. In any event, coming back into about 73. I'd personally be looking for a short, Gavin, off that volume weighted average price at around 73, 72, really wherever VWAP is at the time. Sometimes when you get these kind of retracements, they retrace back into VWAP. Think about this, right? So if you're short at the top, right? if you're, say you shorted up here, some people would cover at VWAP, kind of the same thing, right? If you're long down here, you found a bit of a base at 50 pennies, 52 pennies, you're likely going to sell at VWAP as well, like the shorts who will also get in short at VWAP. So you have a double whammy. You have the longs from 50 pennies covering at around 73, which is VWAP, and then you'll also have the shorts who will earmark that as their entry. So you'll get a lot of selling at this volume weighted average price, at least from my observation. This is the chart, on LNAI. Just a little disappointed with myself how I traded EIQ, but that's neither here nor there. So yeah, I would definitely be looking for a short in and around there, Joey.
All right, good look there. Listening to Trump talk about Germany, and he's not too happy with that. Moving forward, let's take a look at NVDL as we start to climb higher. A nice pullback in Bitcoin. We didn't engage at that 39 hold. Then you get a couple pennies north of that. It's holding up on a key pivot level right now around 39.15. So we'll be sure to keep an eye on it. Here is NVDL. I think, oh, nice pop up. I don't have much. Let's see if we can get a move up into 73.30s as a volatility spike steps in. I don't see it reflecting in the overall market here right now, so maybe it's just on this stock alone, but that's okay. We'll take it. This trend line is now breached, right? So here it is, a hold of that. Have a 5-minute candle on the backside of that trend, and it looks like we can continue a little bit higher here, guys. So not too bad of a look. If this closes inverted, I'll take a little bit more off and then just leave what I have on the 2.5%, 5% or whatever it may be as a runner to a higher level. So nice print. May as well. Oh, I have nothing left. Okay, so one out left there. We'll take it at a new high, 72.98. We're long from 72.16s. A good bottom pick. Los Polios, what's going on, brother? What's going on, brother? Where's Gorev today? I meant to tag him on the IBIT trade, but good thing that we didn't take anything there because it is pulling back aggressively and it looks like it wants to head a little bit lower. So this thing may take some more time to turn around. I'm more than happy to wait and be patient for that opportunity because the volume stepped in, but it also could just be a larger participant releasing a substantial amount of shares. On this volume print around alone, there's multiple millions of shares coming through in a 1-minute span. So that's quite a bit. Yesterday, I was red leading into the end of the day around 3:30, and then I was just taking heavy scalps, and we were fortunate enough to turn things around and be green at the end of the day in the same narrative here. It's been a pretty good one. I didn't start, well, we started a little red, but then NASDAQ after was definitely a good one, but then NVDL being one of the leaders here for us today. So, Lost Brothers, brother, I'm in Palantir long from 149. Yeah, let's take a look at Palantir and see how it's been performing on today's session. Is there a leveraged ETF for Palantir, like PLTZ or something?
Plenty, yeah.
There's plenty, like PLTZ, right?
I don't remember them by heart, but I'm sure chat
daily.
or something can probably give you an exhaustive list of them.
PLTZ is I think this might be it. $28 daily target Defiance daily target 2x ETF. Is this one?
I'll get it for you, don't worry.
Yeah, I
Just
appreciate
keep
that.
going, I'll get it.
Yeah, Palantir. But yeah, this thing's been strong. Nice grab. If you can break this trend, then I think you can have the opportunity to climb a little bit higher and then maybe breach this previous pivot. NVDA is really off to the races right now, and we're thankful for that one. PLTU, that's it. PLTU. Is that 2x or 3x? Yeah, it's
PLTU.
2x. Yeah.
You want PLT3 if you want 3x.
PLT3, can you even do that?
Look at it.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't even know you could throw
PLT3.
Oh, wow.
You might have some liquidity issues on that bad
PLTR 3x, this thing's $800.
Well, yeah, you probably don't want that.
Yeah, we don't want that one. PLTU, maybe we'll take a look at that one, but still not overly liquid. PLT3 there's no liquidity essentially on that one, so not too bad of a look. Nice work there, Los Polios. Gorev, if you're in the chat, message me PLTU. Yeah, thank you everyone. But a nice move there. Too bad we took 20% off at this initial pop at a 1-to-1, essentially a little bit less, and then boom, we go off to the races. So not too bad of a look. If you're rolling, you just got to keep that ball rolling and take those opportunities. Even if you take small hits and find that quality chance, that means you're in sync with the market, in my opinion, and you have to continue. That's something that I've worked on for quite some time. Instead of, there's times in the day where it's like, okay, you take your money and run, but when you've had a little bit more of a rough stretch, like I did myself in the beginning of March, and I'm having a day where you go 4 for 5 or something like that, I got to keep pushing that level and keep pushing until the point where it's like, hey, I'm willing to risk X amount of my realized, and then at that point I'm done. It's either I double it up or by all means we finish still positive on the day.
AIFF is going, guys, up 52 1/3% now. It's taken out the $0.50 on its way into the high 259, showing 56s. There was a lot of resistance at 50 pennies. I want to say even that breakout initially in the pre-market at around 745, the high of which was 240, sorry, pardon me. So it didn't quite make it up to the $0.50. Then you had a bunch of different prints, I want to say, from 9:30 to about 10:10, all of which rejected 250. You come back into VWAP, you hold VWAP clean, and here we are again into the high. We're like a couple of pennies away, or a penny away. There it is, the day high, 260. So the breakout's on right now for Firefly Neurosciences, a former sponsor of the show, and it's a great look for their company. Into 60 here, 63. The breakout's on, guys. Let's find out exactly what kind of short float we're working with on Firefly. Let's check with Perplexity. Let's see what we got over here. Short flow for AIFF. Let's see what we got. Obviously, this will be a little bit dated. Typically, it's about 2 weeks, maybe a little bit more older. About 10 to 15% of the public float is sold short. How old is that data? Doesn't quite say. Okay. AIFF short float is about 13.5% as of mid-March 2026. So that's pretty good. So 13.5% short float into 263. There's a really good chance that we get into $3 here, especially if we can take out that 65 penny area. I see the super chat. We're going to check out VSA as soon as we get back from Madeira.
USO dropping here as President Trump, when asked, when will you be resuming these attacks? We know they have that 5-day pause. He said, oh, do you mean when are we going to do some real damage? We're still doing talks. We have very substantial talks. So President Trump not giving a date for when they might resume, or at least consider resuming these strikes here on power plants in Iran. Market seems to like that. USO does not seem to like that. So again, President Trump saying once again, quote, very substantial talks going on with Iran. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Let's go and have a look at VSA. Thank you very much as well for the $10 super chat. Check out VSA. Let's have a look. Yeah, nice breakout there. Are we light on vol here? What are we doing here in terms of 3.47 million shares on an 81 penny name? I've seen better, but not bad. The technicals don't look all that bad. It definitely looks like it's respecting the 10 EMA generally here on the 5-minute chart. Let's throw in the ticker. So we breached prior bar high, which was the 11:15 bar. You could see we were doing almost no volume until about 11:10, but the volume is pretty decent here. This initial volume bar, about 103,000 shares. This one has about 287,000. The current area that we're on, 288,000 shares. So it's not exactly a volume leader, but not bad. Vision SYS, $1.75 million market cap, guys. Moving crazy. We're going back to Adara.
A couple days ago, President Trump teased a gift that Iran had given them. He said what it was 8 boats of oil. So President Trump saying that 8 boats of oil have been allowed to sail by Iran. That was the gift that Iran gave them, according to him. Back to you.
Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff.
Very.
What's your look?
There was a volatility spike in the market just before we went to Adara. The NASDAQ climbed a little bit higher. You had that tap into VWAP here, and you got a spike in IBIT, and then Tesla also getting a little bit of a volume pump there, guys, as well, too. So not too bad of a look. Be cautious. If you're not positioned relatively well, this chop will drive you nuts, and it did it to me earlier in the month. But if you get yourself in the right place at the right time, then sure enough, you'll have a little bit better of a chance in risk to reward ratios within the trading. So I can take this all out. We're just below VWAP. Market full recovery at this point. I mean, well, not full recovery, but a move back into VWAP, but more or less. So that's going to be my narrative. If we break this pivot, I think there could be some more upside. What we want to do is essentially hold VWAP, and then maybe you can get that continuation. But what I'm seeing from the daily, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to get that today. So yeah, moving forward, let's take a look at the options chain. How Bitcoin, we went over Bitcoin, we went over NVDA. Let's take a look at Tesla and see what we have on that front. We can construct a couple things as well. especially with SMCI. So we'll go over that here right after we take a look at the expiration cycle here on Tesla, because we talked about the implied volatility over the past couple of sessions, obviously with the DOJ probe. So it's going to be interesting. And for the individual who said, Joe, you want to face me in an options competition, by all means, I don't know how that would work, but you know I'm game. And I don't understand why you would want to lose. I don't get that point there, Sharif. No, I'm obviously being sarcastic, but I'm not. But anyways, 390, 17,300 contracts right at that specific level. SMCI. Let's see what we got going on here. Okay. So yeah, 101%. We were looking at that around 153% a couple of days. So you're already starting to see that cool down. I was talking with Chris, one of the campus managers this morning. He's like, yeah, we were trading some SMCI. Be cautious. It's not always the cleanest price action. You can see you're down 6% here, 6 3/4. So it's a tougher look. Why? The implied volatility is in, so you're going to have more of that fluctuation within the actual intraday price action, and you have to be cautious with that, willing to get in at precise entries and be prepared that it's going to come a little bit against you before it really starts working, and that can take multiple attempts, Sharif.
Yeah, just hold on a second.
Yeah, absolutely. So SMCI 101%. 153 a couple of days ago, a nice curl over in Bitcoin, so that VPA signal really coming into play. And see, the thing is, with the algorithm that I built, it eliminates the subjectivity of things. So I didn't take this trade, but it would have no issues with taking this trade on the 1 minute time frame, right? Because it's like, hey, why aren't you taking it when you have multiple signals confirming it? So you just have to pull the trigger on those things. Gaurav, I'll give you credit for that. You're in a lot of positions. Inverted hammer candle right here on NVDA on that one. Let's take a look at our watch list. We'll go over a couple more names before Sharifi's retapping in there. Watch list. BBAI, $3.45. Katina, man. Ooh, putting in a new low. That's not too. Yeah, I know. Same, man. But we had Walmart. Katina, man, up 11% at one point from the point of entry, but it's been absolutely getting destroyed. So we'll head over to our portfolio tracker. Chat, you guys are in dead last, man. When I say it sucks to suck, sometimes it does. Obviously, only messing around with you guys, but yeah, you don't want to be in last, man, because you know what Ricky Bobby's dad once said. If you're not, he said, if you're not first, you're last, Sharif. So there's only one way. 3.8%, and then sure enough, 15% to the downside on CrowdStrike. Sharif holding on to that fourth spot. Randy in that third spot with ExxonMobil up 32%. Woodward Meanfall down to that sixth slot. Once again, ASTS being an absolute monster for her in that one. But Sean hitting on that eighth spot. Eli Lilly down 16%, brother. But Marvell up 20%, that's good. Marvell, tell us how you really feel about Marvell, Katina, man.
I think it glanced at 100 today, which is not that bad.
Yeah, he's happy about Marvell. And you drive a Tesla, right? So you're not at the gas pumps or anything? There we go. There we go. So 14%.
When's the last time you went to the gas station? Well, he has another car.
You have the Volkswagen, no? Right on.
Das Auto. Hey, Max, what's going on there, Max?
You got to get the electric Lamborghini up there.
Katina Man's waiting for the Rivian R2 to come out. Katina Man, you might want to mosey on over to Yorkdale Mall. There's a new, well, at least last time I went, there was a new, what's it called, Rivian store opening up at Yorkdale Mall. That puts them with Tesla, Lucid, and VinFast. So now there's 4 different car dealerships at this mall. I don't think it's a bad idea, man. I mean, especially if you're trying to get it out and make it like a very, to the public so they can all see electric cars where maybe some of them have some reservations.
Obi in the chat.
Obi's in the chat?
Obi's in the chat. Will you trade today, Obi?
Oh, boy.
Would you trade today, Obi?
Oh, what were you on today, brother?
You know when he's in the chat, oh boy.
I hope he took Meta short. He'd be 6% in the money right now. All right, Adara, what's up?
Only BL.
President Trump earlier, when I say earlier today, I mean within the last hour, said that he did not believe there were any mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Now he's saying, we don't know if they dropped any mines in the Strait of Hormuz, but there could be a few, and if so, that's a lot. So again, President Trump here really back and forth as to whether or not he believes there are mines within the Strait of Hormuz. Oil kind of trying to figure out how it feels about this story, guys. Back to you.
Interesting look, Joey.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys, continuing to watch AIFF over here. Let's see if it holds up above that 240 area. Hammer candle, bottoming tail into the 10 EMA. It's a 263 high. It's been quite respectful of the 10 EMA on the 5, but it's below prior bar high. Prior bar high rejects that 50 penny area. So yet again, we have a seller at around the $0.50 with 263. So keep your eye, 263 as a high, pardon me. Volume weighted average price, 2.25, but I perceive there to be a bit of support, initially resistance in the mid 40s, right? Because all the closing prints were in and around that mid 40s on the 5. Let's see if we can breach prior bar high. If we breach prior bar low, that will probably be also a breach of the 10 EMA, and that may be, maybe heading down a little bit deeper than that. So keep your eye out on that. Obi says he's stalking Meta, which I like. Obi, it's down 0.25% more since we mentioned it. It was down 6, now it's down 6.25. So Meta cannot catch a bid if it's life dependent. Let's look at the chart on Meta over here, man. This is getting really, really ugly for Meta. What's the low, man? What's the low? 556 on the dot. Let's look at the daily here on Meta. Oh my days. Okay, so we took down the fall lows. We breached the fall low, man. So that was, I believe, 580. That area low that we put it in the fall, that's when we sold off aggressively, and that's where we were buying this. And then look, we make that price spike up into almost 750. And now since that earnings report, we are down more than 20%. So in bear market territory again, well off the highs, all-time highs, that is, about 30% off all-time highs. So Joe, if we've lost that to, I would say, in my opinion, we've lost that 580 level from mid to late November. Now we're looking at 550. If we don't hold up at 550, we're looking at the tariff tantrum lows, and that takes us into 500 to 475. So, yeah, Meta's certainly seen better days, and, let's just be honest. When it dropped over here, I thought this was a buying opportunity. It was this over here. This was October area. We did pick it up. I had to aggressively DCA to get back in the money. We held this one until it popped off into the earnings report. I got to tell you the truth. I didn't sell everything into the earnings report at all. I in fact held, and then we got out once that 670 shelf broke, because it was an obvious area of resistance that we couldn't clear after the move down. Then when we lost it, I was like, well, that's pretty much the end of the trade there. So, and I'm happy with that exit. Definitely could have made more on that, but Meta is not looking good here, Joe.
No, it's not. And I'm just trying to think, like, what could the worst case scenario be? You know, they're going to end up paying fines, structural change. But the way that I'm looking at it is, who's going to dethrone them from essentially being the king of social media in a place where you can post in all this lavish lifestyle? I just don't see it really losing in that space just yet, unless something new and that new shiny toy comes out, or a new platform that everybody's obsessed with. So I know TikTok definitely grabbed market share, but I still think Instagram is the king, because I think so many people use it. How many daily and monthly active users it has.
Can I say something though? Like, Instagram, like, as much as I do use it, I'm not trying to pretend like I don't use it, because I do. But it feels like at least the real friends that I have on there are posting far, far less, other than stories. Not just a regular post, whether it's reels or posts. Assassino. We have more posts from, like, people we don't follow. And that's why I was showing you the other day how to look at people you follow. But quite frankly, even the people that I do follow, I feel like are posting less. So it feels like,
rightfully so,
less entertaining to be on, because quite frankly, I don't really want to see all the stuff that people I don't know
you don't
are
really
doing.
care. You don't really care about that.
I don't really know who they are.
Could we also take into consideration that the fact is that, okay, we were significantly younger when this platform was way more popular, but then people, as you get older, tend to typically want a little more privacy, so you kind of outgrow.
But I'm seeing what my niece and nephew. It's very different from the beginning.
Well, it was hot, right? It was that hot new app, right?
Like, I don't like the. I don't have too many people that are like much younger than me as friends.
Yeah.
But what I'm just seeing from my family anyway, who are younger,
Nice.
they don't post nearly with the same cadence that we posted
I
at.
just think that it's like people just want a little bit more privacy. They have their
That's
time
fair.
with it. You need to wait for that new wave of participants to come into play.
Or a new app.
Or new, but that's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Is like, who could that be? Like, what is it? You need something really, really good in order to kind of break that meta, that ecosystem, I guess we can call it. So, yeah, interesting.
I just want to mention a couple of things. EEIQ is making another move here, guys. It looks like it found general support at 850, still lower highs off that 975, but trying to make a move above 950 again. That's EEIQ. AIFF kind of dancing here, 3-candle pullback south of 50, holds up at the 10 EMA. Let's see if it can work its way back above 50. But Bovin bringing to my attention RBNE. I don't mind this one too much, Bovin. The problem with this one is it's very consolidative, and it did have a breach of that consolidation area, which was south, be quite honest with you, into 240, and it lost that level. Now, we haven't seen that breach in the opposite direction as a long. We saw it as the breach as a loss of trend. So that's the other look there. FATN was the other one he was showing me, but I got to tell you, the volume is really dropping off. Fat N here, and it's barely holding above VWAP. SVRN, this is the one I wanted to point out. So this one was losing trend quite quickly once I put it on the side chart right at 11. It dropped below VWAP, so I said very little about it. But here it is. It consolidated for, I want to say, an hour, and now we just get a big pop off on that 11.55 candle, taking 27 pennies. It's a 29 and a quarter, 29 and a third area high. So that's another one to keep your eye on there. SVRN. BZAI is the other one we've mentioned. This one had a big down day yesterday, recovering a little bit today. But as I mentioned earlier, BZAI takes us into that consolidation range that we had over a number of days, over 2 days. So that is a bit of an issue that I'll keep my eye on there. So Bovin agreeing with me about RBNE. Guys, all right, we're going to send you to Adara for happening now. However, there is no Neil's lesson of the day today. So, sorry, guys. Can't have hotlines dropped every day. Neil will be back, though, hopefully tomorrow. We're sending you up to Adara.
We're going to kick off this happening now with a look at TSLA because they just published delivery estimates for Q1 2026. This is the second time in a row they've published these estimates. They are expecting 365,000 deliveries. That would be below last quarter's deliveries of just over 418,000. Let's take a look here at the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Both of these oscillating here near lows, but there's been a lot of volatility as the market digests comments from U.S. President Trump. He's been talking a lot here, and a lot of it's about oil. He said, I would say at this point, at least 10 times, if not more than 10 times, that the U.S. doesn't need a deal with Iran. Iran's begging to make a deal with them. He also has made some comments here about the Strait of Hormuz, saying that they have targets they want to hit before they leave and that they could leave at any time, but also because of how planes are, they could also come back and re-enter the conflict at any moment. So lots of back and forth here. Be very careful if you're trading this market, but especially oil. President Trump also talking about Fed Chair Powell once again here, saying, quote, we have a moron in the Fed, and also saying that even apparently Kevin Warsh has expressed some concerns about the Federal Reserve renovations. Now, in terms of market moving news, we talked about Tesla, talked about oil, but one story from yesterday that's still moving the market, specifically Meta, is this verdict here in this trial. I mean, we know Meta had a child safety trial verdict go against them on Tuesday evening, but then Wednesday afternoon, turns out another jury found Meta liable here. $3 million in compensatory damages and $3 million in punitive damages for YouTube and Meta. That's a combined $6 million, though Meta's going to be covering 70%. Again, the second trial has to do with a personal injury lawsuit saying that basically these companies are addictive and they're not protecting their consumers. Back to you. Do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content.
Thank you very much for that, guys. Continuing to watch AIFF. It has a higher low and a higher high on the 5 now, but as you can see, the 5-minute chart looking, I don't want to say topping tailish, but it doesn't have that kind of follow through. It's up about 48 4/5%, so it's not a bad look. It's also holding up at the 10 EMA. I like the fact that it defended generally that breakout area. We were talking about 245. You can kind of see on the 5-minute chart there, 245 is where the wicks were breaching, but no closing prints clearing that level. comes into it, showing a green candle now. It's got to follow through. If it doesn't move up back into the mid to high 50s, I think this one may lose the 10 EMA. And I have my stop right below that 40 penny level. So we'll see kind of how all that ends up jiving. Keeping an eye here on EEIQ as well, as this one seems to be a bit consolidative now. So this one's a bit tougher to read. I want to say generally you have about between $1 to $1.50 worth of range. Take a look at what we do here at around 9.5. No closing prints above 9.5 since that Christmas tree retracement, right? You do get wicks where we got caught into that 970 area. Great look, right? And then for the most part, look at to the downside, about 8.25 are where the buyers are stepping in. You only have about a few wicks that breach at 8.25, and here we are again trying to move back into that 9.5. So now you're kind of getting this. I don't want to say you're getting a breakout, but you do have what seems to be an ascending wedge pattern, right? You have this area low with all the 950 rejections, and then you have higher lows into that 950 area resistance. So, yeah, and I quite frankly, I wouldn't also say take a breakout trade on 950 because as we've seen, it's made its way to 970, 980, then rejects, drops back down to 8. If that's the look, then clearly we shouldn't be looking for a breakout trade because it seems to retrace. So what I would say on the 5-minute chart, wait for a closing print above 950. If that means you get a worse price, at least you get the, the security that the selling at around 950 has been kind of done with. So we're going to continue to watch EEIQ, and I don't think I'm going to punch in on this one until and if it closes above 950 on a closing basis, right? It's not going to be enough for it to wick there. I've been caught several wicks down, and that's not going to work for me. So that is what I have for that, and I'm still holding AIFF. Let's see if that one pops up into 950 as well. Swarmer is making a move. Did this thing halt? Not yet. So I just saw it there not doing anything, 39.01. It looks like it might be entering a halt parameter. Let's have a look. I don't see this thing moving. Is it halted? Okay, let's load it up. I don't even know. Let me hold on here. Let's take off this one, SWMR. Let's see, no, we're not halted yet on that. Okay, fine. So Swarmer, nice big move, 39.55. The high of the day is 40.59, but take a look at this closing print and that opening print, it's $40 on the dot. So we're about 45 pennies away from that area high. Keep your eye here on SWMR. Just made a big move. I think it's still negative on the day. No, it's up. Swarmer is now up 25%. When I was watching this one, it had been basically, I think it was negative on the day. No, because we were watching in the pre-market. 930 comes along, and this one is decidedly green. So SWMR back in focus here, guys. And this is a multiple halter. So this one could absolutely give you an opportunity. Keep your eye out on that. I'll keep my eye out on that. EEIQ and AIFF, Joey.
Yes, sir. I was talking to my boy James Bell in the chat. Couldn't agree more with you, my friend. What's up, Mike, Peter Ryder? What have you guys been trading today? Let's see what this one individual said here. Solar, the Dark Soul. Come on, man, give us some good tickers. If you want us to talk about something, then just bring it up. We'll take a look at them without any question. I want to hear what you define essentially as some good names. To each their own. Like, I'll say one thing about me coming to the floor. It's like I would run my scan and I would look at a certain basket of stocks, but then you just have so many different players here that you learn so many different names as well too, and I like that. You can really broaden your basket. Anyways, aside from that, I'm now regretting owning this much. Appreciate you. What's up, Dave? I appreciate you, man. Do you want the Stone Cold? We'll hit the Stone Cold, and then we'll also hit this one for you. Not directed. We laugh with each other, not at each other. Aside from that, guys, it's chill. I mean, like a nice Thursday, we'll take this, a couple solid trades. So we're not in any rush. I mean, there was the opportunity to get involved in some Bitcoin. I think that has passed. So we'll have to find something else. We can always head back to our scanner and see what we got going on that front. There's always some volumes ticking in. We know that this is going to be at the top of its class via volume and market cap wise. The TQ's up on there. What has INTC been doing today? steady downtrend. Break of that support level is where I would personally look to engage, and then sure enough, 44.87 is a level that it came to a low of. Now XLE, Chris. Oh wow, okay. Shout out my boy Chris. Shout out to our boy Chris over there, a manager in the campus program. He's talking about XLE and trading this one. Yeah, so shout out to him as well. Holder of a lot of cryptocurrencies as well too. So yeah. Nice holding too as well.
Is he back there
Today?
Yeah, I saw him today.
Yeah, he's
Were you talking to him?
Yeah,
back there?
I was talking
okay,
to him today. Yeah. Shout out to Chris, solid individual. Plays hockey as well too. Out there in the Hammerton.
What does that mean? Oh, Hamilton.
Yeah, the Hammer, man.
They got the best streets in Hamilton.
They're really good.
Sick.
And the air is good, clean.
No potholes. The air is super clean. There's no industrial area in that area, and there's no like metal pollution.
We don't mean to dump on his town or anything like that.
No,
like,
I love going there.
You like going to Hamilton?
Good.
I love how we're being so sarcastic. It's not funny. Hamilton's trash, unfortunately. But like, hey man, it all can't be sunshine. Dude, downtown Hamilton, I never experienced anything like it. Have you been downtown Hamilton?
I have.
It is worse than the city.
University.
Yeah, it's like they shipped, like if you're unfortunately homeless and addicted to drugs, you were shipped over there to Hamilton. No, I'm serious. That's right. London, Ontario,
it was way better, SSE.
Yeah,
we're not
back in
talking
the
about
day.
London, England. We're talking about London, Ontario. Well, you don't like London, Ontario, SSE? He wouldn't say hate. It's too strong of a word.
Yeah, no.
But he doesn't like it either, right?
He doesn't like
That's
it.
2 hours from it. I don't think
That's
London's
2
all
hours.
that bad, man. I used to
think it's
visit
that
my
bad.
friends at Western all the
exactly.
time. Like,
Same, man.
hey? He lived there for 2 years. Okay, so you have a bit of a different take. I'll give you that. Living there and visiting there, two different things. But Joe,
because you got to leave on the weekend, after the weekend, right?
Well,
you go over there and see what you got going on.
The parties at Western.
Yeah, they were the best. You couldn't beat it, man. You know how many times I stayed?
Over.
Yeah, it's over. We would stay at the res at my buddy's
either Western
house.
or Queens. Queens.
You like Queens?
I like.
I wouldn't even lie,
really
man.
like
I had a
Queens,
great time at school in Guelph too, man.
At
Some
Guelph?
good
Okay,
parties.
I did have a good time at Guelph, but Guelph's a smaller city,
it's
though.
Smaller.
Yeah,
but
so.
that's the thing. You kind of knew everybody there, right? And like by the time I moved in, my buddies who went to the university there, we had a house on the corner. We were in the thick of things and everything along those lines. So it was a good time for me. I like Guelph.
Okay, so Dragon, you're gone, brother. Like you can't be saying stuff like that on the channel. I'm not gonna put up with it, and you're done. All right,
bro.
There goes AIFF into the area. High 268. It's got a candle of indecision now. So be careful here. It's got to clear the 2/3 of a dollar to really kind of move up into 3/4. Let's see if we can get up into about 3. It's a very, very strong kind of trend. I think it's been quite respectful of not only the moving averages, but the breakout area, which again we earmarked into about 245 to 240 to 250, pardon me. The day high right now is 268, 54% under its wings. But guys, I really want to bring your attention to EEIQ. This is now an ascending wedge pattern. We clearly have an upward slope of higher lows and a very clear flat top. In my humble submission, it is 950. Now, not each touch into 950 is created equal. Now we're kind of getting wicks that reject 950. Earlier, we were kind of breaching 950 by a lot, 980. Now you're not really getting that, right? So they're certainly selling at around 950. That's not in question. What I really want to stress, though, are these higher lows and the respect for 8 in and around this area, which, by the way, that $8 support level now was resistance. Take a gander at what we did after that Christmas tree retracement. We were using 8 as resistance. So this one feels like it may be stair-stepping up. Something to watch out for there. Shout out to Golf Franchise. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat. He wants y'all to know about LXU, MUR, AMPY long. I'll look at one of those, and I guess you can look at the other, Joey. Let's take a quick look here.
President Trump just finished the cabinet meeting. No more questions. He's done.
All right. So President Trump is done.
Ramin said she was going to give the lesson of the day. Did you see that?
Of what? Oh, bro, I had a lot of jokes there, but I'm not going to
stay
quiet.
You had to refrain yourself a little bit there.
Maybe her lesson will focus on the remaining of life.
Oh. End it. End the stream.
End the stream. No, I thought it was actually okay. All right, here we go. 17.19 high on LXU. Thank you, Golf Franchise. This is actually a good one. It is a little bit light on volume for an intraday trade, but the pattern is what it is. If you can stomach kind of the spread that comes with that, have at it. From a daily, I was just looking at this at the daily. This is a nice looking chart, my man. Let's flip to the weekly here. I want to take a gander of what this looks like on a wider time frame. Okay, so this could be forming a rounded bottom. You may have something here. This is really good. It looked like it formed a base. I want to say generally around 8. There were breaches, of course, and you can see that breach here, but now we're kind of recovering from that. I think if we get above 10 and hold above 18, pardon me, that's money. That's absolute money with the ultimate area high there at around 28. Looks like the closing prints got into about 25. So I'd be looking out for resistance on 25. But that's a really nice look here. LXU's LSB Industries. It's a $1.25 billion market cap. And they're engaged in the manufacture and sale of chemical products, primarily manufactures, markets, and sells ammonia, fertilizer grade ammonium nitrate, and urea ammonia nitrate. Now, my understanding is a lot of our fertilizer does come from the Middle East, and that has been on hold because no ships have been passing. So that's the bad side of the equation. The good side is, my understanding is about 80% of American farmers have already purchased their fertilizer for the season. So if we're looking at it affecting this planting season, I don't think it will. But obviously, if this continues longer, then we may have a bit of a different issue. But I'm assuming this is why it's breaking out in this way, right? $10 essentially flat top break. And since that time, we're up like 66%. So it's got to be something to do with the fertilizer trade. Good on you. Good eye for that. You want to look at MUR for him?
Yeah, MUR?
Yeah. That was the other one that he pointed out there.
MUR, yeah, let's take a look at that one. MUR, let's see what we have. Murphy Oil, that's up to the top side. So, I mean, like, we've gone over this through a couple of different sectors and subsectors, is that when you have something that's really in play, you're going to kind of get that rising tide lifts all ships here. And then Murphy Oil, something that I'm going to be straight with you, I'm not overly familiar with, but look at this from May. It just steady up into the nice steady uptrend there. So it's a pretty good look. And from April of last year, you're getting 112%. Obviously, a boost from some of the other, some of the oil controversies that we're having right now. So, yeah, this is a really good play. I like that. You're just rotating into the right sector out of tech. And I think that's kind of the narrative of what's going on right now. You're seeing that rotation out of tech and then into some of the oil and energy plays. Staples was good for a little bit at the beginning of it before the oil trade became extremely hot. Yeah, timber time is right. Gorb, you were talking, yeah, the market new low of the day. Spiral, nice call out there. You were talking about it for quite some time. Good look. Yeah, Gorb, we were long NVDL as well, too. You said, you mentioned that. I didn't take anything off up there. I have nothing left, so it doesn't even phase me. Essentially, when we take it off, we can just hold it for the rest of the day. Sure enough, boom, a nice move up there. After multiple attempts, too. Take a little piece out, boom, stopped out. Take a little piece out, boom, stopped out. And then eventually, like we said, apparently the third child is the favorite child. And then I'm the third child.
Are you?
Yeah.
I always wanted a bigger family. So Assassina, you're the third child as well?
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just me and my sister. And, yeah, like, growing up, we didn't have much of a relationship. Almost 7 years between us, 6.5 to be exact. But, yeah, clearly you don't have too much in common when you're younger. Yeah. And quite frankly, we still don't have too much in common. She's got a family, I don't, right? She's in science, I'm not. So there's still like a lot that's different about us, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
there's not a whole lot there.
Did she have a lot of friends?
She's got a good amount of friends, especially because she moved to California, so she had to start anew, right? But then, like, she goes to church, and the church is super community-based, so she made a lot of friends there. What?
How old was she when she moved to Cali?
She moved in 2019. She's born in 75.
Okay. Yeah, so Yo, no. Did you see what
I'm not the only old one.
Yeah. well,
boy.
no, that's all right, Mr. Duckett. Yo, Mr. Duckett's. I don't think he was being serious, but that was common. I'm not going to repeat what Mr. Duckett said. You can read it, but
I can buy whatever car I want, brother. I had a very expensive car before I sold it, and I'm selling it for a specific reason, is I have bigger goals. So
exactly. Sorry, but I think he was being sarcastic in there.
I know.
Because we were doing the
comparison.
Yeah, we were doing the comparison thing there, which I understood. But anyways, aside from that, watch it, Mr. Duckett. You'll catch hands over there. Farmers. Okay, you know who it is. It's one of our favorite. Well, all of you guys are my favorite anyways. Son of Daniel, he's not the third child here. Farmers may have already purchased their fertilizer. However, the concern is that their suppliers may not be able to deliver. Okay, that was a serious one. I thought you were going to refer something about cheese or something along those lines. But anyways, thank you very much for that. Now, golf franchise, if you don't want to invest in fertilizer, play CF long as well. So fertilizer in play, it seems as well. We'll take a look at CF. Thank you, golf franchise. Are you a scratch golfer or not? Otherwise, you might have to change your name, my friend. No, I'm only joking. What was it, CF that we're looking at? That is correct. CF. Sorry for the moment of pause. Let's take a look at CF. I know Danny Boy was talking about this. Danny, what fertilizer company were you talking about not too long ago? But this is a big time move. $77. What? 77% just like that? You're almost going to tap into, if you go to 144, that's a 100 banger, that's 100% right there. So not too bad. The fertilizer play definitely in vogue right now, Shree.
It is. It absolutely is, man. And you can see them, they're all kind of breaking out at the same time. I think another one, DAR.
Why would that be?
Well, you were talking to Chris back there. So basically a lot of the fertilizer that comes to North American farmers comes from the Middle East. They come on boats. Boats aren't passing through the Strait of Hormuz. But like I was saying also, that I was reading a report the other day that about 80% of American farmers had already purchased their
yearly supply,
their fertilizer for this planting season. So I think we're okay now. But if it continues on for any prolonged period of time, I think it might be a bit of a problem. Do you have a broker that will get creative to help qualify for a mortgage as a day trader? That's a fantastic question, because a lot of day traders don't want their day trading profits to be actually categorized in a way that would make sense if you're going for a mortgage. They don't want it to be categorized as income because it gets taxed at a higher marginal rate. A lot of people want to get it taxed through the capital gains route, where it's just basically 25%, not up to 46. I think we have 53 now, highest marginal rate. So a lot of bit has been made about that. That's a great question on your part. I don't really have a good answer to it, because on one side, you realize it as income, you pay more in tax, but then in this country, your NOA, your notice of assessment, is reflective of higher income, and that's good for banks, but at the same time, then you're paying a little bit more. So I think you should probably seek, professional advice there on that. And also, I don't know, you are in Canada. I think you're in Vancouver, right? So be careful with TFSAs. Be very careful trading out of your TFSA. There was a court case, I think, in the federal court during COVID, where one of the traders who made a lot of money in their TFSA tried to realize it as capital gains. They didn't let him. He lost in federal court, and it basically set a precedent. But you're going to have to double check all that information, okay?
Yeah, you need consistent profitability, like 3 years. I think it's 2 years here, maybe 3 years in the States for it to even be considered.
Considered what?
That income be considered from the bank. So 2 years, you see what I'm saying?
But we're talking about two different things. So you bring up a really good point.
You have to prove it for multiple years.
Agreed. Agreed. That's so that the bank knows it's a consistent source of revenue. What I'm talking about is taxability, right? So you're talking about banks. I'm talking about CRA, Canada Revenue Agency.
For sure. Shout out CRA.
All right, I have a mortgage, but I qualified before I was a day trader, so just curious what the approach would be. It's a great question, man.
Shout out to Just Pay Cash, JD Wills. What up, man? That's my initials. That's what I call myself sometimes, JD Will.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's cool stuff.
Yeah, my middle name's my dad's name.
Okay, continuing to watch here, guys, AIFF. This one's struggling to kind of get back up. Now we have two lower highs in a row after that high of day into 268. Let's keep an eye out there, but I'm still really interested in EEIQ. This one keeps dancing around 9. It is putting in lower highs, but it's also got higher lows. unsure how to square this circle here. You kind of see the buying, you see the ascending wedge pattern starting to manifest, but you don't get any decisive breakthroughs of that 950 area, quite frankly, at all, right? So that is something to be on the lookout for there, especially on EEIQ. Now, I was going to say try to base it on prior bar low, but look at this current candle on the 5-minute chart. Low is 876, high is 924. It completely breaches the 883 prior bar low. So, yeah, I don't think this one's setting up quite yet. Any other tickers in the world of small cap gappers you guys want me to look at? I absolutely will look at that for you, but a bit of a light bunch today, guys. For the exception of, you know, that EEIQ breakout earlier on, we haven't really got much, and maybe AIFF holds above 40. That is where my out is on that. But for the moment, going to pack my patience over here. Shout out to Golf Franchise. Florida had a few freezes that destroyed most of the fall crops: squash, cabbage, peppers, carrots. GRO still in play with a small pullback. I was actually keeping a look at that. Thank you very much, first of all, for the super chat there, the $5 super chat. But I was actually looking at AGRO this morning to see if it would kind of make the move back up. Let's have a look at the 5-minute chart over here. Yeah, it's not doing a whole lot, brother. In fact, it's definitely got a bit of a downtrend now. To go positive on the day, it's got to get 1470. 1412 is where it's currently trading at. The volume is also significantly lower than it was yesterday. We haven't even done 1 million shares, guys. 745,000 shares. So maybe you're thinking swing trade here, Golf Franchise, because be quite honest with you, there's not much looking on the intraday. This is the 4-hour chart. So if you guys are going to swing this, I'd say definitely look for a hold of 13. It's look at this, Joey. It's setting up for a possible double top over here into 15. That thing loses 13. Get your shorts ready now, because it's probably going to drop into 10, maybe 11. So keep your eye out on that. Thank you for the super chat, guys. We're going to Adair.
Yeah, keep an eye on this BF.B. Looks like this headline came out about 12 minutes ago, and I just checked on X. I didn't really see many people posting about it at the time, but looks like it's been unhalted now. This is Brown-Forman, so that's BF.B. Reportedly, Pernod Ricard is considering a potential deal takeover bid here for Brown-Forman. Again, BF.B on watch possible takeover talks. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, a guy from work, that's his ticker name. Yeah, our SMR hasn't been doing good. Books, plenty of recommendations. I mean, we talk about Anna Cooling's VPA, and there's so much more. The For Dummies series, you can get a lot more textbook format, which is really good. But I think one of the books that I took the most out of was definitely Anna Cooling's volume price analysis. Some people hate it, some people love it. I matter of fact, love the book, and it just taught worlds because it's signals that we see day in, day in. All right, Robert Lewis. All right, what's up, brother? Yeah, absolutely. But that's my number one, in my opinion. I have a whole shelf of them that I read years ago now that we can definitely bring back up. But Palantir, yeah, let's go over this charting. I mean, these names that we talk about were just so hot for so long, and eventually you're going to cool down. And our guest this morning, I keep forgetting his name, and that's my fault. But essentially, he's like, man, it doesn't matter if you're the best in class. Eventually, you will have some form of a pullback. I mean, with Palantir, we would think that we'd be performing a little bit better. But look at the run that this name has been on for the past couple of years. Like, absolutely insane. I was trading this thing at like 13, 14 bucks. February of 24 to where we're currently trading at is just absolutely insane. And even more insane when you go over to the peak. These guys are going to be integrated into so much military equipment, it's not even funny. And I think that's going to be the way. They're expanding their global customer base as well, too. So they're stepping outside of completely government contracts and signing deals elsewhere. I believe they have one in Japan and Germany as well. So I really like what Palantir is doing. And if you look at it compared to some of the other fintech names, like you're down 30%, I understand that. But I think there's going to be some good buying opportunities. This is one level that I like that was brought up this morning, and that was approximately a 12% pullback from where we currently are. I think that's a reasonable level, right? And we've done this. We've gone over time on the weekly, is that you typically pull back to that next major resistance or support zone before really starting to rock and roll. And if we look at the weekly, look at it. It's extremely bearish. So I like this pullback. That's going to be approximately 12%. Do I believe that we're going to head directly into bear territory and down 20% plus? I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case. But Gore brought up a great point as well not too long ago. 30% you're down now on META. Joining Microsoft, right? So you have participants within the Meg 7 that have not been performing well, and yet you have the major averages only down about like 5 and 7% respectively. So not
Can
bad.
you, I'm going to cover this for case here, ARTL, but Wendy's Tendies wanted to know a little bit more about what you were talking about there with respect to income for day trading for mortgage purposes.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know too much more than what I talked, but we can talk a little bit more about it. We can find some more out.
All right, yeah, so let me do this to ARTL.
Yeah.
Look over here. So Case pointing out ARTL. This was decidedly negative on the day. I mean, it had a couple of good days, I want to say, last week, the 20th of March. There's the pop-off into the high 975. Did it have good days before that? Yeah, because we've got the ticker there. You know, it has a good day, consolidates another good day, but since that time, Case, it's been a bit of a downtrend. You can kind of see that. So I'd be hesitant to want to get in, just, you know, knowing that the trend generally is down. However, you found a really good base at around $3. I want to say most of the closing prints above 3. You get a couple of wicks there in the pre-market that did lose it. And here we are at 4 1/4. And quite frankly, this one looks like it may be right. It's on its horse here, looking to go back into about 4 mid-80s. It does that. It gets green on the day. It's down 12 1/3% right now, but I'd submit to you guys, price-wise, from $0.25 to 4/5, not that small, or sorry, not that big of a gap. So this one could be positive before you know it. So ARTL in focus, but for me, Case, I'd rather be trading something that's trending to the high side rather than taking something that I know might have a little resistance because the sellers have been coming in. But ARTL, not a bad look. There he is, Adam James LeBron.
You can't like that. When
I know. I can't. You know, big Kyle will get mad. I got to do a different one for Adam.
Little smile.
You can do that. No, we got to have our own one for Adam. Shout out to my man Adam James. You should see what he posted on the Instagram today. He's taking pictures of like meat and beef in Canadian supermarkets, and they're all, of course, very expensive, as we know beef is, right? And then he's like, all Canadians going to be homeless in 2 years. Like, dude,
this guy's a hater, man. This guy, bro, don't forget where you live at, my brother.
I love him. I think he's hilarious.
Yeah, I love him.
Yeah, let's look at SoFi, because I remember Neil was complaining about this one. Yeah, another 3.5% today. Yeah, he's not happy about that. Are you swinging this, Adam, or are you holding in the long term here? Because, oh my days. Well, we're coming into some technical levels here. What I don't like, obviously, is the neckline break at around $25. That's problem number one. Problem number two, the red line crossing below the blue line. That is the death cross, where the 50 moving average crosses below the 200, and you you get that around March 2nd of this year, or so it looks. And now the moving averages are pointing downwards. That's also another thing to keep an eye out there. So guys, I don't know, SoFi, we've got this area top over here from back in late 24. If this doesn't hold up, man, it's certainly not a good look here for SoFi. I don't know if you're talking intraday or talking swing. If you're talking intraday, there's nothing really positive to say about this. This is an obvious downtrend here, a downward channel, or so it seems. You can kind of draw the parallels there. I'd trade this as a channel. You're shorting on the moves up. You're covering on the way down. Extend those trend lines down. It's been quite respectful of it, as you can see there on the daily. But keeping an eye here just before we go to Adara, AIFF making another move here into the 60s. I think we're about 6 or 7 pennies below the high of the day. Thank you, Adam. And we're going to Adara.
Yeah, keep an eye here on Warby Parker and Meta. Warby Parker, WRBY, META, of course, is Meta. Meta is still near days lows, but I'm just seeing reports here from Low Pass suggesting an early scoop that Meta could be launching 2 new Ray-Ban AI glasses. Again, the implication here is that this would be competition for Warby Parker. Only about 500,000 shares traded on this one on the day, so nothing massive, but just keep an eye here on some of these glasses names, as again, we do get reported new glasses here for Meta, which again is still at days lows after this trial news from yesterday.
Oh, bro, I might buy. Yeah. Like if I like it, I'll hold on to it. If I don't, I might return it. I want to get the good ones. Yeah. The ones that actually kind of project the augmented reality on the glasses. Look, people are crapping on them. Yeah, people are crapping on them online. They're like, the usability right now, you can get text messages on it or messages on Messenger. Yeah. Right?
Who uses Messenger?
Only for Facebook Marketplace. I'm messaging back and forth with people trying to strike deals. That's one. Two, you can get navigation on it.
Oh, okay.
Again, I mean, bro, like, I'm not doing that complicated of navigation in a city I don't know. I know these streets.
Oh, you've been out here, eh?
We've been in these streets. No, seriously, though, what am I going to use it for? There's only been a couple of use cases, so I'll give it the old community call or JUCO try.
Give it the JUCO try. Let me know how it goes, and then maybe...
You're gonna get into JUCO as well?
No, well, I'm too old for JUCO now, I think.
So what does that make me? The D?
It may be.
The maybe. What an asshole, bro.
All right, bro. Wendy's Tendies. So it's just a couple of things you guys want to talk about, and it's funny. Maybe we should have a little bit more talk about this. Is that what are some of the requirements if you're looking to purchase a home and using some of your day trading, gains and use it as a revenue base? So one thing is, I think, really important. You're going to need a solid line of credit. Okay, I think that's where the bank really starts. And then money. The more cash that you have to put down, the harder it is for them to say no. Okay. Now, you also want a couple of years of consistent revenue, but one thing that I found very interesting and something that I did for myself a while ago when I was trading at home is you can either create your own corporation or create a sole proprietorship. Now, in the States, it may be a little bit different. And is that what they call an LLC in the States or something?
Limited liability company?
Yeah.
We got those too.
We got those too, but I think the proprietorship and the corporation.
Sole proprietorship. You have limited partnerships as well, LPs.
Yep.
You have, of course, limited liability companies. There's others. There's that I'm forgetting. Obviously, you have corporations, but a lot of them just generally are to limit liability.
Yeah, exactly, right? So you have a separate entity aside from yourself, right? So I think that's the really big thing. The more cash you have on hand, the harder it is. The longer that you can prove consistency, the better you're off. And then if that's the case, the chances are you have a relatively good credit score. So if you can align those things, then you can go and maybe have a conversation with the bank. And I don't even know what the mortgage rate is at right now here in
so I'll tell you
in Canada.
So if you are going to go to a B lender, which
typically higher,
you would think,
right?
But they're giving you these like introductory rates, sometimes a year or two. You're able to get 4.5, 4.25.
So if we were to go to
a big 5,
a TD,
you're gonna look at around 5.25, 5.5. Which, honestly,
it's pretty. It's up there. Considering
it's up there.
When I purchased,
we're not gonna see those rates
for a long time.
That decade and a half where we had rates at 0. I think that probably is once in a generation type thing.
Do you think that considering how not good our economy is that there's a higher probability that maybe we can see like the 4.5s, maybe high 3s?
They're talking rate hikes.
Really?
Your boy Tiff Macklem at Bank of Canada has been.
So we're even regarding. So you want a QT right now when they have inflation, but essentially the economy is not growing. So. What are we going to do? Like we're coming in at a 0%.
The problem of having this stagflationary environment is that you get stagnant wages, but you have inflationary prices. And it's insane, right? It happened in the 70s, I think, once.
But do you think reducing?
It was because of oil.
And I guess this is a little bit more subjective. Do you think reducing the amount of money that's flowing in is good for the economy right now? We want to build it, don't we? Because we have essentially no.
What do you mean reducing the money though?
So but that's what it is. If you're increasing rates, then essentially you're kind of closing the tap,
investment.
right? You're less, but also you're not flowing in more money. You're kind of tightening the tap. That's when the dollar gets stronger. So there's not as much flow of money going in. But don't we want that? Considering we're not really growing at it at all.
But then you have the inflationary side of the equation, right? So if you do increase the money supply,
that's what makes
the
it.
problem with stagflation, right?
That's the major
problem.
issue.
Yeah. It's quite interesting, guys.
I was 2.3% when I bought my condo.
I personally don't think we're going to see those rates
you're not
for
gonna get
a while,
that. No.
man. I don't think we have the same environment. All right, continuing to watch here, guys. What are you guys looking at? I'm still holding AIFF here, which seems to have a lot of trouble clearing 60. That's the bad news. The good news is very clearly on the 5-minute chart, you're seeing those higher lows. So the stair-step pattern is very much in play at the moment. Be careful with this one, though. It does keep coming down to the $0.50. It may lose it at one point. I'm also waiting for a liquidity grab where, you know, they stop hunt you if you have your stop a little bit too tight. I've put mine, because I'm in at 47, below 40. That gives me a little bit of room with which to work. Let's see if this ends up doing well. But there's a chart on SoFi. I don't know why I've got that on there. Casey says USO is moving. So let's have a look at that. People, or somebody was saying USO is moving. Let's have a quick look. Okay, back into the area high. So USO just got into today's highs again. It's up more than 4 1/3 now. The market is, the Qs are down 1 1/2, the SPY's down 1 1/5, the IWM 1 1/3, and the Dow is down 3/4. So obviously, you know, USO up, market down. Keep your eye out on this one. I'm not going to be involved in USO, but people were also saying BATL earlier. Let's have a look at Battle. Okay, so that one's waking up as well with the USO move. Guys, BATL could be a nice long here if it can clear prior area high. You're getting the higher lows. There's no question about that. You come back down. You're respecting the 10 EMA on the 5, and you can see where their sellers are between the 3/4 to 4/5. So we clear that level. We're probably going to get on our horse into 7, and then if oil really pumps up, baby, we're looking at that 7.5. So there it is. BATL not looking bad at all here, up 30%. Who's this going to replace on the side chart? Mara, which looks like hot garbage. So BATL makes its way onto the side chart. What's this area high over here? 684. We're showing 3s. So we're pretty close to taking out prior area high. There it is. Now we're at 84. So yeah, BATL definitely in focus here, up 30.75%. I wanted to mention EEIQ. I was really biased that this one had higher lows and is going to be a flat top break through 9. Comes back into 8.5 now. A very clear downtrend starting to ensue here on EEIQ. Take a gander at this. We were talking about these candles here being kind of maybe on the precipice of a flat top break. I'm talking about the candles from 155 to about 1210. But that since changed its tune and right back into that 8.25, 8.5 area support. So I might have to change my approach here on EEIQ. And then SWMR. Wowzers, this one is back, baby. It's up nicely today, up about 25%. And here comes $40. Case, how come you're not involved in this? This is like your world over here. Here into that $40 area, 40.50 high. And this one is also doing that kind of ascending wedge, higher lows into that $40 flat top. Let's see if they can shake some of the sellers there, Joey. So SWMR also in focus.
Yeah, absolutely. We got multiple super chats here, guys.
All right.
Let's see what we got going on here. All right. Golf franchise. Don't worry, Joe. When Blackstone has to liquidate their housing portfolio to stay solvent, that will crash home prices than you buy. Yeah, I know, but I don't think the government here wants people to lose so much value because that's where the majority of wealth is built. Take basic accounting classes. Yeah, I took a year at Humber College. I didn't really learn anything, but my professor was really smart, to be honest with you. I shouldn't say I didn't learn anything. I learned a lot, but nothing necessarily from an economical standpoint, just more or less book work. Sorry, bro. I still have big property tax payments once a year and homeowners insurance. Yeah, but homeowners insurance here isn't. I think mine was like $500 a year or something like that for condo insurance when I owned my condo. And then we got Danny Boy also with the super chat. Guys, is it just me or is this whole market is looking more and more book of revelations with every passing hour? Okay, interesting. Another $5 super chat. Dave, need some aloe vera. Don't think my Dave trade of the day was shown. No more A-grade tilapia for you. All right, Dave, what's up, brother? Not too bad. $6K in Cali per year for your home insurance? That's crazy. All right, mine wasn't expensive. Mine was like $600 max for the year. But aside from, and that was like $1 million coverage or something along those lines. But aside from that, the index mags just alone are probably 60% of the chat. Also in macro terms like rates, currency pairs, important to trading. It's top-down index sectors and stocks. Yeah, but to be honest with you, I know nothing about the Forex trade. Like, literally next to nothing. I never really traded it. Yeah, it's moving down, Katina, man. Nice work there, brother. We like that. We'll hit this one for our guy over there. As the NASDAQ continues to slide, and he is short. But yeah, as for Forex, were you ever into Forex trading?
No, man.
Yeah.
I never was. I always joke that the only Forex trade I ever took was when I signed up with IB.
Yeah.
And
same.
Initially, they didn't let you, if you had Canadian dollars, buy American stocks. You had to buy U.S. currency, so you had to do a Forex trade.
Oh yeah, but now you can.
Now you can. But they changed the rules. Yeah, but
Oh, okay,
so I wasn't around when they. Well, I was around. Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to set up my screen. Just give me a sec, Joe. Just trying to set up a couple screens here.
So I think there might be a reload opportunity here in NVIDIA. We had a nice little move up there. Obviously, this part of the range would be more ideal, but if I could just give it about 25 cents or so, we'll add a little bit, nothing substantial, considering it's already been a pretty good trade for us, and the trend is down right now, so it is a counter trend play, which you have to be really cautious about and be prepared to get out. So, but if I add a little bit, just for giggles here to see if we can get a little bit more of a move, but not too bad whatsoever. And Bitcoin's starting to climb. Holding that $39 mark, I like the base that's being formed, so there could be an opportunity to get involved there. 72.57, you can see my average move up drastically, considering I didn't have much of that previous position, but not a bad trade over there. Let's get involved in a little bit of Bitcoin, just because 39 is holding. If it cracks 39, then we get out of Dodge, so we're not going to worry about that whatsoever. Let's involve in Bitcoin. So now we're in two positions, one reload here on NVDL for the move back up into the volume-weighted average price, and then looking for somewhat of a recovery here in Bitcoin. But as soon as it cracks, I'm not going to be I'm not going to give this one much room, or am I going to be overly patient with it? If it cracks 39 and heads into 38, like 95s, hasta la vista, adios. We'll find something else, and we'll stick with names that are working with us, because Bitcoin has not been one of our better traders as of late, considering the downtrend that it has been in. Now, Golf Franchise back in the Super Chat world. Play SDAO as the market sinks, forming bull trend. SDAO. Okay. We got SDAO. Here's Ultra Pro short.
Bless you,
that's the Dow Jones short? Oh, okay. Yeah, interesting. This thing is just decay. Yeah, it's tough, man. $160. They'll have to do a reverse split or something along those lines, but the ultra short as the Dow continues to climb a little bit higher. Not too bad of a look. If you're shorting that, is that what you're doing? Just shorting that all the time? Anyways, be careful. Look at Apple. Market makers use Apple's last March, April during the dump to make the last move. Yeah, again, I'm just using a little bit of my realized gains right now to put on some more shares, and more or less for you guys, to be honest with you, and get a little bit involved as the market is taking an additional leg lower here.
Guys, BATL is making a move. It's kind of, oil is not at the high, but BATL certainly is on its horse here and wants to take out that, well, at least is approaching that $7 area. I don't know if we get into the $7.50. That's not the official high of the day, though, mind you. Those highs at around, I want to say $7.40, $7.45 is the pre-market high right there. So here we go, BATL into $6.98. It's a 1 penny spread on this, mind you, as well. So it's not bad. It's not bad at all. So BATL making a move, something to mission to greatness says he's getting the hell out of, he didn't say that, but I'm exaggerating. He's getting out of BATL here. $7 area, yeah, you can certainly expect $7 in and around that area, or resistance at around that $7 area. Whether or not we break through 7, we're not really moving with oil. So BATL is marching to the beat of its own drum at around these levels. So be on the lookout, but it's a great uptrend for the moment on Battle. This is kind of what I'm talking about. They're unbroken, by the way. And not just the trend line, that green line as well. Move the trend line out of the way. You can see the respect for the 10 moving average exponential that is on the 5. And it's showing that it was able to take out that prior area high as well. And even when it did, got into that 6 4/5, comes back in, holds that 10 EMA, and now it's trying to make a move above 7. Whether or not we get the buying we need to clear 7, your guess is as good as mine. AAIF just bottom wicked into 245. It is now I want to say, an unbroken downtrend from that 268 area high. We really haven't been able to put decidedly higher highs relative to the prior candle, save and except for that one green candle that manifested at around 1230, which I'm talking about this one right here. Other than that, it's been in a bit of an aggressive sell. Now, sometimes the money fills come in between the 10 and the 20. Let's see if that happens here with AIFF. I want to bring your attention as well to SVRN. What is this on the NQ? Yes, into the high of the day goes SVRN, sub 30 pennies, 29 and a quarter penny high, but that is the official high of the day, taking out the 1105 high. This one is a little bit light on volume though, man. SVRN, what the hell is this one doing on the day? Where is it? Show yourself, SVRN. 13 1/3 million shares on a 29 penny name. Not exactly appetizing, but there goes Battle through 7 into 7 1/4. What a move Battle is here, man. Should have been all over this one. What a big move. 723 showing 15s. This one is marching to the beat of its own drum though. It is not moving with oil. Watch out here for Battle. It's done about 29 3/4 million shares with that official high being 723. However, I got to bring your attention to the double top at 740 in the pre-market, as well as the not official, but the real high of the day having taken place in the pre-market, 745. You need to be aware of those levels. Even if they've manifested in the pre-market, I'll submit to you, they manifested on more volume at 840 than we're doing now. That candle that got into the high of the day had 740,000 shares, and the one that ended up being red, 646,000. This candle that just took us through 7, it's not letting me hover over. Give me a sec. So I can't quite see the volume on that, but it looks to be about 400,000, 500,000 shares. Anyway, less than what we were doing in the pre-market. What I'd be on the lookout for, two things. Watch for a retest of 7. If 7 fails, you're looking for a buy area between 680 and 690. That's the breakout area, right? So that could act as support. So BATL in focus here, looking real good. Much unlike AIFF, this one continues to downtrend. It looks like maybe the sellers are in control of this one right now. If it loses 40 pennies, that's where I end the trade. If it doesn't, we'll continue to hold on to it for a possible retest of 26 pennies. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Katina, man, you just got a $20 super chat over here. Sean, it's for both of them. Sean, Neil, I was up at 5 a.m. Oil up, tech down. Traders overlay oil, gold with your regular charts to assess your risk. Decoupling possum ER pattern. I don't know what that means. More equals more risk. Fish and bucket market. I like that. Akiado Ichiban. It's a lot of words. I get some of it. I do. I like what you had to say. I like how you structured it. Very interesting. Thank you, Dave. Seskoya C. Dave Z. Seskoya C. for the $20 super chat. I've read that out loud. They did hear it, obviously. I like to hear that the fact that you were up at 5 a.m., as am I. I always check the markets right away, and I noticed that tech was down, oil was up. But traders, according to Dave, overlay oil with gold with your regular charts to assess your risk. It's actually quite smart because we know that oil, gold, and the US dollar kind of all have a certain relationship with one another. So great advice there. And thank you very much for the super chat. Joey.
Yes, sir. Is it that time? Oh, no, we got a couple more minutes.
The news? Yeah, we got another 5-6 minutes or so. We'll start that.
Man.
Scott H. up at 5 a.m. doing his first, but I stopped doing the 5 a.m. sessions now. We do them after the morning run. So I leave here about 9:30, get to the gym by about 9:45. We smash a sesh, 9:45 to 10:30, get back here for 11 to 2:30, start the second gym sesh, 3:15 to 5, 5 to about 8:30. We're working at the other job. 8:30, we're eating dinner, and then we're doing our Mandarin, and then we're doing the Z's, my boy. That's what we're doing there, Joe. What do you got?
That's good, man. Ex-Carolina Tech, Joe and Shreve done for the day, up $550 on the week. Love the show. Thank you. Lock it in, man. You know what I say. Don't spend it all in one place. Lock that in and make sure you enjoy it. Done for the week, done for the day. Make sure you have a cap on the loss as well. So we got out on that reload here as it came a little bit lower at 72.40, but congratulations. Nice work. That's what we want to hear.
I like it.
Especially on the week. Now, as for IBIT, this is going to be our first trade on this one today, and it's slowly starting to climb higher. We talked about that $39 mark being our out. As soon as that was breached, we would get out of Dodge. Yeah, Bart, I mean, what's Tesla been up to? So this is the narrative, essentially, for me on here on IBIT. Downtrend is still fully intact, but we're holding 39 on how many occasions? Like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 9 5-minute candles that are holding that support level. And I wouldn't be surprised if it does break lower, but if we're going to continuously bounce, there's a trade to be had within that potential setup. Now, Tesla, ooh, okay. Yesterday was actually, Tesla was the savior of the session in the latter half of the day, around 3 o'clock, 3:30 or so. Now, Tesla bouncing off of that 377 mark, pretty good. And I like some of these indecision prints off of these lows. But if it's trend down all day, you have to be prepared to get out when you're supposed to. I'll keep an eye on it via TSLA. I like using that vehicle. It's just really work. You can really hammer a bunch of shares, and then when you get that strong pop, it's like it gives you multiple cents right at a time.
Oh, wow.
And then you can take a little bit off. So that's what we got going on. Tesla, not a horrible look. Wait for the lower end of the range. If you get that pullback and hold up one more time, battle up to 719. You're not in that one. You're watching. You're watching it though. And I don't think I'm going to add any more shares here on IBIT. When half risk on this one. If we're fortunate enough to head up into this resistance zone, we'll take a little bit off. It's not much. You need to hammer a lot of shares in order to kind of put on some solid trades with this one, but that's not necessarily the case in which I've just done. Who wants? I don't know, man. I don't know. No, who wants Jack and Coke? Says Mike Peter Ryder. No,
Mike.
Not really.
Kind of early a little bit there.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, Sharif.
Well, I don't think for him it is though.
It's definitely not. He's just down there.
Hold on, he's in Toronto?
No, he's in the banks, Outer Banks.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not like that warm or anything, man. Shout out to the OBs. But yeah, Battle's really strong. Yeah, Battle is breaking out. 728, punched through that previous pivot high. Not too bad. You're not joking, Mike Peter, right? It's all right. You don't have to. No judgment here, my friend. But anyway, 721, a nice breakout. Pardon me?
Why are you calling him out like that?
Well, you can put it in the chat. If you put it in the chat, it can get called out, man. It doesn't matter. I can say something. You can call me out on it. But anyways, aside from that, guys, the market is weak. I thought we were going to have a nice, strong session. But guess what? I could be totally wrong. I think I have a 50-50 chance here. But I'm going to call this for a potential nice rally Friday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Why not?
I think
stay optimistic.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that going into the weekend with some positivity. Who could complain about that?
Yeah,
but I got to tell you, I don't think unless President Trump kind of gets what he's looking for from the Iranians, I don't think he backs off here. So
no, I don't think so either.
Yeah, well,
and I don't think they're going to be over easily. I don't think they're going to be the easiest to work with either.
No, and I go back to the same thing I said yesterday. You may be working with one group and another group may have completely different opinion, and they may have more power militarily, whatever is left for the military, than the other group. It's just going to be super. It's going to be super convoluted to deal with this issue. I don't think it's going to be as easy as anyway. Guys, you guys keep yelling about Turbine. TURB is apparently making a move here. We just took a quick print there on AIFF as it popped back in above the 80s. But let's take a look at TURB. What is this one up to here? Up 30, 40, 43%. Okay, not bad. All right, TURB. What do we got in terms of volume, though, Joey? We got about 8 million shares. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. For a $2 name, the spread right now is about 1 or 2 pennies. So it's not bad either. We've definitely taken out some closing prints there. Looks like we had a lot of trouble with 2. These prints in the morning at 8:45 and 8:50 did get off a little bit higher into 242, but you can see where the candles opened and closed just south of that 205. I submit to you it's a $2 rejection. So it looks like you're clearing 2 on a stair-step basis. That's a lot more, I would say it's a better pattern than the Christmas tree retracement where you move up, then move equally as aggressively down. This is kind of stair-stepping up, so it looks like to be a little bit better here. 195 though, if I really had to be pressured, 195 is the breakout area. Multiple rejections on the 5-minute chart into 195. So I'd be looking for a buy zone on Turbine here between 2 to 195, assuming, of course, it makes its way down there. It will have to break trend to get back into 2 or 195, meaning that it'll be breach of prior bar low. That is something you need to look at as well. But hey, it's got a good percentage under its wings. It's above VWAP. It's not above the pre-market high in the technical sense, but it's above the closing and opening prints of those two candles. It's got a bunch of higher lows and higher highs. It's respecting the 10 moving average on the 5. So you got to put some respect on TURB's name here. We'll see if we can kind of execute into that. But I'm also looking closely here at BATL because we're pretty much approaching the pre-market high. Again, the pre-market high is 745. The official high of day is 730. So that's another thing to look at, but definitely here, looks like the buying is stepping in quite aggressively here, Joey, at around 730. Let's see if we can break some of those. Adam, one day I will travel to Toronto just to do a day in the life of Sharif. Oh, brother, you can do that anywhere. You can get up at 5 a.m. anywhere. You can gym anywhere. You can trade anywhere. So I'm sure you already do it, Adam. Shout out to you, brother. We all know that you also have a fundamental regimen on your side there. You don't get that kind of success accidentally. I always say to my friends, you don't stumble into success. Some people do. They got money, but I wouldn't really call that success. I would say that was more inherited. Success, I think, definitely is planned and deliberate, but that's just my opinion there. What do you got?
I need to gym more, says Wendy's. Yeah, you do.
Get it, Wendy's?
Yeah, I mean, we switched that up from Wendy's tendies to maybe like a chicken wrap or something. I know they got them there, but it's deep fried and all that stuff. Or maybe a salad or something. I don't know. Anyways, aside from that, guys, sorry to the individual who said, why am I longing Bitcoin and they got puts. I mean, it is what it is, right, at the end of the day. So not too bad of a look here whatsoever. 39.06, couple pennies. I don't have very much on there whatsoever. So there's nothing to write home about or be like, all love, Joe. Yeah, Ethan, Preston. Yeah, it's all love, bro. I know you're only joking around. I mean, you had a nice short. Hey, man, give me a little bit here. You had those puts. If you've had those puts all day, you've been cooking up. So we can definitely spread the love and spread the profits, that's for sure. Expiry tomorrow anyways. Nice, man. Good work. Lemon saying, Joe trades but you could leave for a month and come back, and he's still trading. Dude, Lemons, I took a long break. Guys, you know this. I took a long break from trading IBIT. So I wasn't trading it for quite some time, and now we're starting to rock and roll. After we had a couple of those strong updates and we broke through some resistance zones, that's when I was like, okay, we're going to have some trading sessions. But there was a while, it's just like at some point I was like, okay, this isn't doing what I wanted to do. Let's avoid it. All right. But yeah, it's definitely, I'm not going to beat around the bush. One of my more favorite vehicles to trade when it is in play. When it's not like this, I wasn't trading it here. A lot of this in here, I wasn't trading it either. So once we started to form that base, and this is when I started to really re-engage in it for the past little bit. But you can see from a daily, it doesn't look too promising on what we got going on right now. So we'll see. We'll be patient. Nice little pop. Choppy price action. Maybe we can get a pullback in Tesla and a move back into the volume weighted average price. That would be ideal. But you can see there's on the 5-minute time frame here. Look at the big boy from a market cap standpoint. Almost a head and shoulders pattern starting to be formed. Shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2. Right? If that breaks that 173.5 mark, then there's most definitely can be a little bit of a slide, and you can retest that low of the day. All right, so that's what we got on those. Head back to our scanner. SoFi we were talking about. We've been going over Bitcoin. We were talking about Robinhood not too long ago. Sharif was looking at Battle.
VSA.
VSA?
VSA is moving here, guys.
Are you in that one there?
Baby, no, I'm not. We're going to take off TURB.
Did a reverse split.
Okay. But it's breaking out,
December.
Joey. It looks really good. This is an aggressive breakout here on VSA. This is on the NQ up 107%. It's cleared the dollar. It initially had a resistance at 96, but now it's on its horse and it's really going here. So keep your eye here on VSA. This is a big breakout on volume, about 28 million shares, with the majority of the volume, I want to say, coming in at around 12:30 or so. Yeah, let's just say around 12. The volume started coming in around 12 and it's sustained into this level. So lots of strength here on VSA. We'll talk more about that when we get back from Adara.
Yeah, kind of an odd one here, but I do want to mention XERS. This is Xeris Biopharma. I guess some people on social media were circulating news or reports here of a potential partnership with REG and Regeneron. Then another ex-user came out and said, hey, this is quote unquote fake news, and this headline is from 2023. So again, looks like XERS, I did check, there was a notable volume spike on this. It spiked basically to VWAP, then it came right back up here. But again, XERS on watch, as looks like potential partnership news it was trading higher on has been reportedly discredited. If I get more details or more context beyond social media back and forth, I'll let you know. But again, I think worth mentioning due to the spike in volume. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, guys, watching VSA here. So consolidation area, I want to say between, let's say, 110 to 105. So you get a bit of a candle of indecision. But look at the subsequent 5-minute candle. Breaches prior bar high, also holds prior bar low. We could see the quarter dollar. If we see the quarter dollar and we clear it decisively, we're going to the half dollar. And there it goes into 22. The volume is still coming in on this one. The buying is even getting stronger. I haven't even seen a red candle on the volume bar or the price action bar, quite frankly, since 12:25. That's about half an hour of Greensville here on VSA, and there's the quarter dollar. All right, so the move is on now. Let's keep an eye out on this one. If we clear the quarter dollar decisively, I have a bias that we're going to the half dollar. Let's watch for some resistance here. Where do you pick this up at? I'd say between 110 to 105. Maybe even if you get more aggressive and your risk would allow it, maybe even the mid-teens, 13, 14, something in and around that level. I wouldn't give it to the dollar. I would give it to about 104 because the 10 EMA on the 5 is at 105. But this one looks like it's just getting bear buyers at the moment right back into the high. You can see selling at 23, 24. Let's see if we can spike up above 25. The high of the day is 24, and we're right there right now, Joey. So this one definitely should be in focus for the small cap traders.
Yes, sir. All right, Bravely posting some questions in the chat. We'll go over those. Thank you, Bravely, for that. INDO, we'll do that. See what we got going on. INDO. No, Indonesia Energy. Yeah, I mean, these energy plays are definitely in play. There it is, 5-minute time frame. Obviously, liquidity issues here, but from $3.60 up to $4, that's 12.5% in one day. So thank you for that. Now, I mean, there it is, a nice little pop in BTC. We're in at the right place, right? So us being wrong, I only had to give 4 cents. We hit a little bit higher than that, at the high of around 10 cents. Let's see if we can run into 12. Get that 2 to 1. Ooh, aggressive flush to the downside. But that trend has been breached, and that's what we want to see. Tesla's still holding up. I like that. But buying pressure really, really weak, okay? And I'm not going to be adding into any more of this. Later in the day is when I'll start to push some more shares around that 3 o'clock level when I can really hone in and focus and then see what Tesla's been up to. Even though we're pretty good. It's better. Today's session better than yesterday. Only I'm not even gonna say that. I don't want to jinx anything. Knock on wood. Now moving forward, I was gonna pull this up, Shreve, because I know that it is. It's past 1 o'clock here now. 1:07.
I have something to cover.
Go ahead.
So Magdalena's World. I can't say your name. Sorry, Magdalena's. She's asking about short float, and it's a great question. She's like, look, explain the short float and its effect on stock price. So it's more, yes, it does affect the price, of course, but really what you're looking for here when you're identifying the short float is the possibility that a stock can become parabolic. What ends up happening is when a lot of people are short, especially in a concentrated area, let's just take VSA, for example, here at Assassino. Let's just say, for example, there's a lot of sellers short between, let's say, the 1/5 of a dollar to the 1/3 of a dollar. I'm just giving you any numbers, okay? what ends up happening is when buyers start buying up into that price and it clears that price, just like you would have for a long position, you have a stop loss, so do the shorts. So the higher the short percentage and the more concentrated they are in one area, the more likely that if the price reaches that concentrated area where the shorts are, they'll have to cover, meaning that they'd have to buy in order to be able to get out of their short positions. So what ends up happening is you have double the amount of buying. You have the shorts covering at that level, and then you see the longs, look, oh, why is this exploding? This is trending, let me get in. So then the longs start buying. So the higher the short float for a name, for a ticker, the more chances it has of having that parabolic up move upward. But it becomes more nuanced because then you have to make an educated guess as to where the shorts are, right? Because it's hard to know. So sometimes you can make educated guesses based on a longer term time frame to see, you know, an area where a certain price keeps rejecting all the time from the down to the upside. Like say you're trying to move into $1.40 and it never seems to be able to clear that $1.40 area, or there's a zone, say $1.40, $1.45 that it can't clear. So you can make an educated guess that a lot of shorts are concentrated in that area. And if you were to clear that area from the long to the from the south to the north side, you're going to force a lot of them out. And so that's kind of what we use, that whole short float and days to cover and all the different metrics that we talk about. That's why it's relevant. So I hope that helps, Magdalena, and thank you very much for that. What's his name? Luis, VSA risk, medium. Instrument, shelf 1. Warrants, he's talking about. Luis, which one are you talking about there, brother? Because you gave a whole lot of data.
VSA.
Pardon me?
VSA.
VSA?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. Okay, where is it? Oh, VSA risk right there. So VSA risk is medium. Warrants 1, offering ability high. Overheated supply low. Historical high. This is excellent, man. We got to pull this up, man. I gotta put that on my to-do daily list here to pull up the Luis intranet, the Academia Day Trading intranet that Luis helped us with yesterday. So I'm long here on VSA at 19s. I'm looking for a move to clear that 28 penny level, Joey. Here it comes back into that $quarter area again. Let's see if we're able to breach prior bar high. Prior bar high is $1.28. We're showing 24s, 25s. There's definitely selling in and around the $quarter almost every time. And we were only above the $quarter momentarily. So you kind of feel there wasn't that aggressive buying at that level. So we'll continue to watch here. We'll see what this one has to offer. Continuing to watch via AIFF as well. That one is stair-stepping up. It's given you a couple of opportunities to pick it up off the 20. But there goes AIFF, yeah, into 60 again. And there goes VSA into the area high. Can we clear the shorts in this area? I've put my orders out. Let's see if they trigger. Looking for 29. 29 has got a cross for me to get filled, so we'll pack the patience on that. Above that, I'm waiting at 33. Huge seller here at 39. We can't shake them. So we'll wet the beak here, and we'll let that one run. But yeah, VSA, good move up. Be careful with it, though. As Luis said, higher risk for reversal. BATL is also turning back around, guys. 730, and it's now trading into 680. So BATL in trouble. Be careful with that.
Oh,
BRKB. You want to cover that, Joey?
Yes, we got the nice, man. Let me take that BRKB. Let's take a look at that right now, guys. It's Berkshire, isn't it? Berkshire Hathaway, B class. All right. Remember the arbitrage trade that was on this thing a couple years ago?
Pardon me?
Remember when this thing tanked and then I think it might have been Berg A that tanked, but it was just like, oh my God, it dumped like so much, and then sure enough, it just climbed right back. There was a glitch within the system, Madeira.
Some more headlines here out of the Middle East as we tend to be having. I do want to mention here, I'll start with ABC reporting that the Pentagon is preparing to surge as many as 5,000 troops into the Middle East. Some forces are apparently already in transit. We already heard they were going to send 1,000 to 1,500 troops here from the 82nd Airborne Regiment. Now it looks like they're, again, going to be sending as many as 5,000 troops in total. Back to you.
Thank you for, yeah, I mean, you don't want more boots on the ground. I don't think that's good. 5,000. We heard that number from before.
I don't want any boots on the ground. Man.
You don't.
I'm not even American.
Yeah, but that's unfortunately not going to be the reality that we're facing, man. You just don't want, like, the thing is, you don't want it to escalate. You know what I mean? To more than what it already is.
Like, I mean, and then do you not remember
then
Iraq,
that's years.
man? Like, do you not remember the infinite amount of IEDs on the roadside and Marines and soldiers driving by in Hummers and coming home missing limbs?
But
Who needs that crap again, man?
I think that Iran has a little bit more of an established army than when they were fighting.
They used to.
Right? I mean, I think it'd be a little bit more of a different war. I mean, obviously, you're going to have that implemented, but there's more, I guess, like militias or something they were going up against. But anyways,
it's ugly.
BRKB, heading towards some key support levels. I would wait for that 475 level to break. I think it's going to at some point. You have multiple tops up here, and you form these lower highs off of these pivots, right? So at some point, the momentum's going to kick up. If it comes into this zone one more time and then curls right back over, just be cautious on this one. It hasn't done anything for quite some time. August at 25, essentially been consolidating within a range. A lot of choppy price action across the board, really.
All right, guys, continue to watch VSA holding the higher lows for now, but continuing to get a lot of resistance in the high 20s. It hasn't quite made it up, obviously, to 30. I think that the appropriate strategy here would be to look for a trend continuation. So the prior bar low is 114. You can give it to maybe 113. I think that that's where I'm just going to place my stop on that, and we'll keep definitely an eye on that. So we'll see what VSA has to offer over here. In terms of trend, it's coming down pretty aggressively here. All right, let's watch. Does it lose trend? New bar. New bar just opened up. Back into 22 it goes, so good continuation. Nothing to really write home about there. But I'm worried about the loss of the low of the 105 bar, which I've earmarked as 14, so I'll get out 13. Separately, AIFF is stair-stepping up, but it's definitely got a shelf at 60. Every time it comes into 60 pennies, it's met with selling. So that is a bit of a problem there. And now you can kind of see a bit of a rounding pattern with the high into 65, then the lower high. Below 50 pennies, I would say is not a good idea to put your stop because it's been below 50 pennies and then it's made area highs. What I see here as respect for AIFF is the 20 moving average on the 5. So if it loses a 20, I personally get out. You can see it hasn't lost the 20 at all. It's definitely zigged and zagged a little with the 10. The 20, by the way, guys, I do apologize, is the yellow line on my chart. So it's been respectful of the 20 on a wick and closing basis. If it loses that, that probably would be a good out there. But I'm continuing to watch here VSA as this one is not below prior bar low and not above prior bar high. So we're so very much in a consolidative state. And not a consolidative state, but a state of equilibrium between buyers and sellers. And here we go. This is turning into 2 topping tail candles now on VSA, so you have to be on alert for the flush. I've got my stop at 13. There's 13, there's 12, and we'll stop out there. So we'll get out of that. Let's see if it sets up a little bit better. I would say the buy zone here is between 105 to 1. Why I say 105, 105, 106? Because that's where the 10 EMA is. And then you have 1 where the volume weighted average price is, as well as the psychological area of support. There is also support below that, so it does create a bit of a nuisance here. The reason I say that is because look at the 95 area. You definitely had a resistance at 95 because you didn't quite make it up to 1. So that's another thing to look out for there. But I'm going to continue to watch AIFF as this one stair-steps into that 60 penny level, and we'll keep an eye out on that. Let me just have a look at my scanner here, see if anything else is making a move. In the world of small cap gappers, EEIQ is not tradable, neither is FCHL. KOD is apparently making a big move here, and it just got into the high of the day. A bit more expensive of a name, but we'll look at it nonetheless. Give me a sec to load up the chart. Kodiak Sciences, $2.4 billion market cap, so it's definitely not a small cap gapper, but a very respectable chart pattern. Definitely danced a little bit with the volume weighted average price. It was breaching it on occasion, but mostly holding above it. $39.50 is the price. This one looks like it might be on its way to 40 here. Light volume until, of course, the implied balance open. Then we got a bit of a volume spike. Now we're doing about, I want to say 58 to 60,000 shares per 5-minute candle, which isn't great, but it's not bad. So KOD could be another one there. The spread on KOD, as I see it, is 37 pennies. This is pretty cool. Like, look at this. So I'm able to put the spread on my scanner, so I don't even need to load up the chart on the level 2 to see what the spread is. It'll just show you right there. So that way I'll know immediately whether this is something that interests me or not. So it is a bit of a wider spread. 30 pennies, 10 pennies ranges here on KOD. That probably should account into whether you want to trade it or not. Emmanuel wants to look at FCHL. I see FCHL over here. It's not my favorite. It's well below the volume weighted average price, and it's kind of looking like it wants to lose that $3 area, quite frankly. So this one had a really big move in the aftermarket at around 4, and it's been a fade the pop type situation. Area high, lower high, lower high, lower high does breach 1020. That probably fooled a lot of people, as that did take out the pre-market high. It was quite short-lived, and here we are again, barely holding on to 3. So FCHL for me, brother, is a no-go, quite frankly. BATL is headed back to the volume-weighted average price. Could be a buy between 670 and 660, Joey.
Good look there. Good look there. Yeah, I was hitting the keyboard behind me. That one worked. But what didn't work was just me getting out. I should have just held on to it. I was just seeing if it did, and it stopped me out. Again, I didn't have anything on it, right? It's coffee money, essentially. So nothing crazy on that front. And, I mean, it hasn't been a bad one, right? Like, well, let's go over our trades from the day. We're going to kick things off with the NASDAQ here, which is our second best performer on the session. Initially in there, just working on some hotkeys, we get involved. I was like, whatever, 50-50 play coming out of the gate. You might get a pop, and if you get that sustained move, then you're just rocking and rolling just to start things off. But then we just stick to original stop, get out of that one. And then sure enough, comes back in. Momentum really starts to accelerate. And I'm like, all right, this is our time to party a little bit. And then sure enough, look at this hold from 97 all the way to 31. Okay, well, just risking a couple of pennies. So a solid hold on that front. Nice move there on TQQs. No continuation on today's intraday price action. Just speaks of a somewhat weak market. Moving forward, I only traded 3 names if we're going to consider whatever I just did on IBIT, Ishcoin. Now, NVDL, guys, small pop. Let's get into the nitty-gritty and get it a little bit more detailed so we can see exactly what I was looking at. Now, I talk about this quite often. We want to focus on the tape. The tape can tell you a lot. It's like your side mirrors, right? If you're just driving the average vehicle, shout out to all my transport truck drivers or people hauling rigs. You don't really have that rear view mirror. You got to use your side mirrors, all right? What are our side mirrors here? And someone that I used to trade with a while ago kind of just used the reference like this, and I like it, is that your level 2 and your time of sales. You need those side mirrors just so you can see essentially what's really going on behind the scenes. All right. Now, what we have here essentially is just a hammer candle right here. Boom. I'm like, all right, let's rock and roll. It held up. We take a nice little scalp right there in at 75 all the way up to 86s, and then sure enough, boom. That worked out really well for us. And then we do it. I'm like, oh, it's starting to curl over. Typically, we would get that continuation. Wasn't necessarily the case. So I'm like, let's get out, break even. I took half off there. Patience, patience, patience. Now, 1022 all the way to 1050. So we waited 28 minutes for this, right? So I think it's really important to note is that you don't have to get in all the time. Wait for those signals to come into play, and they typically do within these volatile markets. All right, so we take our second attempt. And this is when I'm calm and cool, and I'm just like, all right, let's rock and roll, and not overly antsy and like not willing to be wrong. Here, totally fine, considering I am going counter trend as well too. So nice little move there. 755 we're in out. We take some out at 64s. Comes back to our break even. Adios.
Amigo.
But what did I say multiple times here? Third time's the charm. Boom, 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 boom. We do take half of our position out there because I thought maybe we'd have the same narrative. But we are fortunate enough to go on this nice long leg higher. And then eventually we go for the ad. We wait for the ad and it didn't work out for us. And that's totally fine. So you want to see how the algo trades are doing today? Yeah, that's a great thing. That's a great thing. Let's pull it up here. Actually, we got all the time in the world. Well, we don't. We got to be off at 155. Otherwise, Katina Man will be mad. Yeah, we don't want to get Katina Man mad. All right, yeah, let's pull it up. Let's see how some of them are. I have some of them. I didn't upload the other two on this one. This is the inverse. So let's go over the inverse here today. The 5-minute NVDA, not so good. When was the last time it took its trade? March 4th. We'll flip things around. We'll shut this off, turn this on, and the metrics on this has not been performing good whatsoever. All right, and that's totally fine. Nothing is going to be guaranteed. You want to look over the months and over the years. Now, here's a name that has been performing really well, but it probably took a couple big hits, and that's Circle. Circle, March 24th, we took that last attempt, no go. Big time loss on this one. Before we go over to Adara, we'll take a look. Grabs a bunch of shares, but then it takes a substantial haircut. The volatility was in. That was on that day where we dropped 25+% and then continued to the downside. But considering that loss, you're still positive 2K on that one from February to March. Adara.
Oh. I like that transition. I wasn't quite prepared for that. Keep an eye here on the market, specifically oil as well here, as Reuters reports that hardliners within Iran are ramping up their calls for a nuclear bomb. So Iranian hardliners wanting a nuclear bomb. Keep an eye here on oil. Again, geopolitical tensions can and will move oil. I want to talk about YCBD as well. This is company is called CBMD Inc. This is, of course, a CBD play, as you can tell by the name. Cannabis Business Times reporting that the White House has scheduled a meeting for the FDA's new CBD compliance enforcement policy. So it looks like there could be some update here with CBD and the FDA. If I get more news or details, I will let you know. Back to you.
This is kind of what I meant when I said that we need to be careful with the negotiations, because you could be talking to one arm and the other arm could be thinking or saying or doing an entirely other thing. Iranian hardliners are increasingly vocal about pursuing a nuclear bomb amid ongoing U.S.-Israeli attacks. Sources say with the Revolutionary Guards now dominant after the death of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, calls to abandon the NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty, I'm assuming, and consider nuclear weapons are gaining traction. While Iran has not officially changed its nuclear policy and still cites Khamenei's fatwa against bombs, state media and hardline politicians are publicly questioning the ban. Analysts say Iran's goal has long been threshold state capability, but the war may push hawkish voices, towards advocating a bomb. I'm assuming advocating for a bomb. That's a misprint. The space and feasibility of building a weapon remain uncertain due to recent airstrikes on Iran's nuclear and ballistic facilities. I think that's probably a fair assessment. They probably put them back several years, but that doesn't change the narrative that I really been stressing is I don't think you have a homogenized faction in the way that you'd be negotiating with, say, Venezuela, right, where the government seemed to kind of just hold up there. Guys, I'm back in VSA. And we'll see if this one holds up. The reason I say that is because it keeps holding up above the 10 EMA on the 5. It keeps defending it. And it's also got higher lows ever since that reversal candle. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that. But I am going to get out of AIFF now, because this now feels like it's ready to drop. 249. I think this is the first time we actually closed below the 20 EMA on the 5. So I'm going to end my trade here. If it regains trend or it finds support, I can change my tune about that. But I think that AIFF may be coming down either into that 40 penny area, 30 penny. We'll see. If it catches a bid and it breaks above 60, we can have a different conversation. But now, going to keep an eye here on the 10 EMA on VSA, Joey. Let's see what that one has to offer, and we'll kind of report back to you guys.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, the market did put in a new low. You have NVDA putting in a break of the neckline here. The Nasdaq just continuing to slide here, guys. It's not looking good. How do we? Did we take it? Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a long time ago, and Our guest this morning was just talking about the distribution, so it's going to take a little bit longer than what we're anticipating, considering the run that we were just on. We eventually broke through the support levels. I just had that hunch that was going to happen, and sure enough, I think this is going to be that next level. The quicker we get there, the better, in my opinion, but it just might take a little bit longer than what we're expecting. That would be about 15% on the Qs here, so hey. I'm surprised it's held up this well considering, right? Like you have this guy down substantially, you have Microsoft down 30%, you have Meta now down 30%. So it's not too good of a look. Tesla, I don't even think it's anywhere close to its previous all-time high. So, I mean, here it is, 25% there. So, I mean, not as bad as some of the other names, but not good either, right? Tesla's definitely a tougher hold. What else do we got? Goggles, you're now down about 5 or 7% off of that high. Wow, it is getting beaten up today, Sharif.
What happened? Goggles?
Yes,
yeah,
18%.
It was that head and shoulders, man. I told you all yesterday. That's why. When do you ever see me put a news story in the morning or the morning note that's technically based? Almost never.
Oh yeah.
Almost
okay.
never.
Wait,
I don't even remember the last time I did. But you had to because it was there.
And our guest mentioned that this morning as well too.
Yeah, a day later.
Okay, I see what you're getting at there, Sharif. But no, even we talked about that. You could be the best in class, regardless of what's going on. You're going to pull back eventually, and we've seen the same thing in Microsoft. Everybody's partying. This is all fun and games, right? And then until you're on the backside of the trend, and it's time to go home. So, I mean, Microsoft, you're having a heyday. You're having a bunch of fun over here, and then sure enough, this is the multi-month hangover from this little bit of fun right here. So,
like half an hour late, but whatever, who cares? All right, let's do the news segment. We'll talk a little bit about these. We'll just go through them a bit quick. California judge ruled against Meta and Alphabet, finding their platforms contributed to harm among teens. Companies were ordered to pay $3 million to the plaintiff, as well as another $3 million in punitive damages each. That includes Meta and YouTube. The case centered on claims that the platforms were designed to be addictive as well as harmful to minors. This marks a rare legal loss for big tech under the protections of Section 230, which they've been using for decades. The verdict, and this is why it's such a big deal, Meta's down 7 1/3. Holy, the verdict could open the doors, essentially floodgates, for more lawsuits that target social media design as well as the addiction features in the algorithm. The jury found that they failed to warn users adequately about the risks to teens. Challenges, obviously, the long-standing legal shield that we just spoke about there under the Communications Decency Act, specifically Section 230. Meta says right away it plans to appeal, arguing the evidence showed no intentional harm. Zuck testified that the company has moved away from these time spent optimization metrics that they had previously been using, but YouTube acknowledged that they did need to improve, but they emphasized the existing user safety tools like screen time reminders, scroll limits, etc. That was their reaction. But Joey, it didn't convince the jury, and the jury made them pay here about $3 million a pop and $3 million in punitive damages. So punitive damages are given typically when
what's up, Randy?
Randy. When there's bad motives, there's bad intentions, there's been bad actions by in this case the defendant. And so could this open the floodgates for more?
I think so. I think a lot of people are
MySpace research.
Wrong MySpace. A lot of people are referring this to the tobacco moment.
Yeah.
Right. So it's interesting, and that's for one individual who's getting this $3 million plus, right? So essentially $6 million is going into their pocket. I don't know. I was reading up on it, but I don't know who this individual is. I'm sure you can figure it out. But to state that they are the reason Instagram and YouTube are the reason and the cause of their depression. Yeah. I think that if you can win that off of what you're obviously claiming, then you can absolutely open the floodgates on this, because how many younger individuals have these platforms really affected, whether it be from scrolling or from a lifestyle standpoint, the flashiness and people just not being able to achieve those things that they want, and they fall into these depressive states. It can get really dangerous. So the tobacco moment maybe, but there's also some other reasons why they're not. So. It's very interesting stuff, really. And I also talked to you yesterday about the grading of how they prioritize some of the issues and the flagged posts within Instagram.
Yeah.
Children protective is on the lower end.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. That's crazy.
So
Getting out
they're
of
more worried about protecting the political face than they were about the children.
And that's sad.
Yeah.
And that's very sad. If that's true, that's very sad. All right, Adara, give us your take here.
Yeah, I think my thing is, I said it yesterday, but I think it does bear repeating. The fact that in a span of 24 hours, you get 2 jury or whatever, either way, court rulings here against Meta, where Meta's found liable again in a 24-hour period, and they're not on the exact same thing. Like the first was child abuse or child safety concerns, rather. This one had to do with social media addiction, right? This is personal injury. So I think the fact that you've seen these be successful, you kind of wonder if the floodgates are open, if we're going to get more cases against Meta. I do want to talk about this infographic. This is kind of a quick rundown as to what happened here and all of the damages. I'm going to drop this here in our chat. It is, of course, available on X at TTV Research. But yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to kind of see more how this goes forward. It's interesting that Meta initially kind of reacted positively, but man, they are paying for it now. Apparently at their lows, which they're almost still at now, they actually went below Tesla in market cap. So Tesla now is a market cap greater than Meta. Back to you.
Yeah, it's not a good look, man. It's certainly not a good look. All right, let's talk about, we're going to skip the next one here. It's just about Meta job cuts. This one also, just Google faces a leadership gap. Their India's top lawyer, Google's top Indian lawyer resigned after 16 months. Apparently, this is a very critical time for Google in India. There seems to be a lot of regulatory headwinds for that company, as well as other big tech in India. I don't think that that's really the big move. Let's talk about this one. So this is very interesting here. Uber expanding into robo-taxis. We know that they're using multiple different affiliates and partners. This one deals with Pony AI. Pony AI is a Chinese company. So Uber is partnering with Pony AI and Vern, we'll get to Vern in a second, to launch robo-taxi services in Europe. Initially, they're going to begin in Zagreb in Croatia, marking a new international expansion push. They're going to integrate, Uber that is going to integrate the service into its existing global ride-hailing platform. And Pony AI here, what their part in this whole thing is, they're going to provide the autonomous driving tech. So much like FSD, that's their version. Vern, they're going to operate the fleet itself, okay? And Uber is just going to operate the logistics, bringing the ride-hailing customer to, vis-a-vis their app. The move reflects the growing competition, of course, amongst Chinese AV firms, autonomous vehicle firms. We know WeRide, Baidu's Apollo Global as well. They're involved. Now Pony AI. Pony is already in Europe via the Stellantis partnership, starting in Luxembourg. So they already have a kind of a foothold there. Croatia specifically was selected for its strong tourism demand, which supports longer-term ride-hailing volume, according to the report. The plan includes scaling to thousands of robo-taxis across European cities over time. And as I mentioned, the partnership here is going to be as such: Pony AI, the technology provider; Vern, the fleet owner / operator; Uber, the distribution layer, so the customer demand and the app integration. The model, Joey, reduces capital burn on Uber. You and I were talking about this specific thing. We said Uber's kind of making themselves the go-to marketplace for autonomous vehicles. So you want an AV and you want customers, you go to Uber. They've already got all the ride-hailing people.
They have
there.
the ride-hailing one. I took one this morning.
One this morning.
Yeah, I took one this morning.
Right. I totally forgot.
Took one the past couple of days. Gave my guy 5 stars. 20%.
You gave your guy 5 stars?
Yeah. And
was he driving quick? Because he got you to work quick?
A couple U-turns here and there.
U-turns.
Seriously.
He's got a maneuver.
Yeah, it's in the city.
Olivia
man.
Chow,
There.
with every corner there's construction.
I have to have a conversation with her painting the lines red. But no, in all, I don't know why.
You hear about Brad Bradford? He's got my vote.
Brad Bradford? No, who's that guy?
He's exactly.
Yeah,
he's a city councilor.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got my vote.
What's he talking about?
He's talking about making the city a bit better, less Olivia Chowish.
So what, are we going to reduce the parking fines?
I don't know,
right.
but I'd like some. I don't know. Go on. Sorry to digress a little bit.
We can get right into that if we want
Yeah.
to know. But in all seriousness, Pony AI looking to expand its AV 3,000 vehicles within the coming year. It being one of China's top 3 autonomous vehicle competitors. That is, so it's looking pretty good. And as you mentioned, Uber's becoming the middleman here. And if you have the vehicle, we'll give you the platform, and that way you can expand. So I like these partnerships that Uber's been getting into.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about Micron. Are they down big today as well? They were. Micron, yeah, they're down 6%. SanDisk getting slapped 9.25. This one could be SSR pretty quick here. Morgan Stanley, they reiterated their overweight rating on Micron, and they pushed back against the recent sell-off in memory stocks. The firm views the pullback as a normal repricing of durability concerns. They say, look, memory is now described as the bottleneck in AI infrastructure. We have to pause. There is breaking Microsoft news.
MSFT did push a little bit lower here, as you can see. As the information reports, the company is freezing hiring in major cloud and sales groups. Now, we talked about this before. The information not always seen as like the most reliable source for some of these stories. There's sometimes more details will come out, and or these stories are a little bit older. But again, reportedly, executives at Microsoft are telling managers at major divisions, which includes Azure Cloud and the North American sales groups, not to do any more hiring. Back to you. Yeah,
more freezing there. With respect to hiring from big tech. So memory described as the bottleneck in AI infrastructure. This is according to Morgan Stanley, of course. The demand is so strong that customers are reportedly prepaying for large volume memory deals. That's atypical in the case. You don't usually prepay. You pay on arrival. AI's share of the semiconductor spending apparently will reach well above 50%. Another reason to kind of feel that there could be more of a tailwind. And they say, look, the traditional peak cycles indicators like, flat pricing, rising CapEx, productivity gains, they've appeared prompting caution. However, Morgan really wants to stress in this particular case, they argue this cycle is not behaving like past memory cycles due to the structural AI demand. So they really want to kind of differentiate the previous glut of inventory and then not enough, which has been typical of the memory of RAM, the business. They say it's a little bit different this time around. Specifically, they say DRAM supply stack is effectively gone, which tightens the market even more. The firm sees persistent supply-demand imbalance, and they say, look, gross margins are ridiculous at 81%. That's higher than NVIDIA's, mid-70s. They say those are unlikely to be sustained, but they don't think there's going to be near-term margin compression because of the insane amount of demand. Now, one thing I really want to stress is they didn't address directly the algorithm that Google supposedly says will reduce some of the reliance on RAM by creating efficiencies. So they didn't address that directly in the report.
Like across the board or just for Google?
No, well, it's a technology algorithm, so I'm assuming they probably license it.
So they can monetize it and sell it to people?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's a solid point. If we take into consideration how much memory this AI build-out is actually chewing up, it's hindering essentially the production for other sectors as well too, Sharif, like the smartphone and PCs.
Exactly.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, but the way that I'm looking at this, though, is that analysts are saying there's still a lot of room to run. Just be cautious when they say that, because then you see those hectic dumps. It's like they wanted to trap the longs thinking that it's going to double in price again. Well, that may not necessarily be the case. But what we do have backing is the fundamentals behind it. It's just that this AI build-out and the hyperscaler CapEx spend is there. So maybe you can see this trajectory be continued. But these high margins, is that sustainable? I don't know. I think it'll cool off eventually. But yeah, I mean, it is bottlenecking, as you mentioned, and it's making it production. We know with the iPhone, it's about 12 to 13% of the value of the iPhone that's going to be increased using memory cost, that is. So that's going to increase as well, too. So
I don't think Apple's going to increase prices, though. They're going to take the margin hit.
Do you think they're going to take the margin hit?
But they also do. So I had to look into this because this was a big problem for me, right?
Yeah.
I had to worry about what the iPhone 18 was going to bring. So apparently, they manage a little bit through LTAs, long-term agreements, but My understanding is
Okay, so they're fixed for a while.
for until August.
Yeah.
That's when the price resets according to the LTA that they have now
Yep.
with their suppliers. However, they do plan on using their scale to basically take your entire inventory, but they're going to take it at a bit of lesser price than the other person would have. But that doesn't mean that there won't be margin compression. I think there will be.
They'll see an increase, right? They'll see an increase.
I don't think they're going to increase the price.
No,
really.
I mean in the cost of obviously the memory, right? Like you'll uptick it a little bit, but not as much. The more you grab, the cheaper typically things get.
My understanding as well is they're going to try to push you into the premium devices by incentivizing you to buy the premium devices where they have larger, higher, or better margins than their smaller or their cheaper devices.
So do we think with Apple, even though we love this new cheaper MacBook, how much of a hit do you think they're going to take on this one just due to
the
memory?
MacBook's going to be a major mover for them. Did you see the video that Marcus Brownlee dropped yesterday?
No, I didn't see the one that he dropped yesterday.
You
like
it.
I like the idea as well, too, considering, you think so?
It's done.
But I mean, how much is this memory going to affect the margins on this thing being
It's 8 gigs, Joey. It's
as
small as it gets.
Small as it gets. All right. Yeah. So I mean, that's tough.
Marques Brownlee doesn't usually say a lot of good stuff about Apple anyway lately. I think he's a fair guy.
You like the Slim.
I haven't even seen one person with that. I haven't.
Person with this thing.
Anyway, I think he was fair about that. Let's talk about Supermicro hit with a lawsuit amid the export probe fallout. So SMCI is facing a proposed class action lawsuit now, alleging securities fraud. Some of their former founders are facing criminal probes. This is different. This is a civil lawsuit naming the company specifically. The company wasn't named in the criminal indictment. Plaintiffs claim the company misled investors by concealing reliance on China-linked sales. The allegations include overstated growth prospects and weak export control compliance disclosures. And they are also seeking damages for investors who held the stock from April 2024 to March of this year. So about a little bit less than 2 years, less a month. The legal action follows a major U.S. indictment tied to illegal AI hardware exports to China. 3 individuals, including SMCI co-founder, were charged in connection with the case, allegedly facilitating $2.5 billion and more in server shipments, including systems using NVIDIA's GPU. As I mentioned, SMCI was not named as a defendant in the criminal indictment. However, in this civil lawsuit, they target SMCI specifically, and they're saying corporate disclosure and investor communications are where the mischief is. Adira.
I have a new story actually on SMCI, and this story in particular, I'm seeing reports that the chip security bill has advanced in the House following the Supermicro case. Looks like it's awaiting consideration here by the House and Senate. So SMCI pushing lower here. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Let's take a look here at MSOS. Marijuana Moment reporting that the White House has scheduled a meeting on cannabis product enforcement policy for next week. We already heard about an FDA meeting with regards to CBD. Now we're getting an MSOS story again with the White House review. Last but not least, I just want to mention, I just saw this one coming through now. USO, and watch this one, continuing to make new intraday highs. Secretary of State Marco Rubio commenting that it's in the G7's best interest to help the U.S. handle the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Yes. What are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before. It's not good. Shareholders now suing them, essentially, a lawsuit against them. But it makes people not want to do business with the sketchy company, except for Danny Boy, the cheese tycoon. But at the end of the day, they've been a repeat offender. We've seen it in regards to their earnings report. We've seen it now. They're shipping chips illegally to China. Why would you want to do business with this company if they're going to continuously do these sketchy things?
AIFF is breaking out. New high a day, guys. $2.76. $2.76, 62.25%, showing 272, but a great breakout above that 265 level, and into 276 it goes. This one could see $3 today if we continue to hold structure. Great look for AIFF, guys. Keep your eye out on that one. Let's move on to the next story. I'm not going to talk about CrowdStrike. Let's talk about Pony AI. So as we mentioned, Pony AI did report earnings in addition to announcing their deal with Uber. So Pony expects more than double its robo-taxi fleet to about 3,000 vehicles across 20 different cities by this year, with nearly half deployed internationally. internationally. The key expansion markets are going to include Europe. We talked about that Croatia launch, the Middle East, as well as Asia. You know, they're really looking here for global commercialization. The company's positioning itself along peers like Baidu's Apollo and WeRide in the race for global AV leadership. Pony is partnering with Uber. We already talked about that. Let's talk about their financial performance. They reported their first ever quarterly profit of $75.5 million. That is really driven by investment gains tied to trading securities. So it doesn't really have anything to do with the fundamentals of the company, according to the report. Adjusted operating performance improved meaningfully. Their revenue more than doubled. to $6.7 million. They made $75.5 million in profit, but their revenue was $6.7 million. So it tells you the bulwark of their money and profit was trading securities. That doesn't really help for our purpose. Total annual revenue rose 20% to $90 million. There's a net loss for the full year that narrowed though to about 134, which makes sense because they're still very much in development. Unit economics and efficiency. The company reached single unit break even in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, meaning each additional robotaxi contributes positively to margins. That's a positive step, and they reduced their cost in their next gen autonomous systems by about 70%. That's a huge cost reduction, which is a key milestone for scalability. Gross margins, you know, typically you see better than this, man, 15.7% for software. And this is what this is, right? This is software. This should be a lot higher. It says still pressured by robo-truck revenue mix and early stage deployment costs. That kind of makes sense, but gross margins on a software should be at least above 50% from my understanding. What's your take here on Pony?
Yeah, still in the early stages. I mean, we IPO'd there, Sharif, in November of 2024. The expansions there, 160% increase in revenue. That's not bad whatsoever, considering the technology is still relatively new. They're teaming up with Uber. They're getting their foot in the door in the right places. They're some of the top AV companies in China as well, too, the top 3. So it's still an early play, in my opinion. Give them a little bit of time, considering it's software, increase in margins, that can be positive, and that just gives them a little bit more room to run, teaming up with Toyota as well.
Yeah, Toyota. All right, Adair, give us your take on Pony.
Yeah, I have this little visual here. I think what was really interesting with Pony AI for revenue is how different, like, the gains year over year in terms of, like, the different business segments actually were. So Robotaxi, this was up 160% year over year. I will give them credit for that. Robotalk services, relatively flat. No, the licensing and applications thing is interesting. This is down 53% year over year, but I was reading the report and there is a reason for this. And it's interesting. You hear a lot about one-time charges that companies will take. This is the first time I've ever seen a company basically, I guess last year, so Q4 2024, the year ago quarter, they had a one-time revenue recognition. So they had a project-based revenue. It allowed that revenue to be like nearly 20 million in that segment last quarter. Now, of course, that wasn't the case this quarter because it was one time. That's why this revenue is so down. I do want to address that because it's not necessarily inherently the company's fault. It's just they had a really nice win this quarter last year. They didn't have it this quarter this year. Overall, 18% year-over-year revenue decline. Not bad yet. It'll be interesting to kind of see that the securities earnings are pretty interesting in terms of the trading there. We're going to have to wait for more details on that. But I don't think this is a bad report all in all for PONY. It is interesting, though, the extent that robotaxi revenue growth is kind of lifting everything else.
Here, guys, we'll touch back in here and see what we got going on. NVDA neckline broke at 173. You're now trading at 172.50. Microsoft continuing its slide, putting in a new low of the day. So the market weakness is definitely in. You can see it from a daily as well if you zoom out a little bit, guys. No signs of any strength just yet. So it's just best to go with the flow and wait until later in the session, maybe 3:30 if you're going to find somewhat of a bounce. But the trajectory not looking too good and the market extremely weak. Let's take a look at the SPY before we head over to that next story. Same thing, same narrative, new low of the day, broke through support levels and it continued to the southeast.
All right, guys, big breakout here. I want to say on AIFF that's still holding. So it hasn't retraced. It's kind of holding that 260s area. So keep an eye out on that. And thank you, Grunfeld, for pointing out KOD, one that we looked at earlier, but I negated to put on my side chart. Great move up into $40. It clears it by about half a dollar, 46 pennies. But here it is back again, lower by 60 pennies, 70 pennies now off that $40 resistance. So keep your eye on that. But, you know, you zoom in, you can kind of see the respect that it has for the 10 EMA. So I'd be looking at that possibly for continuation. KOD, nicely up on the day, man, 73%. Not a small cap gapper in the technical sense, $2.4 billion for that name. So be on the lookout for that. And BATL continuing to hold up above the volume weighted average price. Looks like a bit of a head and shoulders maybe forming here, but hey, if it takes out 690 again, forget about that head and shoulders pattern. Could be on its way to 7, on to 730. So BATL, and we saw it, this one today, it wasn't really moving with oil all the time, sometimes. So let's move on to the next topic. We're going to skip Jeffries. Let's talk about NA or Navin over here. This one was up big on the day. How much is it up now? 35%. They reported Q4 earnings of basically $178 million. That beats the 162 expected by analysts, with adjusted EPS coming in at 2 pennies. The street was looking for a 12-penny loss. So this is a really good report, and probably why they're up 34%. $3 billion market cap, by the way. Total revenue grew at 35%. Driven by broad-based strength across key segments. Usage revenue especially 35% up year over year on the quarter, with subscription revenue also up 29%. There goes AIFF taking out the area high again. This is now at 79 pennies. This one is on its way to $3. It may not spend a lot of time there though. But I want to point out the fact that we're getting far fewer topping tail candles now on AIFF than we were getting earlier on. So this might mean that the shorts are a little bit squeezed here. Keep your eye on AIFF, pick it up off technical levels, and be quick with your profit taking. It may not spend that much time in the mid to high 90s on its way to 3. Who knows? Just get your profits. We're going back to Adara.
More highs here for oil as we digest more comments on oil. Marco Rubio, U.S. Secretary of State, saying that the Strait of Hormuz could be opened tomorrow if Iran permitted it. Meanwhile, seeing reports that Iran is saying that ships must follow security protocols and avoid supporting, quote, hostile forces to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So Strait of Hormuz tensions continue. USO continues to trade higher.
Yeah. Let's continue to look over here. Total payment volume, $1 billion for the quarter. That's up 19% year over year. They ended the year with a good amount of cash, about a little bit less than $600 million in cash and cash equivalents. The strong cash position obviously gives them flexibility to invest in product expansion. Their AI platform, let's talk about this. Management did want to emphasize its AI-first platform, which kind of positions them as a disruptor in legacy travel and expense systems. Now their guide also, let's see here, pretty good. Q1 revenue guided $204 to $206 million. Look at this, man. The street was looking for 187.7. So that's a well beat there. So it's a beat on the actual quarter, a beat on revenue for the full year as well. 866 to 874 million versus estimates of 840. For those who don't know what this is, we'll just, because it's not that popular. They are an end-to-end AI-powered software platform built, according to them, to simplify global business travel and expenses T&E experience, helping users, customers, and suppliers. Their solutions include Naven Cloud, the infrastructure of its travel experience, as well as Naven native apps and enterprise integrations. What else? So basically that's what they do. Business travel and focusing on AI. Great report, though.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, some growth across the board. That's what you want to see, essentially. 35% here, 32% year over year. Yield steady at approximately 7%. So that's not bad whatsoever. We'll take a look at some of the technicals. Other than that, like, which IPO has really performed that good? We had this back in October of 25, so later last year. And sure enough, you're starting to find somewhat of a trend break and a nice sustained pop. A gap up from the report last night, and then there you go, 35%. So that's not bad. That's some form of recovery, and that's kind of what you want to see.
JBLU was up in the pre-market. It is now down goes Fraser, 6.5%. Okay, so this was bad here, but anyway, they surged. It was up, and now it's down. after the airline said they're exploring a potential sale, hiring advisors to evaluate strategic options. Who remembers the Spirit deal falling apart? The company has examined potential combinations with UAL, Alaska, Southwest, though no deal is confirmed. Follow-up reporting indicates JetBlue is not currently in active M&A talks. That was reported by Phil LeBeau of CNBC yesterday after the report came out. So you're going to have to, believe who you want there. Shares were up 16% intraday following the initial report. Then, peer airlines also showed muted reactions, suggesting the move is more idiosyncratic to JetBlue rather than sector-wide. So here's the deal. JetBlue has 2 consecutive years of revenue declines, and they haven't delivered an annual profit. Geez Louise. Since 2019, the stock's also about 75% down from its COVID-era highs in 21, showing like a prolonged period of underperformance. Investors are increasingly viewing the strategic alternatives like a sale, like a merger, restructuring, something. We're going to continue with this when we get back from Madeira.
You just be aware here, guys. I have some potential news on the SpaceX IPO. I am seeing reports suggesting that the SpaceX IPO could be reserving up to 30% for retail investors. We talked about how good this IPO could be for retail investors, but this is significant. Once I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way, here looks like SpaceX is going to be not just allowing, but welcoming retail interest in its initial public offering.
As well as it should be, man. As well as it should be, because we don't need the regulator to protect us and babysit us. If we want to get in at the IPO stage, we should feel the ability to do so. So I love this, and we know that Robinhood was also obviously looking at providing some liquidity there for their clients. Guys, AIFF into 288. It is likely going to 3. So be on the lookout for that. Let's continue the story here with a couple minutes left. As we mentioned, 2 years of consecutive revenue declines. They're 75% off their 2021 highs. But there is regulatory overhang. As we know, any potential merger faces significant antitrust scrutiny, especially after the blocked $3.8 billion Spirit Airlines deal. That was, though, under a previous administration and a whole different game of thinking there. A federal judge ruled that the Spirit merger would reduce competition, setting a precedent for future airline consolidation. Regulatory risk remains a key hurdle here, Joey. What are your thoughts on JBL?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I don't understand why they would be blocked. Like, if someone wants to sell a company, again, that's way past my head.
The judge knows better.
Yeah, of course,
yeah,
right?
Obviously.
It doesn't make sense. But anyways, aside from that, looking for mergers with Alaska Airlines or United Airlines, Southwest Airlines, I mean, what are margins like? How have they been performing? It's really important to note that. We'll pull up some of the technicals. This market is just getting absolutely beat up right now as it's continuing to slide right now. Guys, we'll head over to JetBlue momentarily. NVDA, SPY, here's the cues. Look at this aggressive move in volume increase right on Bitcoin at the break of that neckline. So not a good look whatsoever. We'll go over and take a look at what we got going to JetBlue and see how they have been performing as of late. Zoom this out a little bit here. I mean, they did go on a little bit of a run. They're a penny stock, essentially, not performing too down 45% from that previous pivot high. We can go over and take a look at the Jets ETF and see how that's been performing. That wasn't horrible, so underperforming some of its peers. UAL, same narrative. It was a pretty good run, and then unfortunately you get that aggressive pullback, 27%. But out of the couple of names that we just went through, it's definitely been taking the brunt of most of this force here to the downside.
All right. Are we going to Neil, or what are we doing?
No,
We're going to continue here, Brenda?
We can chill. We can chill here if we want. We can go over to Neil. Neil's ready.
Continuing here?
Neil's ready.
He's on the way. So we'll continue, right? Okay. Continue, man, is close to on the way. Guys, AIFF is taking a bit of a turn here. Down it goes into 265, but that is the breakout level that we were talking about. So a bit of a move, 288 high, dropping into 265. I think if it loses 260, yeah, the long needs to reset. You got a topping tail candle. It didn't quite make it into 3. It got pretty close. Here it comes back into 265. And look, it's still above the 10 EMA on the 5, right? But if 60 gives way, it's got to reset again. I'm thinking likely at around 50 for it to hold. So we'll keep an eye out on that. But AIFF zigging and zagging today. Not a bad look. not a bad look initially. VSA is also unbroken downtrend over here. Thank you to Luis for giving us the data on this. But I would say, you know, it's still holding above the dollar, still holding above the volume weighted average price. Look for a break of trend, but be careful with the lower highs. I would say between 115 to 120. If it makes a lower high between 115 to 120 and then makes a first 5-minute candle to make a new low, I'd be very, very weary of that. So be careful with VSA. KOD moving up into 40, but now it looks like it might be losing a bit of a bid here into 39. Sorry, let me throw in that ticker.
Headache, man.
Into 39 it goes. So there is a little bit of support, by the way, at around 38.50 to about 39. So it could hold up here. Wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high to show you it's holding up. And BZAI, I mean, this one has really been stair-stepping up all day, but the volume has really dropped off. But it just got into the high of the day as well, $1.65. SVRN continues to trend up, having trouble though taking out that 30-penny level. So the volume's also dropped off on this one. Shorts are not really taking this one down, but the longs are not buying it up into the high of the day break either. And BATL is all of a sudden losing the bid. We kind of had a feeling that this was setting up as a bit of a head and shoulders pattern. You get the uptrend that precedes the formation of the pattern, and now you're getting the neckline break, I would submit, below the volume weighted average price at around 660. So BATL looking awfully bearish here. Watch for the move into 6. 6 could be support there, Joey. So some interesting names today. There wasn't a whole lot to trade in the world of small cap gappers, but we keep an eye on, you know, the ones that we keep an eye on.
Absolutely. I mean, this market is really continuing its slide. You're getting somewhat of a pullback here now, which isn't horrible. Volume increase. I like this. Seemed a little bit too late. Otherwise, we would have tried one more scalp off of that 171 level. That would have been really good for us here on NVDL. Down to that'd be approximately $79, $71. We'll call it flat all the way to 71.32. And you only had to risk a couple of pennies literally on that one. So that would have been a solid 6-1 or something along those lines. I think there's going to be more opportunities. Wait for an additional pullback. If we want to recover somewhat and come back and test the necklines, then that can be a trade in itself, all the way up here to 173.61, and then the same narrative all the way, maybe you get a retest of 650. But I think that's best case scenario, to be honest with you, considering the pace that we're currently on. Bitcoin just absolutely took a nosedive. I'm glad that we got out of that one. It had that slow curl up, but then there was no follow through, and just decided that it wanted to tank after it broke through that support level at 38.98. And look at this 5-minute candle. That tells me that we're not ready to slow down anytime soon. Head over to the lower time frame and get a little bit more detail. And it's the same story it's telling. So 39.03, continuous move to the downside, 38.76. And look at this inverted print right here on NVDA. That's going to come back in here and retest this level. Oh man, it's getting ugly. It's getting ugly for sure. And then we see it from a daily. It was only a matter of time. So when I bought a little bit more shares, I actually sold them. I'm like, you know what? Let me get out of this, considering I was in at 85. I got out at like 78 or something along those lines. It wasn't substantial, but I'm like, you know what? Considering we didn't get that strong up move, I'm going to be able to get in at a much better price. So for the swing trade, didn't work out, but I know that as soon as we head south of that support level, there's going to be a good buying opportunity, regardless of we getting it or not. I believe that we're going to. So 18%, I'm going to be looking. Oh, 20%. This thing's almost in bear market territory.
Which one?
NVIDIA? Yeah.
Oh my.
18%, right? Like, and you have the likes of Meta, they're down 30%. And you have Microsoft, so you have out of that basket 3 out of the X amount, 8 makes $1 trillion club individuals almost in bear territory, or if not, or in it.
All right, Katina Man's back. Ready to go.
A big smile on his face.
Big smile on his face. Got a coffee. He's locked. He's loaded.
So you were outside and you didn't bring anything back?
Oh,
that's crazy, man.
He's at the doctor.
Oh, that's it, man.
Cut the man some slack. He's got the love and the energy, which y'all are about to feel, because we're going to send you over to the big boys. See everybody at the big desk shortly.
Later.
I mean, the thing is, like, I could have brought something back, but then it would have been later. And I mean, Joe's already pretty mad. You know,
it's fine.
About
I was
all
like
that.
locked and ready to go. I'm like, they're like, oh, they just wanted to stay on. So
Yeah, okay, good. I was hoping so.
yeah, we'll just continue.
I didn't want to
on.
upset. I don't want to upset anybody around here.
Well, maybe they thought that
How's oil?
oil. You cooking?
No, I don't know. Look at this market, man. This is
Chappelle show.
Yeah.
This Sharif's like, yeah.
Sharif. Look what we're doing right here. We're still short the TQs, man. This is now a $2 winner. This is the same trade that we had in the morning, and I'm glad to have been part of this, as there it goes to the downside. We always talk about, trying to hold on to something. I wrote down earlier today, welcome everybody, by the way, to the show. My name is Sean, this is my friend Neil. This morning, we talked about risk on. Risk off. And we posted it right there. Risk off. I said it multiple times there and today, and I thought today would not be a day to run in and start buying everything. Markets, this is my note from 7:30. Markets setting up for potential risk off tone today. Crypto weakens, global momentum cools, downside. So there it goes right now. We are hella downside in this market, and it's been a good run there, and we'll just take out a little bit more as we get into the lows right now on the TQ. So there it goes, man. We actually tweeted this out earlier that we were starting this short, so I wonder, where we're going to go from here. But yeah, welcome back to the show here. We'll talk about oil. I don't even know what oil's been doing. I had to go get an update, an eye doctor's appointment, just an update. Everything's good. CL, so there it goes. Oil up 5% today. Yuck. Really had a turnaround. It looks like around 10:30 there for USO and, the contract. So not a great start here for oil today as we're upside. Depends if you're long or short, I guess, but payment at the pump continues to increase across, North America here, and I know that sucks. Right now, as we talked about it, $8 a gallon or something like that in California. I'm just going.
You know what doesn't suck though?
No.
If you're ready to become a real trader,
right, that doesn't suck at all.
Then the next training cohort for Real Trading Campus is around the corner, and this time we're expanding our reach. If you live outside the U.S., now is your chance to apply and join the program. You'll be trading U.S. equities during regular market hours, so be sure you're available for the continuous U.S. session. This program is carefully designed to help you master market microstructure, different marketplaces and venues, order types, and professional execution versus retail approaches.
Okay.
Space is limited, so don't wait. Apply now and take your trading skills to the next level. Shout out to the Real Trading Campus. You can scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Let's go to the desk with Adara. It's always more news.
Yeah, some news to bite on here is Apple, AAPL, Bloomberg reporting that the company is going to be opening up its Siri to rival AI assistants, which marks a change in strategy. Now, basically what that's going to mean is that Siri will be able to use chatbots beyond ChatGPT from OpenAI. So basically, Bloomberg reporting that Siri will be able to pull from, it looks like, a variety of chatbots. If I get any more details, I will keep you posted.
I mean, that's why we remember earlier this morning, we didn't have any stories, and I said, well, this is something to do with, Siri and all that kind of stuff, and that was eventually going to be released. So we can have a quick look here at Apple. Thanks for that quick update there, Adara. I mean, in a day where the market's down 2%, Apple, this was happening, and boom, to the downside. The more important story for me, of course, and we're going to, are we doing the rundown still? Are we still doing that today, Brendan, the rundown? Yeah, okay, good, okay. I just want to double check.
Let him get ready.
Google, for some reason, guys, this was a real wick that just happened, I believe. It broke 280. Like, I see a lot of volume. Was there just a story on Google or something there? Or is that just that technical break right there of 280? Because all of a sudden, volume picked up like crazy there on Google. It broke through 280, stopped immediately downside. I wonder if that was the Apple news. Like, maybe now because Apple's going to not own...
It's the same timing.
Okay, so that's probably it. Because I was going to say, now if Apple's using other than Gemini,
I can only say it came at the same time. It does make some sense, though. There is some sense to that because the whole idea is the partnership with Google and Apple was going to be a big deal for them. But that 100% came out the same time as that headline.
Okay.
From Adara. So obviously, Alphabet's down 3.5%. That looks like a bad chart, but that ain't it, man. That ain't it, bruh. Meta's down 8%.
Joe, what?
I don't know. I just
Bruh, what's up with that, man?
I meant to type in SMCI and I keep typing SoFi.
The face slap.
They're not even the same thing. But they begin with an S. SoFi's down 8%. Even what was strong, what was good and pure and green is now red. ARM was like 20, whatever ridiculous number it was yesterday. It double topped, and even this is threatening to lose the bid as we speak. Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit nasty. Deep Tranquility is asking, why is Meta dumping? Look, to think that this is not all about the lawsuit stuff for Meta. Like, you have to think bigger picture here, because much like Microsoft, like, you lost the trend a while ago, you lost support today, it's part technical, like, there's a lot of bleeding going on. Tom, any guesses right now? What do you think the forward PE is on Micron?
Micron?
Yes.
Oh boy, I know it wasn't that high to begin with, so I know this move higher because it's a forward PE.
Forward PE.
I'm gonna say it's actually pretty low. I'm gonna go the opposite way. I'm gonna go 19. 9, 8, 6?
6.
Okay. I only thought, I was thinking because of the price. Forward PE. Well, you know why? I mean, they're guiding so
Their
much.
guidance is so out there. I'm not, well, whatever.
Oh, that forward PE would be.
Yeah, whatever, it is what it is. Who am I to say? But let's be real. If, like, this is also a technical breakdown here in Micron. Like, it lost that support level as well. And we were sort of talking about this earlier, how nasty it is. One name that's actually not bad, and we're just letting Sharif get ready here. Netflix chart is not split adjusted. NFLX. Netflix, home of Game 1 last night. If you paid for MLB TV, guess what? You could only watch the game on Netflix if you want to see the Yankees win. The Yankees did not lose.
Yankees win.
But Netflix is winning today. This is breaking back out. This is worth watching this afternoon on some relative strength. Just took out a fresh high. Like, this is going absolutely ham right now on Netflix.
How many wins did the Jays have last year?
I don't remember that.
I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. I don't
remember the regular season.
No, because I think it's only 86.5 this year.
Yeah, that makes
like people are expecting a lot less.
3/5 of the rotation is on.
Yeah, and then I thought
right
it was.
now.
I only thought about that because the Yankees. I think a lot of Boston's gotten a lot better, right? And
Baltimore's improved.
And then Baltimore. Yeah, I mean Baltimore had that hot start, didn't
But
they?
Netflix this is legit.
Damn Google. Is
The
there
market's
news
at
about
low.
Google?
There's something happening here on Netflix. I think to have this breaking out right now. I know we're
Okay,
gonna
so
do
Apple, the only story to Google
It's
right
the
here
Apple.
is what I'm saying. Apple plans to open up Siri, which is awesome for Apple, to rival AI assistants in iOS 27 updates. So I just updated last night to 26.4, so it seems like, or whatever it was, so it seems like they're now getting ready to ramp up the pain with Siri Agent. I talk about pain because it's been a painful experience so far with Siri, but if they're gonna implement all these different AI, like this is how Apple, like there's just, Apple wins. We just talked about Yankees lose. Apple wins because Apple right here does not have to, proper English, does not have to put forward all of this money, and they can get people lining up to them now to use their AI agent. They don't have to dump a bunch of money into their own agent there. They just got to get it appropriately used with Siri, implemented is the word I'm looking for. And once they can get that, then sky should be the limit for Apple. But I mean, Google's already using, I mean, if you have a Pixel or whatever, they're gonna be using Gemini, and there's lots of love still for Google, but not right now. And just to show you guys, we are now like, we just said like, oh, was that real? Well, whether or not it was real or not, which it was, it's going to most likely test that level again. That's 278.40s.
A spike like that. I'm not making like I bought some SPY just at these lows while we were waiting.
SPY, okay, good, yeah.
Because it's just like everything is falling, and I was planning on a DCA at some point in this quarter. I'm like, well, if you're down 2% here, and this many names are getting smoked, all right.
Yeah, I mean, the overall market, the SPY is down 1.49%. And if you're going to look back, you are, at a decent level. I mean, we were just up here at 670, lost that level. And now you're coming back. Oh, yeah, we will go more. I don't think this move is done. Yeah, you never know. The thing is, do you want to be caught off guard, when and if this war or the Strait of Hormuz ever opens back up again? I think the answer to that is a resounding no. You want to make sure that you are in the market for any good news. I think Scott said it this morning, it's not, he didn't say this exactly, it's not timing the market, time in the market, that's an old saying, but it's more like you got to dip by at some points, especially if you do have a longer term account, right? And so, again, Neil and I are just talking about stuff that we believe.
Especially if SoFi still doesn't look like a buy.
Oh my God. Yeah, SoFi, not so good. What is that, 1550 right now? I don't even want to look at it. Okay. I was hoping it wasn't a 15 handle, but it is. Look at that bump up there and right back down. I lost my puke thing.
I got this one, but I don't.
Oh, we have the gates of hell. We also have, I have the red market over here. This one. Yeah, this is like everything turning red. I believe that's what's happening right now.
I don't have any like the really bad negative ones anymore.
I mean, I just feel bad. Like people that, I mean, look, I own Meta, and Meta's a shit ton in my account. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, down 8% today. This is not necessarily a canary in a coal mine. This is just like getting slapped right now. And I was really hoping that 600 would have been something there. It was for a minute, and then today happened. So now you're looking a lot lower in META, fight, Meta. All right, Sharif, this guy's got places to go and people to see. So it's Sharif. You're going to go do the rundown. Let's start it. How about now?
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil, Sean, the big boys, as they're known, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on this Afternoon Rundown is to get into the chat and to vote every single day. But you got to throw in that $ before you vote. Let's look at all 4 major averages, and they are all decidedly red. The triple Qs here down over 2%, the worst of the bunch. The SPY faring a little bit better, down 1.5%. The Dow, the DIA, faring the best of all 4 here. Major average ETFs down 0.91, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF down a little bit more than 1.5%. The first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, is TSLA, also decidedly negative, down 2.8%. Here are some of the headlines today for Tesla. They published their consensus Q1 delivery estimate of 365,645 vehicles. The consensus for total deliveries for 2026 will be 1.69 million vehicles. In 2027, they see that to be 1.88. 2028, 2.13. 2029, 2.61 million. And lastly, by 2030, they expect to be selling over 3 million vehicles per year. There's also the SpaceX IPO, which is, definitely increasing interest in Elon Musk-related stocks. They also released a new supercharger yesterday, and RBC today maintained Tesla with an outperform rating and a target of $500. Last but not least, an official from the California regulator telling Electric that Tesla is not operating a robotaxi in California. We know, of course, that they have been operating a pseudo-autonomous vehicle ride-hailing robotaxi in the San Francisco area, but not calling it that because they don't have the regulatory permissions. Guys, Tesla.
Yikes. You know what? In some ways, Tesla, it could be a heck of a lot worse here. I think that's probably the only way to even think about it. I just feel like if you look at anything, any big cap tech stock, whatever rank Meta was, Tesla apparently passed it today.
Whatever rank. Oh, in the market caps?
Yeah, that's
really.
Well, that's what was getting
Wait a minute.
said.
What did you say? Meta passed.
Double checked. Tesla passed. Well, it should.
No, I don't think so.
That's what was getting said in the midday, which I was surprised by. But either way, you're down 3 points today, which seems like a victory lap if you're a Mag 7 name. Like down 2.7 today gets you like you're in the driver's seat. Like I think Apple is probably the best in the Mag 7, and then 2.7. This might be the second best. Terrible, terrible, and more terrible. The good news is it hasn't really fallen apart under this 376 support level, but that's more of like it hasn't done it yet. There's just not much that seems like it's going to give us a bit of a bounce. Also, this whole SpaceX, and then everyone's getting hyped about SpaceX, which is still going to be weeks and months away. Like, what is that even doing for? This doesn't mean anything for Tesla. They don't own that much, and at no point has any of that been giving Tesla a boost. So I think you're running the threat here of having a bad moment, which I still think in Tesla it's not that bad. Oh, goodness, I still have that Rivian chart up. It's like woo-saw when you look at some of these other charts in a higher time frame. No, I still feel like Tesla, if we lose here on the weekly chart, another close above the 50 on the weekly, and we're headed down into this 280 to 300. Like that's where, for me, Tesla becomes a buy down there again. If we start having a moment in Tesla, like we're already having in Microsoft, like we're already having in Meta, I think that's a very reasonable spot for it to go. And it's not about valuation or anything like this, and it's not about not believing or not believing in the company. I do believe in autonomous, and I absolutely do believe in Optimus as well. But
because you are an optimist. Yeah, no, I think so too. I'm an optimist too for that. But of course, we're talking about Optimus Prime and Optimus with as far as Tesla robot, right? I mean, I think there's going to be a lot of different robots as well. Like, I mean, we saw some good ones coming out of China. Had some hot ones as well. Did you guys see the one that walked out with Melania Trump? Was that a Tesla one?
No, I don't know what that was.
That was a DJT one, maybe the truth, over there.
DJT robots?
I know, it was funny when she walked out with it. It's like she started walking like the same pace as it. She had to slow down, and that was hilarious. But anyways, yeah, I mean, so I just asked Google here. I actually used Google for this. I did not use, I mean, it's going to spit out the Gemini answer anyways, but I actually used the search engine for this, and I searched out what was the largest market cap. And I said use today's date, or use today's date as information, but that's what I'm saying roughly. So yeah, NVIDIA, Apple, Alphabet. Anyways, as we go down here, yeah, it looks like based on, this is before, I guess, or including today, yeah, they're right around the same, man. 1.37 trillion to 1.5, 1.3 to 1.4. Give Tesla only down 3 or 4%, Meta down 8. That will definitely flip those up. And then you got Berkshire and Walmart. Walmart's almost, I guess Walmart was at, we celebrated. Yeah, I remember we celebrated that day that it did hit the $1 trillion mark. But these are, I mean, look, I mean, wow, America, right? I mean, if there's anything to say here, all these companies, right, all strong American businesses that started in America, all founder-led American businesses. Now they're not founder-led anymore. I mean, obviously we know Apple, NVIDIA is Sergey Brin and everybody with Alphabet. Microsoft's had a few different people involved with it. Jeff Bezos, obviously there as well. Broadcom, Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, definitely, obviously still founder-led. And then Berkshire, dude just left. And then Walmart. What were they? The
Waltons.
Waltons. I was going to say Walmart. Waltons.
I think it's weird. Like, it sounds like Waltons. Mm-hmm. I know I say Waltons.
So shout out there to strong U.S. companies and keep them that way. President Trump, and that's part of the not giving all this data and all this power to China there and keeping some of those NVIDIA chips localized there. Okay. Next stock
is
Katina, man, we got to talk about this guy first. You mentioned him. This is Figure AI, and this is called the Figure 3. Here are the deets. He's standing at a gargantuan 5'8", can carry about 20 kilograms. He weighs 21 kilograms, 5 hours of runtime. And look at this, the speed. They even have the speed there, 1.2 meters per second. And he, of course, he is electric. Figure AI is the company coming out with this guy yesterday. He was with Melania Trump, in front of Melania Trump at the White House yesterday. Let's talk about the next one here, UGRO. Did I get that right? URGO. UGRO. UGRO. I'm not going crazy. Anyway, this one was moving up yesterday, a big move up yesterday after it announced they're strategically positioned to capture growth with T20 cricket franchise valuations now exceeding $1.6 billion and global media expansion accelerating, guys. Not much of a move today, though, on UGRO.
It's funny that we can call it down 17%, and really it's a stone's throw from what it did. You know what? That said, we've seen this before where you think it's the unwind day, and look, Haltfest, like you have liquidity to Haltfest to liquidity to like when it goes parabolic. So when you start looking at some of the price areas, and you can't really, like using levels on this when it blows through levels. You can look at key price areas because it's probably more of a swing and a wide stop kind of stock anyways. So when you have these kind of consolidative levels in here, you sort of work around those price areas. And the fact that it's doing 8 million shares of volume on day 2 and holding this level, I think that's a pretty bad sign for the shorts and a pretty good sign for the stock. You do, of course, always have to worry about things like offering when it comes to URGO. But a hold of this area, call it between 25 and 30, so just around here, if that's able to close above today and hold this tomorrow, you could see a second salvo. You always worry about the overnight. Like that was sort of the problem. It was great in the aftermarket, but good luck if you held that one from those. Like, they hit like $50-something. They didn't really see it at 4 a.m., but that's the problem. You could have an offering, you could have that big gap, so swinging it overnight is obviously a big concern. But this is not as bad of a day 2 as it seems. relative to market weakness, like relative to the fact that it could be at $13 and no one would bat an eye. It's holding up pretty well.
Yeah, UGRO there. I just want to check back in. Okay, so just to give you guys an update here, Google has bounced off of, you know, some of those lows. We didn't get exactly into that 278 again, but it does bounce off clean off of 279, and right now looking like it wants to help this 25 period get to the downside. We haven't been back up to the 50 period moving average yet, but Google's still down that 3% on a story that Apple is now looking at or will be using, you know, third-party, you know, chatbots into their Siri, not just Gemini there. So Apple got going early. Doesn't seem to be doing too much on that news for Apple itself, but you definitely see the story that we're talking about with that. So there it goes. Let's go back over to Sharif and figure out what story number 3 is.
EEIQ, guys, Epic Quest, big move up today, over 200% and then some, driven by strong speculative activity and sudden investor interest. It traded well above 200% and above the 200-day moving average, guys. The company provides education solutions for students who are pursuing degrees in the US, Canada, and the UK, EEIQ.
So just one quick note here, like
Market's coming back.
Netflix is all over the place. Apology for this trade.
I thought there was some sort of story because Netflix had popped there.
Like it popped $3, it just dropped $1.50, so this one's kind of going crazy. I haven't really seen anything specific, so EC, yeah, we'll get to the next name. EEIQ, I mean, Elite, oh sorry, Epic Quest. It is, yeah. Epic Quest. I'm very surprised by this one because this one felt like it should have been dead after the open. It did that whole thing where you run at the open, you halt down, looks like it's going to break VWAP, and then it doesn't. Someone supports the heck out of $7, but it's making distinct lower highs. There's a lot about this that feels like it's on the back end of the trade, despite the fact that it's over VWAP though.
Oh, increase in prices.
Is that what they're doing?
Yep.
Oh, okay, so Netflix increasing prices.
Report of them increasing prices.
Yeah, key on the 7 level here. If it holds over 7,
I might go long Apple here.
Pretty good. But yeah, volume's really dwindling. There's a lot of signs that this is on the back end, to be real with you. I haven't checked it for low K. It's probably not worth paying for them. I feel like there's going to be some volatility, maybe for some like reversal plays anyways this afternoon. But EIQ, check out the 7.
You might have just heard me mention that. I think I'm going to try to go long some Apple right here. We've maybe found a bottom there at around 250, 350. So I just put a bid in and we just missed it, man. 74s. Hopefully that does fall back in right now. I mean, the market is absolutely puking right now. We might as well take another fill down here in the 50s if we can get it. I just put a 55 out there. Hopefully we'll get that as it makes its way through. But yeah, just not good, man, to the market downside. Still bleeding, down 2.13%. You know, really happy that we're able to grab this short today, but I am trying to go long, just to give you guys an update. I'm going to try to go long on Apple right in and around this area. So that's what I'm trying to do right now. Let's go back over to Sharif.
All right, Meta's next, and it's down 8.5%. Fears are starting to, surface here about the verdict, opening the door to a deluge of lawsuits. Meta basically with 2 major lawsuits yesterday. One about harm to teens, and the other one about algorithmic addictions, guys. Couple of major lawsuits here that could imply for many different social media companies, but Meta taking the brunt of it today, down 8.5.
This is the most broken chart today out of the mags, and just in terms of where it's gone. I'll go to the weekly because, like, let's be real. When you get days like today or moments like now, like you really start to look at the higher, like the real higher time frame. Like, we're not talking about the daily chart. I'm talking like weeklies and monthlies, and you can start to see. Do I have this drawing tool up here just to make it really easy for you? I don't. I just collect it. So if you kind of look at all of the big dips in Meta, like on a weekly chart, like bang, 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 and right here, right now, you've got this long support. It's going back to 2024. So it kind of got like this breakout here through $400. And then since then, all of the pullbacks have held the same line. What do you think happens when you cross this line? Nothing good. Nothing good. Like this is not like an anchored. Like you could also probably throw up an anchored from that breakout, but I'm just showing you where the dip buying has come in, and it's on that trend line support. So if you lose this and Meta on the weekly, 200 SMA. You can talk about, like, as far as I'm concerned, it'll be somewhere in the low teens. It'll be somewhere in the low to mid teens of a PE if it gets down there, barring a disaster quarter. And I think that's, again, if we're talking about correction, this is what happens, and this is what could come in. This is probably the most broken chart in the Mag 7. This or Microsoft. You can make an argument either way. But I do think you're on the precipice. And of course, it's a weekly chart. Like, drawing this line doesn't mean you go buy this on a day trade. It just means if it closes underneath on a week, that's a problem. So we still have tomorrow for this to be able to show support at this level. And every time it's bounced off here, this is like you could have it the next week, no problem. Here you had 3 weeks to be able to play that low. You had 3 or 4 weeks to be able to play that low. Usually when you're at a significant level on a weekly chart, it's not like you have to buy the dip that day.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, even just today, like, when you saw that story come through, I mean, even yesterday, right, this blue line is VWAP, so we never really got above it at all. And then even this morning, you know, it gave us opportunities to short it at VWAP. So whenever you hear negative stories, you know, we should probably be looking to say, hey, does the market really want to go over or under today? And today was probably an easy day to say under. And you would not have, I mean, look, I'm short the Qs, so it's fine. But, you know, we had sensed today was a risk-off day and just didn't really think that Meta was going to be down to almost 10%, which it may still get down to. And, yeah, just no stop, right? No stopping. You know, this is why we put down these lines, you know, to try to make sure to capture momentum and things like that. This 50-period moving average is something that's never been broken all day. You had a little bit of a spike there, maybe at 130, that could have broke that. But, I mean, it didn't scare you out of the trade, I wouldn't think. But, yeah, this is just like a VWAP. VWAP's nowhere near now. Just watch out for this 50-period. I think a clean break of that, maybe we go back upside. So if I zoom back in after showing you guys that, I think you want to break that for sure. And then, yeah, getting above here is not horrible. Like, there's a little bit of a break, but then we didn't take out the previous high. So if you break that right there, you're actually just kind of looking to see if you could take out this 547. So that would be an area there where I think you could probably push along. I think a safer one would be right here, 548. So I think if you wait, be patient with this stock here this afternoon, and maybe you take a 548 break and then use 547 as maybe your stop. Give yourself $1 worth of room in case Meta gets going. But I don't really envision this as being a bang-up trade today. So being patient with Meta, I think, will help. But that would be where I'd be looking for a long. Otherwise, let's wait till tomorrow and see if that line breaks there that Neil was mentioning. So being patient with Meta, I think, is what's going to be the answer here.
All right, last one, guys. More on the Apple story here. So Apple plans to open its Siri voice assistant to rival artificial intelligence services beyond the current partnership with ChatGPT. Bloomberg reported today the move is expected as part of Apple's iOS 27 update. They would allow third-party AI apps to integrate directly with Siri, which would enable the user to route queries to searches such as Gemini, Claude, all within the assistant itself. Apple's also developing tools to let chatbot apps installed via its App Store work directly with Siri, as well as other features under the Apple Intelligence platform. The overhaul could also help Apple generate more revenue by taking a share of the subscriptions that are sold through these third-party AI services. Apple's expected to preview the new software features at WWDC in June, boys.
This is, I mean, I just tried to get long Apple, 40, 50 cents ago and missed it. Was noticing it on this break. I put a 74 in, didn't get it in upside right now. I just wish we would have punched into it. You know, I think it's saying something, as Neil just talked about broken charts. Like, I think it's saying something here. This is not your boulevard of broken dreams or anything, but you are getting a move down in Apple there today. And I think it's going to be bought up. I like this for Apple. I mean, in the day that the Nasdaq's down 2%, I think we're all wait for, and there's a super chat up there. I don't know if you want to put it up. I think it's something very similar to what I think about Apple. And that is that, you know, in a downside market, we want to look to things that are potentially safe. And right now we don't have too many negative stories about Apple or Netflix. So this is the story here that you're saying maybe potentially, and shout out to you, son of Daniel Cheese Tycoon. I mean, this guy's made a lot of money in the cheese business. So if anything, you know, maybe he would know something about Netflix. But
I see the connection.
No, I was going to say, like, basically that is not a bad opportunity there with Netflix, with their story behind them, sitting on a boatload of cash. they could be sort of immune from any of this oil and this wartime kind of talk, right?
Apple gets a pass. Apple gets a pass on the AI bubble stuff to a certain extent, relative to its peers. It's all about relativity. It's relative to Meta. It's relative to Google. It's relative to Microsoft. At this point, when you're looking at that group, it looks good. And then when you look at Netflix, well, Netflix was the tariff tantrum safe haven. It's like, well, AI. What is AI really going to do for Netflix? I don't know. Someone explain to me how it isn't going to possibly make it easier for them or cheaper for them to create content. Like, I just feel as if all you do is pump out content, shouldn't it eventually, in the short and medium run, somehow make it cheaper? So I like that for Netflix. I know we're talking about Apple. Apple looks healthy. I actually don't think this chart's bad on the 15-minute. I think the daily chart actually looks pretty good. What are those? Oh yeah, sorry. Look at these. See these wicks? You haven't actually gone under 247. So really, you've held the line here. So it's still got all of its support. All that support that's being broken on Meta and Microsoft and all these other stocks, that's being held on Apple, and it's still putting in that higher low. So you also like the fact that it's trying to go into a consolidation zone and turn around. It looks relatively strong. That can change. We're not going to keep snapping off 2% down days, and just because it's relatively strong today, it's relatively strong tomorrow. If we get another 2% down day, I don't expect Apple to beat green. At some point, you conform. That's just how it works out. You can't have these too many in a row. For now, it looks pretty good. There's another name, I know we're past the rundown, that I got the eyeballs on. So ARM is...
They got one more rundown, I think.
Oh, we do? Oh, she's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Okay.
I thought I only counted 4.
I thought there was only 4.
There were 5. There were for sure 5.
Okay. Oh, Sharif just told me he's got to go to the gym.
Yeah, that's fine. So ARM had one dip before we made the fresh high, and it was right into 154. So it's this support in here, 54, 55. ARM obviously a rocket ship the last couple of sessions. Looking for this to break the trend. As long as it holds on to 154, just looking for a bit of a trend break. I mean, I can put a line on the chart, but this is the kind of afternoon that it's not even required to put a line on most of these charts to see a trend breaking. Golf franchise, you think going long here on this pullback sounds good in MTZ?
MTZ.
Like, there's going to be a lot of technical, this is down, blah, blah, blah. Like, does it look very good? Like, this is an example of something where you're observing a normal trend that it's putting on, right? Like, there's the 50 period. I love the 50 period. But you're probably talking about this. I'm going to make some assumptions here because I don't know. So if you're looking at this trend line, it's bouncing off the trend line. This is a daily chart. So like, you can make the argument that, yes, it can bounce off these bottoms, but look at this bounce. That's a close at the low, and then the following day, you had to have it wick 10, 15 bucks against you, and then it rallied. Like, a close at the low, rally the next day. This is the only one where you got an intraday bounce here off of the low. You get actually a couple where it's an intraday bounce. But all of the heavy red days, it seemingly bounces the day after because it's a daily chart that has that pattern. And that's why you'll see me look at the 15-minute chart for day trades. But on a daily chart, you're kind of like you're more looking for continuation and trend and maybe where to do some swing trading on. So I think that's a different time frame. It's only done 500,000 shares, so it's probably not a day trade anyways. It's just the pattern hasn't been. Usually, it's available the next day. Why do you have to sit there holding it overnight? If most of the times it's bounced off that trend line, you can catch it the next morning. Is what the chart's telling you. Adara?
We've already had some interesting CEO succession stories this year, most notably Disney and, of course, PayPal with its CEO switcheroo. Latest one could be OXY, Occidental, seeing reports that Vicky Holub, CEO of Occidental Petroleum, set to announce later this year that she'll be retiring. Current COO of Occidental, Richard Jackson, is seen as the likely successor. Again, OXY did get a little bit of a spike here, as we hear there could be, very soon, the retirement of its CEO. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara there. I did a quick calculation here. I don't know what it is per gallon where you guys are, but here it's 179 or so, or 175 a liter, depending on where you're going. I threw that into Gemini. That's $4.90 a gallon right now here in Ontario or Toronto anyways. I don't know where everywhere else it is, but $4.90 a gallon right now. It's a tuai. So I just wanted to, you guys know I'm trying to get some Apple long right into here. We will be momentarily going over to Steve Tileman from Trade the Pool. I'll get some, Q&A for him. Put some, when he comes on, you guys can put it in the chat. We'll ask him some questions that you guys are concerned with, and he'll be, I'm assuming, more than happy to answer those. So shout out to you, Steve. Thank you for waiting for us here. I just want to say I'm getting out of the TQs. This is the NASDAQ, of course, if we break this most recent high, sort of, and it's not even, it's funny to say a high, but right in there, 41.85. So I had already sort of talked about this trade. We're short from the morning here on the NASDAQ, and I choose you, TQs, as my weapon of choice. And, we made some lows there. We started to cover right now, so that's good. We hadn't broke. We talked about sort of the 50-period moving average. We did get that little break at noon, and we did get it again a little bit at 1 o'clock there. But if we break it consistent and break through this top level of 41.85, that will signal get out of here for that trade for me. So if that does come in, I'm out of there on the T triple Qs if that comes in. And then just another trade that I'm working on. Wish we had it, but we don't. And that's, oh no, now it's 70 cents higher. Apple tried to buy that dip, right? I mean, it came in. It was a relatively strong name. Now, I'm not buying it because I think the NASDAQ is going higher. I just showed you I'm covering a little bit now in the NASDAQ. It's only, we're in the last hour, about basically power hour now, ahead of the imbalances. And we didn't get to view up there, but I'm still going to try this. If it comes in, we'll buy the 70s, then we'll buy the 50s. And if we lose the day low, well, this low here, then we will be out of Apple. All right, anything you want to add before we go over to Steve?
As I was looking for things to trail, to trend break, I have another chart missing some data here. It's mine. SoFi already broke it. It did fail the last time it broke this trend, but I do like the momentum going into it. So it's the same usual. There's your close above the trend line. So give it to the prior bar, which will be a relatively tight stop. But let's go bring him in right now. We've got Steve Tileman. How you do? It's been a minute. So welcome back. How are you surviving this crazy day, Steve?
It's great to be back. It's great to see you guys. What do you mean surviving? I'm thriving over here.
Nice.
Good, man. Yeah. I noticed you got. I think you're surviving by not getting haircuts. I mean, I like that. I like that move over there, man. I wish I could grow that little coif over there. How's it going? How long has it been? I feel like it's a different style than last time, or?
A little bit. It's funny. I actually got this cut for this show. I can't.
There we go.
Caveman, come on. This is the big leagues.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Normally you're wearing the hat. We gave you shit last time for wearing the Yankees hat, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yes, we had that conversation.
Yeah. So anyways, yeah. So you're thriving. So, okay, if you're thriving, I don't know if you saw, I had that TQ short on, so we're thriving as well. We've got the shorts on today. And I posted up today, Steve, on the note here, that it was a risk-off day. I mean, we started short. Every single idea I have on here, IBIT short, SLV short, TQ short, SoFi short, printing today. What can you tell everybody about how you start your day? Were you looking short today? Was there something that sort of maybe tipped you off? How's your day been, and what are you looking at?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So I always start my day by defining my bias. I need to look at higher time frame levels. I need to basically work my way down and figure out where I think the market's going. So ever since we've lost our key pivots, our key 200-day moving average, everything's been getting lost. So I'm in sell the rip mode until proven otherwise. So my bias is just by default down until I have a reason otherwise. We did play some long side the past couple days because we were getting these big pops, but primarily just scalping and just looking for these pivots to keep holding short. So we are waiting for a pop into a low volume node and then fading that back down to the high volume node. That's how I've been making my money the past couple weeks. And this morning in particular, it gave us a really nice look. Let's go into a 5-minute here. Give us a really nice look here on SPY. So for my system, essentially, I swung puts overnight because it was just looking real weak, especially started to bounce all over here. Going to an hourly oscillator from yesterday, it was just in sweep down mode, despite SPY kind of holding. So we swung puts, and then this morning I was figuring we need to have some bounce, and I'd really like to see that bounce come up to my weekly trigger, which is this just stair step down. So there's a few other levels. There's a cam pivot up there. And between the two, this was the range I was looking for to fail. So now getting in a little bit deeper here, we had a potential ascending triangle but it wasn't acting right. And when I say it wasn't acting right, the thing I was really looking at was this kind of curved top action. It just couldn't really get traction. And this was the candle where, yeah, we hammered short in my server because it looked like it was breaking out and it closed here. And that's all she wrote, right? Whenever you get those reversals into a key pivot range, and the last part of my system is I'm looking for this to happen about 45 or half an hour to 45 minutes, maybe to an hour after the open. So for me, it was an A+ setup day.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, so what would have to change then? Like, for you to, you said, you're going to be short until the system fails you. Like, what's going to have to change? Because right now you're down another 2%. So I'm assuming that tomorrow when we come in, none of those levels that you just showed will be around, right? We're going to have to base a new decision on what we see maybe in the pre-market tomorrow. Is there a key level that you're looking at where maybe you'll start to turn bullish?
It's hard for me to say yes, there is. So let's pull back a little bit to a weekly, and I can walk you through how I'm feeling here.
Okay.
We have a visitor. Sorry, my cat just creeped in. So what we're seeing here is a large potential channel that is potentially rejecting the top. That's what I'm thinking we're seeing. I'm going to zoom in a little bit and show you three squeeze patterns that failed. So we had this first one. This was all the way back in 2021. And when this failed, this ledge, it needed to have the 2022 washout. Going to the next time we've got this kind of pattern, this tightening, washout. This was the April tariffs, tariff tantrum rally. I've been following the same pattern for a couple months here. I'm not going to lie, I was bullish up here, but then it stopped acting right. Just like that 1 minute pattern progression that we saw this morning, same kind of thing here. And you know what? For me, I'm a big overlayer guy. So if I'm looking for worst case scenarios, this could get a lot worse, to be completely honest. This is an overlay of what we did the last time we were under the 200-day moving average.
Okay.
If we cannot hold pretty soon, I think that we need to make a move down to 600. That's my first level where I'm looking for big buyers. And if we get down to the taco tariff rally retest zone down here at 550 to 575, I'm selling a kidney. We're going all in.
All right, don't sell the cat over there. But so we're looking for at least another 7% down, I guess, to get into that 600 area or so. And then after that, we look lower. We had Scott Redler on from T3 earlier, and he had mentioned some similar sort of buy zones as well. So you've got that. And I really love that overlay look. I mean, I think that's pretty cool because the market obviously does have memory about some of those. Is there any longs you took today, or was SPY? You mentioned, you talked about that break and that got you short into the SPY. Was there anything long today? I mean, we were looking at ARM maybe with some good news earlier in the week. Faded off a little bit there today.
It was oil.
Oil, yeah. Were you going long anything today, or are we just looking at the SPY?
I had to check my broker. I honestly wasn't sure. My only long trade today was an add to a previous position. And like you mentioned, this is a nat gas name. This is Next, NEXT. So this one, we've been watching the past couple weeks. These have been our primary hedge. I sold my oil too early. So I was like, I need something here. I sold my oil leverage too early. Yeah. So I was using VG for this natural gas exporting kind of angle. So we've been loading up in here, pushing off. These are solid breakouts that look like they can keep going as long as the conflict keeps going. So I'm following that trend into the next play that was setting up here in NEXT. Same deal, loading in this consolidation, and we got the breakout. So I did add my trims back today because we got a really nice pop in the morning to the $8 level, and that was my take profit level. So then we came back down and I saw us holding pre-market. So I did buy a little bit of, I just rebought the last tranche of calls there, 8 calls for April, just little asymmetric risk upside kind of hedges there for the oil trade.
Question for you, Steve, with regards to, I mean, obviously you're talking some oil and energy names and nat gas and that type of thing. How does your perspective change when we go into a weekend? Do you have any hesitation adding as we round out the end of the week with the whole, sometimes you feel when we're in a geopolitical environment like this that there's a little bit of extra risk carrying things for the extra few days. Do you do any trimming necessarily on a Friday, or maybe hesitate to add on a Friday? Or do you just not care? You're riding a longer term trend at all? Because I know there's always this, it's already bad enough anything can happen overnight, let alone, you have to sort of suffer through Saturday, Sunday.
Well, it's a great question. And yeah, it definitely changes my perspective, how I'm looking to hold a trade into a weekend, especially in this kind of geopolitical environment. So Trump's been very clear with his unwillingness to scare the market more than he needs to. It's clear that, he's listening to the market. This means that a lot of military action happens over the weekend and tries to get wrapped up by the time futures open. Then he pops out a nice tweet right at 6 o'clock on Sunday, and then we're hopefully, getting a nice move up. So in general, this is how I'm looking at it. I have to just think in bets here. So my long hedges, they keep doubling. And I keep getting stopped out of other things. I'm not saying I'm, killing it on everything, but the things that are working keep working. So I'm going to keep putting that risk on over the weekend until it stops working. And I was telling my server, I can't wait for my puts to get killed, because when those last rounds of puts finally get taken out, I've been, just nibbling, DCAing things that I actually believe in. So then those get to move up, and we get to make some easy money and not this hard money. So I'm waiting for that me to be wrong on the weekend. But for me, it's worth having that hedge on until we see any resolution, because this conflict can keep going, and I'm not buying what Trump's saying.
It's difficult. It's difficult to say with certainty about comments from either side at this point. Like, it's just, okay, well, if it worked yesterday, then keep doing it today. It's been working for a lot of people. We got a question yesterday that I think we actually forgot to answer this, but it's not always something that comes up for myself and Sean, because we don't really swing trade. And that's this whole differentiation between, if you got something that's a day trade and a swing trade, how to separate those brains, or when you have a bigger, even the other way around, if you have this high volatility environment, if you're a swing trader, you might have things that you get in and you're expecting it's going to be a week, and you're in it, and all of a sudden it's already hitting your targets, 3 hours later, which is not normal for you. So how do you navigate that extra volatility as a swing trader? Do you adjust anything? Will you hold for more even if it hits your first target and it's happened faster than you think? You're like, oh, well, then I don't need to take anything out because it's still intraday. Or do you just sort of stick to your natural plan, and if it trades end up in a shorter duration, so be it?
That's a great question. So I think you really hit the nail on the head when you mentioned, hey, I'm a swing trader, but my target just got hit in 3 hours with this volatility. The volatility speeds up the moves on both sides of the tape, and it always catches people off guard how fast these moves go from one end of the range to the other, right? So it's so easy to say, wow, this is working amazingly. You feel like it's working better than anticipated, so you should hold it for longer. But in reality, it hit the target. And yes, it could always keep going, but just historically, the amount of times I've felt that psychology, that psychological pull of, oh wow, it's working so well, I should hold it. If it hits the target, historically, I should be taking profit, and that's the rule. In general, though, with these intradays, for example, if I'm in a swing trade, I get in at just the right time and it starts going crazy on me. Well, I feel obligated to walk away from this day with something in my pocket, even if the move reverses violently. So as it goes through my target, if it surges through that target, I'm putting a stop under that target, under that big surge through, so that, hey, if we want to squeeze, all right, I'm in for the ride. I'll sell when there's some weakness. But until then, I just don't want to. I don't want to cut myself out of the trade too soon. But at the same time, with this high volatility, you can get a major move up, and you're so sure the trade's going to go for the next week and hit your big target. So you hold through a little bit of red that turns into a lot of red very quickly. And that's what I'm trying to avoid.
All right, Steve, we're gonna let you go soon here, but I'm not gonna let you go without picking your brain for one more thing, because you said that you don't mind getting stopped out of all your puts because you've been nibbling on a few things. So people in our chat want to know, what is, maybe one idea that you're sort of nibbling on here for if we do get, sort of some sort of a resolution and we can, get back to the promised land here as far as these markets are concerned. Give us a name or give us something, a symbol of some sort. It could be, commodity, whatever you're looking at. What are you nibbling on right here for that moment that we're all waiting for?
Man, that's a great question. Just one is tough. This is my recent pickup that is it's really impressing me with the relative strength. This is ACAM. What is it? Akami, I believe. Yeah, Akami Technologies. I need to do more research though. I don't exactly understand how they fit into the agentic AI supply chain here, but it seems to be that they are a benefactor from this whole Claude Code agentic skills or agents type phenomenon that we're seeing in the tech space. So this is my way of playing this. It started as a technical play, and then I realized what they do, and I'm like, wow, this is a hot setup. So I think this is a long-term swing, and if it's this strong in red tape, just wait until we get some bulls in the market. This is my number one pick.
Good look there. I could tell you about Marvell, but then it would just sound crazy because that's all I tell everybody. But okay, we'll look at Akamai. We'll check that out in the coming weeks and months. And when we have you back on, we'll double check that stock, AKAM. Steve Tileman from Trade the Pool. Anything you want to talk about with Trade the Pool? You going live soon? Any streams coming up?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So I am now full-time with Trade the Pool. You can catch me every single day, Monday through Thursday, for Power Hour. So I'm always there live for Power Hour. We're also starting a lot of content intraday. So we're going to be doing lunch streams. I'm doing kind of a laid-back hangout while there's lower volatility in this midday area. And let's plan our trades. Let's talk about what we did in the morning. Let's think about what we're doing to prep for tomorrow. And kind of just touch base and chill out because, it's stressful in the morning and the afternoon. So we're doing all that, and my Discord server's it's been growing pretty rapidly. So I'd love to have anybody who wants to come on in. You can find that link right in my Twitter bio, and that's Steve Tileman, STEVE-TEILMANN, 2 N's. Thank you so much, guys. It's great to be back.
Perfect. Thank you, Steve. We'll have you back very, very soon. Thank you, Steve Tileman from Trade the Pool. There it is. Another guest. We have Brian Shannon. We have Scott Redler. We've got Steve Tileman. We've got Michael Noss. We've got just murderers row.
We're giving it
right here. No matter what your style is, hopefully one of those guys matches with you. And I like all that. And now he's gonna go tell everybody about Marvell. So watch out.
Oh, another name that Steve mentioned, Akamai. I saw in the chat, and rightfully so. Don't load. That won't look good today. Frankly, what does? It's out of Netflix. Fastly. This has been like 3 steps up, 1 step down for a while now over on FSLY. So you're looking at few things that are actually in upward trends. Again, sometimes you don't even need to draw the line. And obviously, this could pull back, and this could pull back 10% and still be on the trend. So it's worth watching. This is 100% in play tomorrow if we get a continuation for the 2750 level on Fastly. Double bottom on the week and a prior resistance level. It's got some trend line support for the buy the dip. At least, it's so much easier in this environment when we have days like this to, instead of looking at the falling knife, which I understand is always very, very popular, to look for what is the falling knife, to see what's in a general uptrend and then maybe try to join that trend. Because it better be at a really good support level for you to like it more than something which is still trending strongly here. And obviously Akamai is pretty good, and Fastly is doing pretty well as well. One that is not, though it is working on a bit of a trend break, was SoFi. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I stopped the short too early on SoFi. We're short it most of the day, and then it bounced off the target, which was like $16. So you make the strong argument that I wasn't sitting at the desk. It's not an excuse, it's just the truth. When this popped right back in to about 16 change and reversed, that 100% would normally be a re-entry, but I wasn't sitting here when it happened. But now looking at this bit of a trend break back into the upside, I'll give it a relatively tight stop here because you made your ducats short today. You don't want to give it up in the afternoon long, but just giving it a chance. And by the way, VWAP's going to be off on a few of my charts. Like here's VWAP's actually the same. Like even though we're missing some data on that chart, my black chart's just fine. Looking for the push back into the volume weighted average price here. For SoFi, I see ARM made an effort to try to get going. If you're thinking about oil possibly giving us a reason why the market could bounce, here's the issue with that. And I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but USO has already pulled all the way back into VWAP, right? Like it gave up a whole percentage point. What did the NASDAQ do with that?
Power hour.
Not much. Like in the entire time we saw that finally we get this pullback after just trending upside here. We get that pullback and we don't do anything with that bounce. We essentially go sideways. So if we start seeing an acceleration back to the highs in crude oil, you got to start thinking about, okay, well, what am I going to short the pops in? My first thought is it'll be, I'm eyeballing Bitcoin just because that was another one this morning off of VWAP, and that's starting to trend back higher. The target was 39. Don't at me. It is what it is. It was VWAP to 39 even. Yesterday, that worked out a lot better. Like yesterday, the VWAP to the even dollar, and that was the low. Today, it seemed like that was the right call, And actually right before we came on air, that changed in a big way for the afternoon. So yeah, this is the one I'm looking for to maybe fade. But keep an eye. USO is starting to creep back up again. So oil bouncing off the volume weighted average price, it gets back to the highs. It's going to be bad for the market. I'd love for this to press back into 39, but wherever it curls, I'm going to jump into this one to the south side. Adara, what do you got?
I'm just seeing a story here that we're going to be getting an increased investment potentially here for Meta for this data center. I was just looking this up. Apparently, prior they were going to be investing over $1.5 billion in an El Paso, Texas data center. Now I'm seeing reports that they've raised that commitment to $10 billion. So more than 5 times what the investment was previously going to be. META on watch. Again, very unlikely that a story, especially of this magnitude, can really help Meta at this point. But again, El Paso data center commitment investment here going from $1.5 billion to $10 billion, according to this report. Back to you.
All right, everybody, volatility creates movement, and for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs are tied to the NASDAQ 100, similar to the TQQs here. They are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedge, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, both up and down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profiles. Please trade tactically and, of course, learn more at betapro.ca. We want to thank them for sponsoring this segment. I just wanted to look, that was an interesting story there from Meta, and bless you, it came right into our level again right here on Meta. We talked about this 348 break. It does not. Remember we said, if you want to break 347, that might be something, and that would have given you $1, but then it stopped basically on a dime. I see the high, not on a dime, I guess on a quarter. I see that stop right there, but right at these levels. So we did not break through for 548.25. So that's kind of where we want to look at, I think, now for Meta long. I may take this. I think it's oversold, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a long. We could be oversold and bounce tomorrow. There may not be a bounce today, but that would be a level that I'm looking at. And I think if you were short, consider 428.25. As you're out. And, we were lucky enough to go money. And whoever created that annoying GIF there has become legendary because now that's all we spin. So I got another piece out right there. It's now coming back in. I thought I did. It doesn't look like I have it, but I should have a bid in and around that area. So I'm going to just hold out hope that we can get another bid around this 60 area, which it's there right now. And then honestly, I'm getting lighter and lighter, as you guys can imagine. We don't want to hold too much here into the close. There could be a little bit of a bounce back today. I don't want to say to everybody hold your shorts or whatever. It's up to you. But you could see clearing out near these lows. As we had just mentioned, it's now 305. Trades could get a lot worse into the close. We have Adara here, so she's going to tell us, if there is any breaking news that winds up hitting. But for right now, oil's closed at 230, so that's not really doing too much. Oops, it's the K contract, not the M contract. Right there, so you see a volume spike at 230. You're now in the aftermarkets for them, bouncing off VWAP pretty clean. Wow, what a good trade that was right there. And I was talking with Chris there in the back, and he was mentioning to me about trading oil this morning. And I said it's a tough one to trade because, either you're using technicals, which is one thing, and it looks like VWAP's been actually a pretty good level there for the oil, or you're using headlines. And I think a combination of both these days might be something because we're not getting those huge moves, right? It is kind of more measured. You get to the top, you stop, come back into VWAP, probably reloading again for another move higher. So yeah, just interesting ways to trade the energy space these days, and I think that being a little more conservative heading into the last hour might work out for us here today. So I don't know if we'll go long, but that interesting trade for me setting up is Meta. I don't know if there's anything you're looking. Oh, you're already in 2 positions.
Yeah, well, we had SoFi on a trend break, and the IBIT just broke. It's kind of like a grinding like slow grind from 230 and then a little mini trend break. So this is more along the lines of, hey, it's risking about 5 pennies to here. If it gets to low, it gets to low. But it hasn't been good for Bitcoin in a general sense. And again, like, you got to be sitting at your desk, man.
Yeah.
Look at that shelf. Like, look at the shelf for the reloads. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. But it hasn't been a good look for Bitcoin. This is just all bad. Right, like we lost 70. Forget about that. We lost 69. And the worst part about it is look at what's been happening since Bitcoin broke the trend. So this trend line goes all the way back. Okay, let's keep zooming it out, Neil. All the way back to 2023. When we broke it, all of a sudden the trend line turned into resistance. Then we dropped down again. And what happened? When we bounced, we were making, hey, look at that, we're bouncing. We're making higher highs and higher lows. Well, that's what happened last time. Higher highs and higher lows, and eventually you rejected and broke down again. So what's happening? Higher highs and higher lows. If this little channel breaks again, hello 50K. I should have made that rhyme somehow. So that's what it feels like is happening here. I mean, if I draw this, I'm going to probably get rid of it, but just visually, like, it's along these lines. Like, this happened. I hate that you have to, once you have the tool up, shout out to TradingView, whatever, they're free. But like, when this channel broke, look what happened. And now we're getting a similar thing the next leg down. So if we break this channel, why wouldn't we head down to 50,000 would be my question. It hasn't happened yet, but I think that could be tomorrow. Like, tomorrow we break this down, it would have to be 66. Maybe it's next week, I don't know. But until then, I'm sort of the believer that you kind of go down far enough to test those lows. And we've been in a downward trend for a few months now, so going back to November of last year. So in ETH maybe even worse today, if we're being real about it. ETH was just as bad, if not much worse.
Yeah, ETH is down 6. What was IBIT down?
IBIT is
4?
3.5. And again, I get it. Those prices are just taking it from wherever it was at 4 o'clock because it's an ETF, but distinctly worse is ETH. So that means your BMNR and Tom Lee can't be too happy. Your MSTRs can't be doing very good. Robinhood, I didn't think Robinhood was that bad. They got it wasn't an upgrade. It was a initiation at buy by Jefferies this morning. That's not going to matter.
I mean, when you get a butler upgrading and downgrading things there.
Yeah, but that's not just any butler. Jeffrey's the best butler of all time.
I'm just saying, you got to stay in your lane a little bit there.
Jeffrey's like up here.
Yeah.
Everyone wanted.
What about Alfred? What about Alfred Pennyworth? Batman's butler and kind of surrogate father.
Valid points.
That's you know what?
I'm not hating on Jeffrey.
Sounds like you're hitting a little bit on him.
I can't even hate there. It's true. Alfred got the back cave. He's pretty bad.
Alfred's doing a lot of stuff. Yeah, and he raised him from a kid.
But he hasn't got jokes, man. Like Jeffrey would see the thing about Jeffrey is Jeffrey would clap back at anybody. I don't care if you're paying me and you literally are. You have my job in your hand, he will clap back and tell
Alfred could clap back from time to time, like if someone was trying to get it, and he could hold his own. Like there were times, like if you read like some of the old comics from the 90s, like he could hold his own physically. That's all I have to say.
Okay, that's fair.
Look what I started here with a stupid Jeffries joke. No, don't apologize. It's good content. There, yeah, you have to enjoy yourself a little bit. So we are doing that here today, and I want to thank everybody for joining us one more time. No earnings or anything. I don't think major tonight or anything.
Tomorrow morning's Carnival.
Is there? Okay, Carnival. Okay, so my bad.
Well, I hate Carnival Cruise earnings. Okay. We like trading Carnival Cruise Lines. We hate that Carnival
position.
Comes out with earnings at like 9:15 in the morning.
Right, that's what we hate about it.
Right before the bell. It's
right. Okay, so oopsies, new position, and I clicked on Apple. So there it is. So we talked about this position potentially coming in, so it's in. We do have the long in Apple. It's down here at 74. Waiting to get that low if it does come in, but here we go now. Exiting out a little bit more of RTQQ trade as well. So, that's starting to come out at day's low. Again, we just broke new lows right now as the market turned in more red here today, so not a great sign there for the market, but I'm happy with getting this position right now on Apple. So I'm going to focus on this. Like, there it is again. Let's go. Spin it one more time, man, for our trade here on Apple. I mean, we gave this one. Here it goes. We'll instantly take there about that 20 cents, and there it comes. Now it's 20 cents in the money. So, we just had Steve Tyleman on. We talked about, trying to go long on a few things. I mentioned Apple. There it is. It's in the blotter now. I just took out just 20% there, 10 times 2 fills times 10% each. Now we'll wait to see if we can climb a little higher. And I do want to buy that dip. So if it comes back into that 60 area, we'll pick up a little more AAPL, ADARA. What do you got?
Oh, I like that transition there, Sean. Netflix now officially announcing that they are revising, as they're putting it, their prices in the U.S. We heard reports they were going to raise their prices. Now Netflix announcing what they're calling a price revision in the U.S. by $2. Cute wording there, NFLX. Back to you.
Okay, price revisions. Well,
do we know what they actually are? I haven't seen hard.
I think like a $5 or so increase.
It said like $8.99. I think that's what they're going to be starting it with. The headline was not super detailed. If I see more, I'll tell you.
I mean, I don't know what the.
I copped to the whole. I don't even remember what I pay for Netflix.
Oh yeah, no, I just don't know. Like $8.99. I think that's starting. Was it $7.99? Was the paid ad tier or something like that? So sounds like you're getting just right back into that level again. A couple bucks here and there. So I think like maybe $5 on the top side.
I don't know if their ads are as bad as.
Amazon. Oh, really? I don't
No
know.
ads could be worse than Amazon's.
I have no idea because
Netflix says aren't bad.
I don't have ads on Netflix, but Amazon is.
I feel like I don't watch anything on Amazon.
Not playing around.
I know there's lots of stuff on Amazon, but I don't.
With their ads.
I don't remember ever seeing anything with ads.
But the good thing about Amazon, the ads, is when I start something, I know that it's like, okay, well, if I'm gonna go and make myself a sandwich, I can start the show and then go make myself a sandwich.
Ooh, see, there you go.
And then I come back, and by the time I'm done,
there you go.
You know, I can actually be past the ridiculous 20-minute. It's like only a few minutes long, the ads.
I mean, why do we care that much about that? Because cable.
I don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say we just get so used to.
Aaron.
Yeah, but you used to watch YouTube and all those ads. I know you guys have YouTube Premium, but
we have Premium now.
You know, but used to it. I mean, I don't find the ads. I don't know. Look, if you're trying to nickel and dime and save a little bit of money, I don't think watching a couple minutes ads is a problem. But
I don't think so.
At the end of the day, it's up to your own preference.
Netflix isn't broken, by the way.
I mean, people buy coffees, and they spend, $5, $6, $7, $8 a day on coffee. What are we talking about here with Amazon and things like that? I mean, I don't know. Anyway,
my neighbor gets Tim Hortons
whatever they want.
Tim Hortons all the time. He gets in his car and he goes to get Tim Hortons. I'm like, you just get a coffee machine, man, and save yourself some money. But Netflix, this doesn't look bad on a weekly chart for Netflix. This is a trend break. Talk about something, you want something that's doing its own thing. So you want to talk about doing its own thing. What was this? This was what we said was going to be the bottom. Whenever this Warner Brothers Discovery deal, which going to Paramount Skydance at some point if they ever approve this thing, and when that happened, Netflix got its bump. Went straight to 100, from 80 to 100 to 90. 80, 100, 90, 90 bounce, like it technically. So I think you got part of this was a technical break. It's trend up today. If you're coming in thinking something's going to be strong tomorrow, we have what's the saying we've been using? It's guilty until proven innocent. Well, Netflix is looking rather innocent this week, or at least the last couple of days. So you could do a heck of a lot worse. I know Fastly's chart probably looks a heck of a lot better, and we're talking about Akamai there. So there's stronger names, don't get me wrong. But Netflix isn't that bad. By the way, ARM tried. ARM looked like it was going to break the trend. It did. It looked like it was finally going to break out on the 15-minute. No moss. Right back through the low of the day. So thankfully, I ended up getting into that SoFi off of a bit of that actually did a turn. It made the fresh low and then it broke back above that prior consolidation. ARM didn't do that, and ARM is looking like it wants to give it all back. I know it's down 1%, but I'm talking about from its bounce point in the morning yesterday. We had some support here at 154 because that's where the gap is. It's from 154 to 146. So it's still got a little bit of ways to the low. But you're also running out of time here for it to get to that bounce level, Sean. It's 315. For some of these names, if it was going to bounce, you think it would have done so already.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on basically on all of that. I mean, I think that we should be bouncing now, and I went long Apple, and I just the market's lower, so we're starting to get out of this. We're almost out of everything. We still did talk about. I'll still use that as my eventual stop because I am hoping that you mentioned, possibly going long something tomorrow, and what we're looking at there. Netflix was a great idea, and then there's a reason why I chose Apple today. Might be the only green apple in the farm today because everything else seems to be very, very red. And we'll have a quick little look at the sector watch. Oh, what I meant to talk about Apple was quickly, I did get another piece out there at 91. So now we only have 70% left. But everything's going to the downside, and we do want to have a quick look at that again as well. But here we go. Let's just have a look at the sectors. I mean, today you're looking for some green shoots somewhere. And okay, there goes Apple. Apple just broke through 250, or is at
Meta's
254.
picking up here.
So okay, so maybe Meta's picking up. Good. All right, so Apple, Amazon. I mean, Meta was at 248.25 level. Go check that out if you're looking for something to trade. Right there, Caterpillar. Look at Lamb today. We can go over this as we get back, but Lamb, I just want to open this up, down 9%, so that's not good there. GEV down 5, AMAT down 8. Wow, a lot of names right there that you may have not expected. Caterpillar down 2.5. Going other way today as well as some of the consumer names, but I think Adara's got something to talk about.
I do. Keep an eye on anything related to an airport. Now, to explain what I mean, here's Clear Secure. They do like some of that security here going through the airport. You also have CAR, Avis, and of course car rentals. Both of these spiking a little bit lower, though, recovering for now after Wall Street Journal reports that Senate Republicans are basically asking Trump to declare a national emergency in order to pay TSA agents. Now, airport stocks, again, airport-related stocks are going to be on watch with this in mind. If I get more details on this headline, including timing for this or how this would be implemented, I'll let you know.
So Meta, I was like, oh, please don't tell me Meta broke, but it broke, of course. And there goes Meta right now, upside through that 248. So hopefully you guys had that. That's a trade. So hopefully you guys have that one right there. And of course, we just talked about that. So far, so good on that. We talked about that 248.25 break. I don't know how much money that's going to bring in for you, but so far, so good there on that break. And it does touch out to about $2 or about $1.50 right there into the 200 period. I would say you take 550, man, if you can get that right now. But congratulations if someone has that on board. I was too busy talking and looking at Apple. But right there goes Meta upside. Looks like a good one there.
Yeah, and I think I see a lot of people in the chat. They're like, "Oh, my portfolio is getting wiped."
Yeah, no, I actually meant to check that.
No, it is one of those things. Like you log in. Like when I went to buy the spot, like you can't not look at your, like I'll see my RRSP, right? So you see that you see everything down. It is what it is. It's going to be a bloodbath kind of day. You got to separate. We're talking about Steve, like left brain and right brain. And if you have like a heavy trading account where you've been swinging long, there is some serious pain today. But there's a lot of things that broke, I think, like seemingly like stop levels that look bad. And then there's other ones where, look, 5% down is 5% down. There's no sugarcoating. I don't care what the name is. If it's a big cap name, it's bad. But there's some things that are trending up that this pullback doesn't really look so bad. And then there's like things like Meta and Microsoft and blah, 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 blah. And any software name, throw that in there. Micron doesn't look very good either. But I look over at something like a GV, like this is still holding trend. Where you get concerned is when you're talking about names that have held such a great trend. When they lose that, you got to start thinking about it. Because sometimes you get that snowball effect. And Microsoft is so bad that I have to zoom back out, and it's not even close to showing where the trend broke. Like the trend of Microsoft broke in January. That's not even a good example. Something that recently broke would be like Tesla, maybe. And then, Tesla's Tesla's at the verge of where it's starting to be. You're under the 200, you're under the 50, but it hasn't made that next leg down just yet. You're in the earlier innings. And so when you have good names like the if you got a G Vernova, you got a Fastly, throw some other ones out there, you can ask yourself, hey, do I need to trim when it's just been running for me forever without any pullbacks that have broken the trend? Maybe you got to ring the register sometimes. I got that in the back of my mind for some of the better performing names.
We did have I'm not sure if Adara brought this to us or not, but we did have Madrigal there, MDGL, on rumor possibly of interest from Eli Lilly. So I have it right here on Benzinga. It says, watching Madrigal, trader circulating unconfirmed rumor from an M&A blog suggesting Eli Lilly could be a potential suitor for MDGL. I'll give Adara a second to sort of confirm that. But right there, MDGL looking like it does have some sort of a buyout or M&A. I don't know what exactly would be like there, but right up to, almost into past highs there. And, good for them. Look at this hold. And I don't know what products they have or what they're working on right now, but there it is right there. Nice move right in upside there on that. So really good hold of your 200 period moving average for MDGL.
10 billion, that's...
Yeah, it's not going to be huge. I mean, it's going to be a big one there if that winds up going down.
Size. So Lilly
okay, what's up, Adara?
Lilly's back at 900.
Yeah, I know. It was at 903 this morning. Yeah. What's up, Adara?
So this is what it looks like it is. I will say it's interesting that A, it's a huge rumor. B, this has been rumored since like late 2025. See, here's what happened today. Betaville basically posting, so this says 6:43 p.m. It's a UK-based website, so I did the time translation. This would have come out at 2:45, so this isn't necessarily new. And again, worth noting, there really isn't that much excitement on social media. I know the Benzinga headline said there was, but as I said, I hadn't seen anything in it when I looked into it. Not a ton of tags, but long story short, completely unconfirmed and kind of an old rumor that's just circling the mill once again. Again, like I said, it's at least a 3-month-old rumor. Back to you.
Yeah, is anyone's X working? We are having trouble connecting right now.
Okay. Maybe there's a tweet coming.
Oh, boom! It just started refreshing.
There
Oh,
you
that's
go.
hilarious.
There you go.
So I like a bunch of like 40 minutes ago was just going through on my X machine. I don't like. We'll go back to Adara. We'll talk about Lily in a second.
Keep an eye on maybe memory plays, but also Google. Google announcing that users can bring memory from other AI apps over to Gemini. So unclear exactly how that's going to work. I guess that could be like memory of conversations or interactions. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But either way here, once again, Google announcing that users can bring the memory over from other AI apps down onto Gemini. Back to you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think it was Merck that actually went the other way on a recent acquisition. So sometimes it's not always that you get beaten up when you make a deal, because Merck's actually, it's flat today, but it bounced off a consolidation. Much different chart from Eli Lilly. But Lilly is an example of something sitting on the precipice. On the 200 period, the good news is there's nothing firm here. It's just a rumor. But oftentimes what happens is you punish the buyer. And if they punish the buyer, Lilly's sitting on a shelf right now. So this could be, I don't necessarily love the timing of this from a technical standpoint on Eli Lilly. I wouldn't trim, but it's one of those, if I hadn't trimmed some at the high, I would at least be considering it now. Yeah, we haven't seen the market be too kind, although I'm encouraged by that look on Merck. Like Merck actually being up yesterday when they bought, it was them in Turn, whatever the heck that company is. Yeah, TRN. What's, whatever the name of that. Yeah, oh, it is just Turn. It's Turn's Pharmaceuticals. Okay. See, every now and then, if you just know the ticker, that's good enough. Yep. Most of the times, you're going to be screwed, but that time it was actually good. But it doesn't feel like we want to head back in lower. So I bid, just going to jump out. Thought this was going to give you a consolidation. Trimmed it when we added. I'm like, nah, don't need to be fighting it. And we keep pressing higher. Nothing's happening in oil. It's mostly sideways. It's 320. It's like if things are, like if you break a trend, like if you're either going to go or going to go. And when you break a trend, I want it to start going, and it didn't. So we're going to hop out of that one. Not really seeing anything distinct. ARM is still, ARM doesn't want to get going off of the lows either. I was looking at SMCI possibly. Yuck, and more yuck, down 8% SMCI.
Yeah, what's your opinion on SMCI? Yuck or? Because we have another situation here about PayPal, and I think Erie Pages, you asked about. Oops, there it is. Yeah, I know. I was going to say. Yes. Oh, by the way, we did get more longs. You can come over to the chart right here and have a quick look at Apple. We did buy that 50. We said we were going to buy this level, so we're going to do it. If it breaks 20 cents lower, we got on because I am expecting it to get back up here. So that's about 20 cents. So we'll try to go 1-to-1 on this trade. But as the market gets weaker and weaker, we may not get that level. PYPL, Erie Pages. Yeah, I mean, I think you might have found one here. Yeah, nice bump up there for PayPal. You know, definitely wants to hold this level. I mean, today it's not breaking lower, right? I mean, PayPal should be red today. We've seen some fintech. I apologize. You mentioned Robinhood, but I didn't look at it today. It's down. Okay, so PayPal. Okay, there goes. By the way, there goes Apple. Just lost the bid, so we can. That's our first red trade. The other trade that we made have been all winners, so we'll drop some money out of our pockets there on Apple. We'll go look at that in a minute. Just lost. We punched out. We got 40s on the out there. So our average price was 59 there. Not bad, 20 cents, but still not good. But anyways, yeah, PayPal. I think tomorrow there is, on a rebound day, yeah, I mean, it's looking real good right now. I mean, I think if you're going to try to swing anything right now to the long side, which I'm not sure about, this 40 looks like it wants to hold. So I think PayPal right here definitely doesn't look super strong because we're not even breaking the 50-period moving average. And I think before we actually even punch long, you want to get like a 48 print or so happening on that. But yeah, thanks for the question there, Erie Pages. And I think that we can definitely find some love for PayPal. I mean, good move off of 40. I mean, you're up 10% there in a little bit of time. I want to check on Meta because as the futures are coming back down, we did have that 48.25 break. So there it is. I can't do it better. I don't have the trade, but we did say that, the $50, 550 was key there. Hopefully you're able to get out on that bump up. And just as a tip, I never use 50 as my exact out. You guys know that. We always try to get in a little bit before and after the key levels, right? And so, or in front of, before or in front of, either way works, in front of those levels. So if you're looking at a 50, maybe you sit at 475. So just like here, if I was gonna get long, this is literally 47s, I would put it at 47.10 or 47.15, something like that. These lines do change and they're not exact prices that these stocks are gonna bounce off of. If it was that easy, hell, I wouldn't be sitting here. Okay, so that's Meta right there, pretty strong. My guy over here, Marvell, I don't know if Steve went in there and hit the sell button when I mentioned to him, but right there, Marvell, $99 high of the afternoon. It got to $100. This does not have, 99 problems in my portfolio. Marvell ain't one, but now 99 is, shout out to Jay-Z, by the way, man, oh man, would I love to go to those concerts that are happening in a Yankee Stadium. Holy crap. If anybody was lucky enough to get those tickets, man, wow. All right, so $99 right there. Nice little drop zone for Marvell. We'll see if we can take that out tomorrow. But yeah, this name even coming back in. This was up a couple percentage points early. We broke those highs and we were all happy, happy, joy, joy. And then all of a sudden, downside there for our good friend Marvell. I did want to look here. So this is the trade on Apple. I can't be upset. We went upside. We got out where we wanted to. We actually got out of an extra fill right there as we talked about it. And then we put on, we basically had about 1 or 2 units. We had 5 units on the TQs trade. This trade, I think we had 1.5 at most, half unit there, 1 unit there. So we lost it when it dropped out off the bottom. I don't know. I don't think we should be looking long into the close. I'm not sure what your opinion is, but breaking back down below 2% right here. The market, every time it seems to want to bounce, it's not. So it just gets met with resistance. So I would say either hands off, put your hands up in the air and you wave them like you just don't care, might be a good time now, but I'm going to potentially get out one more piece here on the TQQs and then just hold the rest and see if we have any luck into the close. But yeah, right here at the lows, I think it's just watch and keep asking us questions if there's anything you guys want.
The only good thing is this silly, if you're in, I'm just sitting here and SoFi, we keep making fresh lows in the futures and it just keeps holding, it's holding the higher low, but it's not breaking it out. So it's just inside of the consolidation and you're not really breaking out that top. Nothing is really giving you that big look. Someone just said battle tanked. BATL, that's the battalion energy.
Yes, did it?
Here's a good one. Remember with these, whenever oil, when you get a strong upward trend in USO, if USO breaks the trend, it's way worse for these small cappers that go crazy. Because this would be 150. And what happens? This is already breaking down and losing the top. So you make a disconnect here. So at about here, you already know, hey, this is weaker than what's going on in the energy space. And then all of a sudden, by the time it's already down, breaking down underneath VWAP, it's reversed trend and you can just trade it at VWAP. And then you have the comfort of knowing that USO has also made a top. You don't even have to guess at the top. That's a trade. I forgot all about these. I didn't look at Indo today. I didn't look at Battle. Didn't look at TEPT was another one of those. No, it's not TEPT. It's TP. Titan Project. TPT. Oh, that's 81 cents. No, it didn't go to exactly $1 and fade today. Yes, it did. It went to exactly $1 and yeah, whatever. That would be overnight levels anyways. But this is the problem with these. Conflict starts, it breaks a buck, and conflict is not over, and it's right back to, almost back to where it started. There's a big difference between all these energy names that you're chasing for squeeze and the ones that are actually, Chevron's a good company. Occidental's been good since earnings, so it's actually trending up.
So I just pointed this to you. I asked him why right now. Why? And again, not being,
facetious?
Yeah, cute about this. I just want to know, Lyndon Meyer here. Why do you think it's a load the boat long on AMD? Are you talking, and I'm just, it's put in the chat, please, because, oh, there it is. He just mentioned, okay, here, my bad. I can just keep on switching this up in case people aren't in the chat. Get in the chat. I mean, this is all being posted there. Neil and I can clearly look at the chat, and we do it all the time, so make sure you do that. Shout out to everybody watching us on TikTok and everywhere. We're looking at all the chats. Fabian created this pretty awesome widget where we can now, it sort of compiles all of the chats. So no matter where you guys are, thank you so much. We're looking at it all. The busiest still, YouTube. But okay, so you mentioned there, 204.44. Well, hey, right now, I mean, I can maybe go long that level and just see what winds up happening there. But okay, so, and I sort of meant like why, so good, thanks for the exact pricing there. But what gives you that exact price there? Like what are you looking at? Because right here, I have the 25 period as that level. If I zoom back into a daily, for me, I don't really know what I'm looking at there. I mean, it could be those tops for sure. I mean, there's always something going on, with the market. So I don't want to say put words in your mouth, but definitely Lindenmeyer right now for everybody liking the long right into there. So for me, I'm not really favoring longs.
If it's like it today, like nothing seems to, even things that hold the low, they're not giving you a secondary push. And here, like it's still trending down. So doesn't look any good. Like,
there's
like even just now, like I told you guys, SoFi finally made a higher low. As you said, like it makes a consolidation. It's trending all day long, makes a higher low. It's looking like it's finally doing something. It tried to do it here, but there's zero continuation. So it just ends up like a nothing trade trying to take longs off of these bottoms.
Again, like I don't know if we're trying to be cute here or anything, Vin, but I do believe in that. It's just, we also get questions about like, when do we buy Microsoft? Well, I mean, the thing is that if we're saying what goes up must come down, or what goes down must come up, I guess, and you're using AMD as specific examples. So AMD does have that roller coaster, and there's no doubt, I mean, if you're looking at a daily level for AMD, it should be bouncing. So I can definitely buy that. But I was just going to say that $600 level on Meta, 400 I thought was 400 wasn't as much of a magnet for Microsoft as I think a lot of us hoped it would be. But now you're about basically 8 straight down days for Microsoft today. I don't know, it's showing green candle today, but that's definitely not right. As we're down another 1.5% on Microsoft here today. So I don't want to think that just because we're at levels that have bounced before, that will happen again. If anything, and again, like we talked about PE, and I know PE is not everything, okay? So, don't add us for that. But NVIDIA's half the PE of what AMD is. So I was going to say, like, if I am part of this AI revolution and I want to be making trades, I would choose NVIDIA over AMD just because I know where the bread is buttered here. And it's just, I do believe in AMD, and I do believe that there can be more than one winner in this space. I mean, we saw GPU getting part of the TPUs and creating everything. And then today, or yesterday, I think it was, the story about the memory there with Google as well. But yeah, for me, I would prefer NVIDIA over AMD, but I'm, again, talking up my own book. But yeah, interesting call there by both Lindenmeyer and Vin. Like
their forward P's dropping under 20 now.
Which
Remember
one?
how AMD, it's insane.
Is it?
They're forward. But the problem with forward PEs is you're getting some rosy guidance across the board. Like it's a Micron one that gets me. Like for that to be single digits. Like I can't remember the last time Micron was, it's been single digits before, but it's a little bit intense. At least you can say this with AMD. If you buy the dip on AMD, at least there's something here that can tell you, well, if you make a trade, you should have an idea what does it mean to be wrong and where is your out? So you could simply say if it closes underneath the 200 period moving average, I have distinct something that tells me that this is no longer good. That's available to you on AMD. The conventional, we've been talking about Microsoft. Well, you buy Microsoft, maybe you can guess at this level. Are we talking about the April lows?
This is what I'm trying to get at.
The tariff lows?
Where do you buy it?
Is that like you're going to give it to the tariff lows? Or are you just sort of saying it's a long-term play and I'm going to DCA into it, which is a totally different mentality. DCAing in your retirement account is not a trade. It is a long-term buy that you think you're getting a good entry point on. But it's a long-term buy that you're holding for years probably. That's one context. Saying I want a bounce trade, and there's nothing wrong with a bounce trade, man. Like there's nothing wrong with a bounce it off the 200 period on AMD, because that's won several times for a swing. Heck, you just got to 220. So if you did it the last time, you got 10%. So maybe you get that again, but you have to know where you're wrong. In trading, it's all about where am I wrong and do I actually get out when that condition is met. And most of the time you get in trouble when you know where it is that the trade is supposed to be wrong and you don't get out because that condition is met. So AMD is much like other ones. You could argue it's holding up better than NVIDIA, even though I wouldn't pick it over.
I also don't think there's a...
race.
Oh, did you hear something? Okay, I got to refresh.
Never mind. Nah.
I got to refresh mine because I definitely did not hear anything. Okay, so I was going to say, if you all don't want to pick and choose anything, this is the Mag 7 ETF. So yeah, getting absolutely crushed, of course, as we talked about the NASDAQ being down about that 10% from the highs. This MAG ETF would be basically the exact same, but this is down 17% right there. So all of them, if you go back to the November highs, which of course is cherry picking, but we do that on purpose, right there, right into the highs and right into the lows, 16.7% down on the best and most valued companies there in the world. So definitely have a look over there if you are interested in the MAG 7 ETF. And I think it might be time to almost, okay, honestly, obviously this trade has never gone against us. I didn't take it, that 548 break, but I think it's been a good one. And what I wanted to say about sort of Meta and all these other stocks here today, I really feel like whenever we get all these questions about, in the chat, what am I going to do? Like, my portfolio is getting crushed. Like that has been a good time to go in there and kind of buy. And I don't think, you necessarily need to, completely just say, that's it. Like, this is the bottom, because that would be crazy. I don't think we have a reason to assume that this is the bottom. But, picking something up, like if you like Meta, not much has actually changed in their business. I mean, we get that story yesterday that they're gonna have to pay a small fine. And then that could lead to, again, more worries. Will they have to change their algorithm? Will they have to, and I'm talking about this for the younger generation, right? That was a concern here, that we are poisoning them. With all this social media stuff, which obviously you can tell by the way I don't believe in that. But at the end of the day, it's quite a move down. And I just think that we've had these plays before, and it's resulted in, good buying opportunities. Now, I don't know where it's going to end up, but like if you bought here on this move in tariff time, it was only, 3 or 4 weeks later, you got that move down to the bottom. And then 3 or 4 weeks later after that, you were right back to where you bought it again. So I just think if you can sort of plug your nose and hold out for a little bit, I do think there will be some times that these markets are going to get back up. To me, the bigger issue now is not just what's happening in the Middle East. We do have a new Fed chair that's going to be coming on. I am worried about all the money that this war is costing, which is going to lead to inflation.
Did you hear the things that Trump was saying about the Fed situation today? Because it was pretty entertaining. So he said at one point, quote, the Fed chair is a moron, or we've got a moron at the Fed. That was the exact quote. He also said, though, and here's the interesting stuff with Kevin Warsh. Now, I don't know if this is true. We wouldn't know. But he said, for one, A, Kevin Warsh will be outside because of the building renovations. He's not going to have an office. B, maybe we'll move him to the White House. What
the hell?
And C, and this is what I think is really interesting, if it's true, is that apparently Kevin Warsh told President Trump that, I'm paraphrasing slightly, but they've ruined the beautiful Fed building. So if he's actually said that, I don't know, but I mean, President Trump spent at least 10 minutes straight today in between talking about Sharpies, just really getting upset about these Fed renovations. So interesting notes, like I don't know if he and Warsh are actually discussing this, but if they are, especially if he moves into the White House, that could open some interesting windows.
That's so crazy. The guy's not even allowed to have an office. Poor Kevin Warsh. Okay.
That is the dumbest. Anyway.
Whatever. I mean, it's just funny stuff. I mean, I'm sure the guy's actually going to have an office. I thought that whole, what is it, the South Wing? Or what's it, the East Wing? West Wing? I don't know what he's doing. But doesn't it look like a sphere? Did I see that? I think if you could find a picture of what it looks like.
There was one thing that you said that I think people should remember, because we remember this.
Get rid of that.
Go back to the example of when things get really bad. Like you remember like 2008? Anybody that was buying stuff, like I remember I DC'd a couple of some of my Canadian holdings, like some Canadian, like you were buying some stuff that like you were really holding your nose through, but you.
In 2008?
I'm talking about in that wind down. You were uncomfortable.
Sorry, I just bought Lehman Brothers, so
buying some dips. But if you felt good that hey, these are going to be fine, and blah blah, Enbridge isn't going under because of the financial crisis, like that kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But you had to hold your nose. We're not even, it's not even a fraction of that here. Like it hasn't even gotten that uncomfortable is my point. We've seen worse in the last few years. We've seen worse than this like more than once. So like I feel like, yeah, like it's
for sure. If
2021 was worse, COVID was worse than this. Like it's just.
No, there are multiple 20% corrections. Like I'm talking about like dozens of them.
Nothing yet.
Yeah, no. Well, and I don't know if it's going to get to be anything. Earnings are still real strong. I'm actually not that worried. I don't know, maybe, but I'm worried for the short term. I'm not, like, I think next earnings season, that'll be interesting. Yeah. But I mean, we've sat here and talked about.
I'm stink bidding stuff still. I'm not pulling.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think it's, I mean, you showed me the money supply here in Canada. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I think inflation is going to get worse. And, you know, there's a lot of people, if you don't have to, you know, I think rents are getting a little bit better around in Toronto, and I know that Sharif keeps talking about the housing market as prices are getting more affordable. But what's affordability if nobody has money? But at the end of the day, I think, you know, we will prevail to the upside here. I'd actually said, and I don't know if you guys remember, but if you guys remember back in March or November when we were doing our talks about the new year and everything, I had said there's no way, and I mean, this is not, it's a popular opinion. I'm not trying to say that we nailed this one, but it was like, I said there's like no way that we should be able to expect the same returns that we've even been getting over the last couple of years this next year. Now, I wish I had said that with my pocketbook because then I would be out of everything instead of hell along everything. But, you know, this is kind of what we were expecting to some extent. And, you know, to say we're expecting this kind of a move, I think is wrong. But expecting the extent of this, potentially, you're only going back to August. Like, where were you last August, everybody? Like, this, it's not, you know, I don't think we were super, you know, we had a good move up and we have just pulled back. So we're just into some of those levels again. The thing why this feels different is because it's kind of like straight down, you know, over the last week. And then we have tons of headlines that don't allow you to sleep very comfortable at night for your portfolio. When stuff is happening like this, it's just real quick. It's like, rip the Band-Aid off, we're right back up. Rip the Band-Aid out, like we're right back up. This is more like, you know, you've got that kinesiology tape on, and you can't, this is the problem with being Italian, maybe too much information here. We got a lot of hair, you know, so you're trying to rip off that Band-Aid, and it just hurts. You know, and right now it's kind of like peeling off. And then eventually, you know, you hope that these interest rates and everything can get all manageable, and Kevin Warsh can find an office somewhere and really, you know, renegotiate his contract so that he can find a place to sit down. I mean, we need to get Russell over here a seat, man. This guy's limping, and Russell working around, and
Russell doesn't stop working. He doesn't sit. Mark doesn't sit around here. They all work too hard.
Some people sit around here.
Before we go to Adara, we had mentioned money supply. I just want to point something out. This is not me throwing shade at my own country, but so the blue is the U.S. That's what matters. And see the big one where it went the most parabolic at the top, M2 money supply. That's unfortunately Canada. But here's the thing: when you round off that top, and all of a sudden it starts going in the other direction, what do you think happens when you've had explosive
diarrhea?
Well, explosive expansion of the M2, and then it starts to taper off. Disaster. Like when it is not good when that happens. All of that said, it's a heck of a lot worse for Canada in that case than it is for you guys. Anyone looks at, all they do is print money and blah, blah, and government spending. Yeah, we'll see what happens up north of the border in the last 10 years. It's that unwind you get concerned about. You get concerned about some of the financials. We've already seen it with the credit crunch. And
what was the name that Trump had for Trudeau again? I know it was derogatory.
Governor Trudeau.
Governor, okay, it wasn't that bad. I think there was worse names, but yeah, Governor Trudeau.
Money print.
There's a whole Wikipedia page if you just want to look at what Trump's nicknamed people. It's incredibly entertaining.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
send me that. I want to
about it. It's real. I'll send you the link, Sean, in our own chat. But it's
that'd be hilarious. I'd love to see
worth looking at, is what I'll say.
Because I want to confirm that little Marco Rubio thing that I talked about yesterday. Yeah. Okay, what's up? Who are we going to? Adair again? Okay, let's go.
Yeah, if you just Google President Trump nicknames, you will find the Wikipedia page. I think Neil might actually be on it right now because I hear him laughing. But let's talk about Firefly. Shout out to Firefly. I mentioned this story earlier today, but they're still doing really well on the day. So just to go over this again, Firefly this morning confirmed they have a public-private partnership with the Pentagon. So their FDA-cleared EEG and ERP technology is going to be deployed to support the assessment of treatment of PTSD and traumatic brain injury in U.S. service members. So very good cause here and good story for AIFF. Back to you.
Okay, I'm on the Wikipedia
I don't need
page.
to read these though.
You don't need to read them, but I'm going to show them anyways. All right, so here's. Oh, is there bad words on here?
Some of them, yeah.
Okay, sloppy Steve Bannon, that seems okay to me. Mini Michael Bloomberg over here. Yeah,
Also,
just.
a lot where it's just
Fat
like
Alvin
my
is-
person. Like it's like my Steve or my
man.
whoever. That's a lot of them actually.
Yeah.
Alvin Bragg, Fat Alvin, like
I don't even know who Alvin Bragg is.
I don't even know who come on. Son.
Low IQ Liz Cheney, okay. Well, Crooked Hillary, we know about that one here. What else is on here? Oh, Lion Ted Cruz, we knew that. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's up, Ted? There, look at that. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's up? Come on, man. Look at this picture of this guy. Okay, Meatball Ron. Oh, Ron DeSantis. Okay, that's my new favorite one. Ron DeSantis.
Ron has been denied. So it
Oh,
was reported
denied
it
by
was denied,
Trump.
but Ron DeSanctimonious is real. I went down this rabbit hole for way too long.
All right, I'm not going to do this anymore. But you guys can go find it out there, Wikipedia. There. I don't want to insult anybody. Honestly, I mean, it's to each their own. But that's just,
Yeah, well, whatever.
that's just funny stuff.
Sometimes it's like you have to be able to find find certain things amusing.
Right.
It is what it
You're
is.
right.
You couldn't call people.
Yeah, I don't.
Tell my daughter not to call people names.
Right.
It is what it is.
It's just fun. I just think it's funny to read it because we all do know that does happen. Maybe not something to show your kids, but this is how the president is what he's talking about. But I just find it funny, like him and Marco are now like such good friends, it appears like, and throwing shade over there. So yeah, that's it. Fun times.
3 minutes till the imbalances.
What
Here.
already? Okay, the markets are at the lows again.
Yeah, CVE
better
was an early look of buy. BMNR, maybe the only thing interesting, 2.2 million early look to the sell side, so I might throw that one up for the imbalances coming out here. There's no expected index action. SOX-L is a buy, early look buy of 1 million, so that's not nothing. Maybe nothing too crazy here, so we'll probably wait till the imbalances come out. I don't see anything. There was nothing worth like tracking to get into, like the last couple of weeks we've had a few where you get in before 350 and they've worked out really well. I'd say none of that here today, but 2 minutes to go.
All right. Okay, tomorrow. All right, tomorrow we're gonna just do this very, very simple here. I'm gonna start a new poll up right now. It's just gonna say tomorrow. That's it, and then you just say red or green. And I'm going to use red first because I always do green first. So red.
Same amount of exclamation.
Red or green? No exclamation marks.
No?
No, I don't want to influence
Which
anybody.
one? Oh, red's.
Start voting. You guys type 1 here for red or 2 for green.
See, you know what I don't like about that is the red. See, you should have done it the other way.
Neil,
now
come on, man.
Now I got to look at red as blue and. Anyways.
This is okay.
I'm just messing with you.
No, I'm just playing around. I think it's fun. This is most of what I do on here is just for fun.
No,
for
we're
lunch.
doing.
Oh, hold on, Joe. I mean, see, this is what I'm saying. I had this conversation with Joe. This guy just wants more and more time over here. I like it though, Joe. Get your mic on. We can do anything you want, man. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it's pretty even. I was actually going to say we could see a bounce back day.
I put green.
So I'm going to type 3. No, just joking. I'm going to say red, but, and there's no but. I mean, I think red, so I'm voting red. Just from what I would think is just maybe not like half a point, like half a percentage point, so 0.5 or 0.23. And the reason why I think that is, I do think that Donald Trump is a man of the markets. We've talked about that. I don't think he's going to like the action today. I don't think.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if we do get that 6 a.m. Who was it? Oh, no, it was Steve that talked about this. That early morning tweet where he wakes up tomorrow, the Dow's down 500 points or something, and he tweets, great news. I've contacted the Ayatollah or whatever, and the Strait of Hormuz is open. And then, at 10 o'clock, he starts to maybe call that back a little bit and says, J.D. Vance told him that, and it's not true or something, and we move on from that. So I would just say that to try to rally the markets tomorrow, I could see us maybe opening green, potentially fading, and then we have to mix the stories again. But I don't feel like today we wrote down risk off.
I think you got a different one. Like, there's another possible reason for that too. Like I voted 2, but that's half of it. Is you want to leave the market with like looking like this going into the weekend, and 2, this is a pretty.
I forgot it was the weekend. Even.
It's a capitulatory type of day. You're gonna tell me like Meta 8%, Google 4%, and we'll go over. I can go over my quote board in a second. When I see days like that, usually the next day, even if it's a small one, I'm thinking bounce. So when bounce is about to hit in 1 second, and bam, nothing. Burgers, SoFi is a buy of 1.4 million. Snapchat 1.3 million. Netflix is a sell. Netflix was running 1.1 million to the sell side for Netflix.
Running.
I don't see any Intels there, but that's not a big deal. 800,000. No Nvidia. No Apple.
Yeah, no Snapchat. I mean, Snapchat's there, sorry. Your SoFi is a bid, but doesn't matter. You're out of that. Yeah, I don't really see anything on here. Oh, there's Tesla with a decent, it was right at the bottom, 500. Decent buy there. We'll zoom in a little bit there for Tesla. We can zoom down a little bit, BAC. That's not even Fastly. What is stock fast? There's BMNR. You know, this has been a good one. We've seen BMNR move a little bit on imbalances, down 8%. I guess people would rather hold GameStop today, right? All right, Intel right there, up with a bid, not up on the date. Intel down 7%. I mean, I really do think that today is just one of those days, man, where it just keeps on going and going. And we talked about like being long versus short. I tried to throw my hat into the ring with Apple there, and yeah, that was closed real quick on that trade. But yeah, it just looks like blood in the streets right now. You know, names that you and I, not you and I, you talked about buying some SPY today, but I did want to see, actually here, where on here, I want to look at like PanW and CrowdStrike and all that. Consumer services, and that should be a technology service, right? Oh, there it is, okay. Oh, wow, yes. We found a sector that's up today.
Who's holding it up?
I don't know, man. They all are. Here's CrowdStrike up 2. PanW up 2.5 right there. Yeah, buddy. All right. There we go. Fortinet. What up, Fortinet? So there it is, man. Yeah, how to turn a frown upside down. Find one stock that you own that happens to be up. Oh, boy. So I own 30 of them. 29 down, 1 up today, so that's not bad. Oh, man. That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about, my guy.
I promise
yeah, but I do own some energy stocks.
No, I was about to say, there's no chance that it's only one, because if you own anything in the energy sector and
yeah, but I mean,
Toronto,
if you listen to my portfolio, you would think I don't own anything green. Oh yeah, I got AbbVie.
Yeah, like trust me.
I don't got Cisco.
Well, I know because I was doing some looking myself.
Oh, I just looked right now. I'm down.
No, it is what it is. The overall
down a salary today.
Account is not. This is one of those don't look at it kind of days.
Oh, I already did.
I know,
bad idea. Because I hadn't looked in a while, and I was like, oh, how bad is this today? And, you know, being 90% technology is a tough one. All right, ooh, there's Robinhood. Did it break? I guess it must have broke through 70 or so.
No.
How come when I click on this, it doesn't show up over here?
Had, actually.
Okay, well, anyways, yeah, the market not great today, and I hope you guys are having fun with us. Sometimes you got to have some fun. All right, so
it did. It barely broke.
Well, it's at
so
70.
Robinhood barely broke, and now is at 70.30. But I think if you look at the daily, yeah, the actual low, the low is 68 on the year. So if it loses 68, then we're in trouble. We got a super chat.
Ooh.
Easy
peasy. I don't see that email though, my guy. Oh, there it is. I
said I built it. I built email sent to Trader TV Marketing. Not a good day in the market. Absolutely true.
I got what you built. The looks like you built the Discord. Is that what it is? Okay, we'll look at that and we'll talk about that tomorrow. Let me go through that email and check it out. We'll check that out tomorrow. But all right, good. Thank you, Easy Peasy. There it is, man. He said, "Build and you shall come." So a little bit of Field of Dreams action right there for our good friend Easy Peasy. And thank you so much. We'll definitely check it all out over there on Discord and whether or not we want to get that going and sponsor it or whatever. Okay, so thank you for doing that. We will have our higher minds look at that one. All right.
Firefly today.
Yeah, AIFF. Ooh, what's going on? Is there news on that one, Adara? AIFF?
She brought it a couple times. They
mentioned it a couple times, but AIFF, public-private partnership with the Pentagon, basically what they're going to do is they're going to use their technology to help treat traumatic brain injuries and post-traumatic stress disorder in service members. So actually very noble cause.
You know,
there we go.
If you see a problem in the world that needs solving, Take a risk and create a company and solve that problem. There is nothing more noble than that, and one of the reasons I love the system that we're in. And so shout out to Firefly. Like, how could you, whatever, man, I don't own shares of the company, and this is not a pitch to it, but come on, man. Like, if you're not rooting for success in the company doing that, then well,
oh boy,
who the hell wouldn't? That's all I got to say. Heck, I meant, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, right now this is 250 in the money. This is our trade from the morning, man. I mean, it's just holding my net all day, pretty much. I mean, it's the only trade we have, this and Apple. So there it goes, man, just covering into the close. We did real good holding on to this, honestly. Like, you know, I was at an appointment during this, so I would have got some out as that was happening. Come right back here. Can you tell when I sat back at my desk, 205? We take a bid there because that was the low at the time, and then it just drops further and further and further, right? I mean, I think when you're playing momentum names like that, we do got to do a little bit better holding on to some, but we actually did wind up holding on. So it was a pretty good move into the downside. We're expecting, I guess, just hearing maybe we're expecting more Trump's talk tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is.
It's some Greek Independence Day celebration at 4 p.m. Given that it's Trump, he could start later.
Okay. So at 4 p.m. we could get another move in these markets.
Any earnings though?
We got, it was just CCL. Yeah, CCL tomorrow morning. So we've got a lot of super chats today. So we want to say thank you to everybody. All of your questions, well received. We want to thank everybody who's watching us on TikTok and everywhere today. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Rumble, wherever you are. Thank you so much. Thank you to Bravely, who's monitoring all of that talk for us over there on TikTok as well. Thanks, Fabian, for building up the chat so we can read it all there. I realized tomorrow's Friday, but I didn't. By the way, happy Friday to everybody, a day early.
Almost.
We could be in trouble. I know I voted red, by the way, for that number, but let me just go over and see what everybody else is voting right now, because I actually think, and hit the chat right now. Look how close this is. This is 54-46 for tomorrow.
That's a coin flip.
It's pretty easy, man. What do we want tomorrow? If you guys can get into that and vote. So I just put tomorrow. The answer is Friday, but red or green? Yeah. What are we thinking for tomorrow's market? So I can see right now people in the chat starting to light it up right now, ones and twos, and it does seem pretty mixed. So we went back and forth and talked a little bit about, what could happen tomorrow. I do think the president will not be very pleased with what this market's doing. Neil dancing with the bulls tomorrow. I think it'll be interesting. I think we could, I said,
up is probably going to be like 0.7%.
Yeah, I think we'll open up green and then end red. Let's wait to see what winds up happening there tomorrow. I do think that there could be some enthusiastic buyers off open, thinking that, we missed the dip.
I think it's more like.
And that's when.
Yeah.
I think it'll be
Oh, we got another super chat.
Super chat. Okay.
Send it. We've got. There it is.
Okay.
Dot Modalis. Wondering if I should sell BMNR down 30%.
Depends if you want to go down 40% or not.
Well, I mean, the good news is you're only down 30%.
Right.
Because you could be down 80% or 75. 70, I don't know. You guys, I'm doing the math in my head. I'm probably wrong there. You could be down a heck of a lot more. You've got to have an out. I would imagine, would you be in this if you were giving it through the low? I don't know. I don't if I'm in something like this, I'm trying to pick the bottom, I'm not trying to hold through the fresh low. The whole idea is it's making higher lows and you got a support level. You got to have an idea of what it means to be out or wrong in your trade before you come in. So if the conditions that got you into it are still there, fair enough, but I don't like it. If I was looking for a bounce, I haven't seen any signs of it yet. It's under every major moving average, obviously, as you can see, but it's hugged the 50 period. So I guess a break of the 50 period would be a good signal that it's made some kind of a bottom. ETH is not doing well. Keep in mind, we're in a moment where Ethereum is clearly weaker than Bitcoin as well. Maybe you're like, okay, well, it's good till ETH breaks the low. Well, that's 10% away as well before we break the low on the year for ETH. Yeah, it doesn't look very healthy.
Look, man, I mean, I'm in crypto, and I think it's a house of cards, to be honest with you, man. And like that's why I just sort of said, like, if you want to be down 40%, you could probably hold it. If 30 is good enough for you, man, I would probably think about getting out. But again, we're not giving. Neil and I, you know, our job's not to sit here and give like financial advice about your own trades.
I'll just look at the chart.
The best advice is to have an out.
Gotta have an out.
And if it hits, man, I would just say there's always tomorrow. Like there's always another investment. So if you're down 30% on something and you don't like moving forward with that, you can find something else. Like 30%. SoFi's down 40% or 50% from its highs. More than 50% from its highs.
Easily.
So you know you can either invest in Ethereum, which I tried to ask people yesterday what the bull case was, and the only thing I heard was staking and stable coins. So, or you can invest in other companies, and it's just up to you guys where you think your money is best suited. Ethereum millionaires have been made already, as we know. All right, only 10 seconds left, and of course, this closing bell is brought to you by Beta Pro by Global X. Go scan that QR code and check them out right now. And there goes the close into the day. The Nasdaq will go out down 2.5%. The S&P 500 down 1.8%. Both names or both indexes at the lows of the day as we go. I just got filled right there at the close. We are the Diamond Hand Man today as we got a big move in the TQQs. So we will have steak tonight. But okay, so that's a good one there. Downside for the TQQs. Just checking out some of the major markets before we go. Gold, we'll check that out with GLD. Gold today down 4%. Oh, good. I was going to say 4, and that's what winds up happening. I think silver was a little more aggressive. Unfortunately, we did have that trader in the morning there that said, I'm going to buy some silver and go to the beach. Well,
maybe he covered it. I don't.
Yeah. And I was like, remember, I was like, long or short? And he was like, long. But that was early, so it could have been right. Yeah, 100%. Downside move there into the lows for silver. Down 6% on silver. Down 4% on gold. And then IBIT is not going to look like the right percentage points there. But if I look at IBIT itself, 68.5 right down there for IBIT. And, for Bitcoin, and IBIT down 3 and a bit. One more major market, and then I'll throw it to Neil, we wrap this thing up. IWM, again, this is going to be a problem, man. I mean, IWM, I know it's only down 1.7. This is an interesting name. The small cap runners may not run, especially if we don't get that interest rate cut. Yeah, that's it, man. I think it was a really good show today. I want to thank the midday guys.
They could still raise.
No, I think so. I think I agree with Katina, man. I think we might see a little bit of a pop here tomorrow morning. I think today can set up for a nice recovery rally for leading into tomorrow's session. And then who knows, anything can be faded at that point. But I think we do rally at some point.
Yeah.
Just don't get too wrapped up in it. We've seen days like this before. Just because you gap up or bounce a little bit, it doesn't change the trend. And by the way, we're still sitting a 6% chance of a rate hike next turn. And if you look at going out to the end of December, yeah, last I checked, that's still over 45% chance that rates are higher at the end of the year, not lower, higher. That's bad for the IWM. So that's going to continue to look bad. But thank you to everybody. Hey, we don't shout out Russell enough. What do you got?
Go. You guys want to rate that lunch or?
Oh, rate that lunch.
Rate that lunch, gentlemen.
Okay, we can rate that lunch. Today was the Greek chicken with the roasted vegetables.
And the regular
do we even have potatoes?
non-Greek salad.
I'm going to go a solid 7.2.
Okay.
7.2, okay.
All right. I got to hear Neil's now.
Okay. Oh, you're.
6.4.
Wow. Where's Joe? Where's Joe's face over here?
Whatever.
Okay, 6.4. Okay, so what you go last, Joe? Is that
No, I'm going last here. I need to
go last.
Else's, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go under 7 because of the dryness. I'm gonna go 6.7.
6.7. Oh, 6.7. All right. The chickpeas were good.
Yes. Oh, yes.
The chickpeas were good.
Yep, that was the best part of the meal.
What we need is the other side of the chicken to be cooked as well too, just not the one side, because I like a nice thorough cook throughout that.
Yep, most people do.
I'm gonna go around there too, probably around a 6.4. We'll give it a 6.4 there. Salad was good. The dressing was really good.
Yeah, but it was a Greek.
The one thing they have nothing to do with the dressing.
They literally had a Greek flag. Do you think we got a Greek salad today?
It said Greek salad. And I know it wasn't, but it's what it said.
We didn't get a Greek salad.
No, we did not.
It makes no sense. And when it doesn't make sense, then we just have to live with it. But look, it's going to be.
It was not my chicken. If anything, I thought the chicken was maybe even over a little bit. I thought mine was a little.
Mine was dry.
Okay, well,
my chicken was dry. Like I don't think it was under.
My chicken was like probably the moistest chicken. I hate that I use that word that I've ever had from this office. I thought it
That's
was
good though,
accidentally
right?
cooked today.
Yeah, okay, there we go. All right. To each their own. This is a great environment here, and we want to thank everybody for watching every day, and we can do that. Oh, I want to just put this out. Yeah, so Princess Tequila there in the chat wants to know, did I hear glass break? Joe, did we hear glass break? See you, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. Hit it, Joe.
Peace.
See ya.